where we get a fresh record high on the S&P 500, but here's a worrying sign. Breadth not too great at this moment. You have 138 names in the green. You have more decliners, over 350 decliners right now. You take a look at what is holding up this market. It's the stocks that you would want to see: Nvidia, Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft, Broadcom, Avgo. Matt loves it. Really putting in the work here, but then you take a look at the downside. A big weight in the likes of Tesla, only about 1%, but it's such a big company that is your biggest points contributor to the downside.
Ja, Nasdaq bare går. Der AS som kjører på. Gull poppa bra opp I stad, faller. Sikkert bare på grunn av alt annet går, tenker jeg.
Infotech holding up this market. Communication services and discretionary a little bit as well. Definitely more red today. Financials there. You go down to the bottom. Energy, utilities, and real estate off about 1%.
Skal Fed prate I dag også?
I'm looking at Iron Cub 3, which is apparently the world's first jet-powered humanoid robot.
I did not know that.
I didn't either, but now this is the one I want. Coming up, Micron, among the stocks that helped push the NASDAQ 100 to all-time highs. We'll discuss that company's earnings.
Ja, samme som går det. Vi var oppe på 3,38 på gull I stad for noen timer tilbake. Hele Europa ned. Bonds stiger. Ja. Ja, de kommer ikke til å sette ned renta.
Welcome back to the circuit. This time, we're taking you to the frontier.
Do we have a camera, or do we? You don't want to lose you, Emily, in all of this.
Stargate. Put that name down in your books.
What we're undergoing right now is sort of the largest infrastructure build in human history.
To meet the people rewriting the rules of code and culture.
How do you personally grapple with the pace of it all?
It does feel like it's going very fast.
When did you realize, oh my gosh, my life is never going to be the same?
Today I got engaged, I was like, whoa, what have I bitten off here?
Where the future gets real.
How confident are you that AI's promise will outweigh the perils?
I'm not confident.
So the tech companies are lying, or fudging.
And a little weird.
What's the point of this?
What is the point of any of this?
Tune into Season 3 of The Circuit with me, Emily Chang. Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals and Bloomberg TV.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg is covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All we're looking for is clear rules and the ability to build in the United States.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. Bloomberg brings you breaking news 24 hours a day. Powered by more than 3,000 journalists and analysts in more than 100 bureaus across the globe. Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg.
Renta settes ned, Mai.
Context changes everything.
Men nå går Nasdaq sikkert på grunn av S&P skyter jo på all-time high, og det jo Nvidia, og nå kaller de det Magnificent 8, altså AI da.
Welcome back to Open Interest. It's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning, and first up, Stellantis climbing on an upgrade over from Jefferies. The analyst saying most of its challenges are, quote, self-inflicted and fixable. Some harsh words, but the shares are up almost 5%, so that's good news. Next up, Bernstein raising its price target on Coinbase to a street high of $510, expecting annual revenue to more than double by 2027. Shares currently up also almost 5% if you round up. And finally, we end with Loop Capital raising their NVIDIA price target to a street high of $250 a share. The analyst over there could eventually reach $6 trillion due to relentless demand for its AI product. Shares currently trading about $100 below that. Now, we're talking about NVIDIA. Let's talk about Micron, because that's the next major AI player to report earnings after the bell today. Shares have roughly doubled since April, with the options market today pricing in an 8% move for Micron after the report. Now, Micron stock has helped to push the NASDAQ 100 to all-time highs as big tech really drives the current market rally forward, and that certainly is the mood today, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about what to expect from Micron with Bloomberg Intelligence analyst Jake Silverman. He joins us here on set, and Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow in San Francisco. Jake, I'll start with you. This is a company that has had its ups and downs. I was telling you during the break, I covered this when I started working here in the year 2000, and it's only risen 46% since then, but it's doubled since April. What's driving that?
Yeah, a lot of that really is just based on pricing strength that we've seen over the last couple of months. I mean, again, you have to keep in context that in April we were seeing potential threats from trade-related, tariffs, stuff like that. So there's definitely, some expected improvement in terms of supply and demand balance.
Let's bring Ed Ludlow into this conversation, and let's compare and contrast here, because we're talking about Micron, and it's had a fantastic run over the past couple of months, Ed, but it just feels like everything is table stakes compared to NVIDIA. That is the benchmark against which all chip makers are judged.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, since the April low, AI is still the primary growth narrative, right, for the technology sector. But I think we talked about this on the program. The idea is that investors are kind of rummaging a little bit deeper into the server design, looking beyond NVIDIA and looking, okay, around the GPU, what else is in there? And Micron and its high bandwidth memory is a big part of that. Jake raises a really interesting point that there is a scarcity value to what Micron does. You know, ultra high demand for high bandwidth memory, and you have to assess how much of a bottleneck that is for people building out infrastructure. Because when NVIDIA comes around with earnings, expectations are super high, but we always ask the question, is there a supply constraint here? In other words, could you have more of these GPUs from TSMC to meet demand that you're not currently meeting? And Micron, there is some analogous comparison there as well.
Ed, you taught me all about high bandwidth memory, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Good reason to watch Bloomberg Tech. It's not all about DRAM for this company anymore. Are they the only ones, because NVIDIA likes to paint itself as the only one or the best of the GPU makers. Is Micron the best of the HBM makers?
No, not necessarily. There are essentially three players, which are Micron, SK Hynix, and Samsung. And actually, we're still quite early in this phase where the highest performance GPU makers or chip designers like NVIDIA, and those that design, build, and operate data centers are still validating and qualifying which works best. But Micron is clearly able to capture some of that market, particularly domestic market in the United States, because remember, in parallel to the sort of basic bottleneck of limited supply is the political effort to onshore manufacturing and build out capacity. Think of high bandwidth memory as just many little DRAMs squished together with wires running through them. That's basically the reality of it. The problem that Micron's got is that building that capacity is super expensive, and you had the headlines in the last month about their upped commitment to the United States of America. Jake and I were actually debating offline at that time, like, is this real? They just seem to be making numbers up to a certain extent. But they also still have that legacy NAND and DRAM business that is more cyclical, it's more commoditized, and they have to balance that as well. So watch margins a little bit when we get the numbers this evening.
Right, that's exactly where I wanted to go, Jake. I mean, Ed makes a great point when it comes to how expensive some of this is. And you think about margins, they were actually a little bit disappointing in the second quarter. You think about this fantastic run that Micron has had. When it comes to margins, and you think about the stock performance, could it be a victim of its own success? How high are the stakes right now?
Yeah, well, margins are very important. They're a pretty important driver in terms of their valuation, but also obviously in terms of generating free cash flow. So I think one of the reasons that we were seeing some margin compression was because of NAND weakness in the business. But overall, if NAND is able to recover, if we're able to see solid supply and demand balance, and also if we see more and more HBM demand, which all the signals are pointing towards yes, as supply continues to increase and as they're able to improve yields, all of those are potential signals that margins could expand beyond what we're seeing now. And people are, of course, going to take a look at how are margins able to grow in the last cycle and compare the potential growth or margin expansion in the current cycle.
All right, Jake, great to get a primer from you and Ed. Jake Silverman of Bloomberg Intelligence, Ed Ludlow there of Bloomberg Tech. His program starts in an hour and 10 minutes. Could be preempted by either Jay Powell giving testimony today on Capitol Hill or President Trump. He is set to speak at the NATO summit this hour, but everything there seems to be being shifted later and later. We'll bring you the president's remarks as soon as he begins speaking. This is Open Interest.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve. This is Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anim, only on Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Let's get a quick check on what stocks are doing. So close to a record high for the S&P 500. You can see we're at 6,100 right now. So we just have basically 45, 46 points to go until we hit that closing all-time record from, I believe, February 19th. The NASDAQ hit a record yesterday and continues to climb even higher. The NASDAQ 100, I should say, at 22,273. In terms of the movers today, the big one is NVIDIA, and it's up 2%. So for a $3 trillion plus company, that makes a big difference. Micron is down, but it's only worth $140-some billion, so small in comparison. Stellantis moving up, Tesla moving down, Bumble cutting a lot of workers, and you can see Meta, Facebook unchanged there. But I guess the real deal right now, Katie, is we're waiting to hear from President Trump at NATO.
Absolutely. President Trump about to speak any minute from the NATO summit in the Netherlands. Back home, the president is facing a self-imposed July 4th deadline to pass his tax and spending bill, and he's 2 weeks out from the July 9th expiration of that global tariff pause. On all of this, let's bring in Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. Let's start
Look at the big
with
man walking
NATO.
up to the podium there.
There we go. Yeah, due to start speaking any second. Tyler, just give us a drumbeat, what we've accomplished at NATO. We know that NATO leaders did back that plan to raise defense spending.
Yeah, hey Katie. Well, President Trump really is billing this as a big success in his own words, since they did pledge to boost defense spending to 5% of GDP. That is 3.5% in core defense and then 1.5% in other sorts of investments such as infrastructure or cybersecurity. And I point you to the fact that our analysts at Bloomberg Economics have actually crunched the numbers, and they say that the estimated borrowing by these economies to reach this spending limit would add about $4.6 trillion to debt piles over the next 10 years. Now, President Trump got this win when it comes to having our allies boost their defense spending, and what NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte got was a firmer commitment to Article 5 when it comes to these NATO allies and their pledge to defend each other if they were attacked. Now, on the way over, President Trump had said, as he was getting into Marine One, that there were different sort of definitions when it comes to Article 5, though he did say to leaders here at the summit that he does stand firmly behind it.
We're just getting headlines that President Zelensky had a long and productive meeting with President Trump. And I guess as we're all focused so much on Israel and Iran, the Ukraine issues have not fallen on the back burner, but it just hasn't been in the news cycle. How does that look set to work out in terms of President Trump's support of Ukraine?
Well, actually, much to your point, Matt, a person familiar who was in the room with President Trump and other NATO allies said that he told leaders that the situation in Ukraine has, quote, gotten totally out of control. So it is clear that this White House does want to see some sort of progress, some sort of movement when it does come to that conflict, considering that President Trump has previously pledged that he would be able to get them to come to some sort of resolution. We know that the president has spoken with Russian President Vladimir Putin in recent days, who offered to mediate the conflict when it did come to Israel and Iran. And he said openly that he told the Russian president that he should focus on mediating his own conflict first before getting into any other issues.
All right, Tyler, thanks very much. Tyler Kendall there in Washington. I guess I didn't see the really big one walking out to, but we are waiting for President Trump to walk out to that podium any minute now. And as soon as he begins speaking, we will bring you those remarks at the NATO summit. Also, Fed Chair Jay Powell is back on Capitol Hill, this time testifying before the Senate Banking Committee. They will be getting set up there right now. You heard his opening remarks yesterday because he delivers essentially the same speech to Congress that he does to the Senate.
But the questions will be different.
But the questions will be different. Sometimes you could argue
spiritually similar.
Of higher quality, though, out of the Senate. Plus, we're going to speak with Goldman Sachs Chief U.S. Equity Strategist David Kostin after the break. This is Open Interest.
Another art museum called the Guggenheim. Now, Louvre's big enough. Why do you need a Guggenheim as well, right next door?
I think it's a great question. I think the beautiful thing about the UAE and Abu Dhabi is we live with over 200 nationalities. And in doing so, they have become a part of the country's and the city's fabric. And we need to celebrate that. So we need to celebrate everybody's identity, everybody's background, everybody's heritage, everybody's history. And what a beautiful way in doing so in these beautiful institutions. These museums are educational institutions and they're community institutions. So we wanted to curate really a story where you come to Saadiyat Cultural District and you, if you allow me to curate the story, you start off at the Natural History Museum. And at the Natural History Museum, you get a glimpse and you get an understanding of how we came to be, how our Earth came to be, how our universe came to be, from a scientific perspective. Once you leave the Natural History Museum, you go to our National Museum, the Sheikh Zayed National Museum. There you understand the history of this great land. Not just the history of the country, but the people of this land that have been a part of this land for over 300,000 years. You get a glimpse of what the past and the present and the future looks like here in the UAE. From there, you maneuver yourself to the Louvre Abu Dhabi, which is a beautiful universal museum. It is universal in its thematic approach. So there, you basically see a part
Det nettet mitt som ræva der. Når jeg trykket nå, så tok det 2 sekunder før det gikk ut til markedet.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
But we've also reasserted the credibility of American deterrence, which is like no other. The people at NATO said there's never been anything. You know, I rebuilt the entire military during my first term. And we have a great military, we have great generals. Got to know the good ones and the bad ones. We kept the good ones. Over the past 2 days, I was honored to participate in the NATO leaders meeting and also had extremely good individual discussions with the King and the Queen, Secretary General Ruta, and the Prime Minister. Great discussions. Very knowledgeable people. Major focus of our conversations at the summit was the need for other NATO members to take up the burden of the defense of Europe, and that included the financial burden. As you know, it was at 2%. We got it up to 5%, and they said, a couple of them came up to me, one in particular said, sir, we've been trying to get it up to 3% for 20 years, and we haven't been able, and you got it up to 5%. So they're going to be, most of them, I guess almost all of them are going to be contributing now, 5%, a number that people are surprised at, but you need it today. The United States accounts for 2/3 of all NATO defense spending. Since I began pushing for additional commitments in 2017, believe it or not, our allies have increased spending by $700 billion. I said to people, you don't have any money.
Det tar flere sekunder nå før jeg setter en trade til han går i markedet. Det ja, ping på 189, det jævla treigt?
Following my election last November, almost all have accelerated plans to reach.
Noen som har peiling på PC, eller?
3%, 4%, and then ultimately
Jeg får jo ikke...
5%.
Det går så treigt på her. Når jeg trykker, så tar det 2 sekunder før det går ut.
Almost immediately, you probably know this.
Må jeg restarte PC-en da, eller?
That has really been a big focus. In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, you did it, sir, you did it. Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did. This will be known as the Hague Defense Commitment, which is pretty good, pretty appropriate. When the Allies reach this number, it will add more than $1 trillion a year. Think of that, $1 trillion per year to our common defense, and this is a monument really to victory, but it's a monument.
Jeg får 189 ping. Fy faen så trekt det der. Nå restarter jeg, og nå har jeg 189 fortsatt.
But this is a big win for Europe and
Fy faen
for
trekt.
actually Western civilization. For years, past administrations failed to get most allies to contribute even the 2%. I remember when I came here, we had 4 countries that were up to 2%. And, remember Poland was there, a couple of them were there.
Så tar jeg
Most of them were, we had 28 at the time, as you know, it's increased a little bit. And they've agreed now for more than double their budgets in all cases. And Europe stepping up to take more responsibility for its security will help prevent future disasters like the horrible situation with Russia and Ukraine, and hopefully we're going to get that solved. Last week they lost 7,000 soldiers, mostly soldiers, but they're also getting hit in Kiev. They're getting hit in some of the towns also. And that means life. Life is disappearing also in the cities and towns. Should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president. Said it 1,000 times. And it never did happen. It's never even thought about. But it's vital that this additional money be spent on very serious military hardware, not bureaucracy, and hopefully that hardware is going to be made in America because we have the best hardware in the world. You saw that where 14 missiles were shot at us the other day. And they were very nice. They gave us warning. They said, we're going to shoot them. Is 1 o'clock okay? They said, it's fine.
Hører du hva Iran har sagt, dere? Vi skal skyte dere klokka 1. Er det passende tid for dere? Ja.
They call them the gunners. And out of 14 high-end missiles that were shot at the base in Qatar, all 14, as you know, were shot down by our equipment. Amazing stuff. Amazing that they can do. It's like shooting a bullet with a bullet. It's the same thing.
Iran ringte Trump. Vi skal skyte klokken 1. Passer det bra for dere? Ja, da kan dere godt skyte på oss. Hva faen? Jeg gikk opp, jeg. Dette her er ikke en verden jeg kjenner til. Pass at vi skyter dere klokken 11 morgen. Nei, da skal jeg se på Idol. Ikke morgen. Kan du skyte oss på søndag? Etter fasten vår? Nei, jeg skal på Stones konsert. Ok, mandag da. Ok, mandag klokken 10:15 skyt oss da.
Great place. And all of the NATO allies for the tremendous summit that we just had.
Jeg forstår ikke hva som skjer.
A letter just came in and a statement came in from the Atomic Energy Commission of Israel. And I just wanted this is an official letter, and they're very serious people, as you know. The devastating U.S. strike destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility totally inoperable. It was devastated. We assessed that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come. This achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material, which it won't. It's so sad that whole thing had to go. But I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and treated very bad, demeaned by fake news CNN, which is back there, believe it or not, wasting time, nobody's watching them, so they're just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. Somebody said in a certain way, it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, you know, that ended a war too. This ended a war in a different way, but it was so devastating. Also, they have, out of Dubai, just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strike. So what bothered me about these reports that were fake reports put out by the New York Times, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing terribly. Without me, it would be doing no business at all. But, and by fake news, CNN and MSDNC, all of these terrible people, you know, they have no credibility. You know, when I started, they were at 94% credibility, the media. Now it's at 16%. And I'm very proud of it because I've exposed it for what it is. But when I saw them starting to question the caliber of the attack, was it bad? It was really bad. It was devastating. They were obliterated. Like you can't get into the tunnels. They just put that over. That just came out. They can't. There's nothing. There's no way you can even get down. The whole thing is collapsed in a disaster. And I think all of the nuclear stuff is down there because it's very hard to remove. And we did it very quickly. When they heard we were coming, it was, you know, you can't move it. Very hard, very dangerous actually to move too. And they also knew we were coming, so I don't think too many people want to be down there knowing we're coming. With the bunker busters, as we call them, we're the only ones that have them. We have the best equipment, best nuclear equipment, and we have the best equipment in the world. And by the way, we can't forget our submarine, which was out there, submarines actually, but submarine was out there. We shot 30 rockets.
Ja, gull bør opp, ja.
An area, every single one of them, I think it was almost 400 miles away, I think, Pete, right? 400, and long. It was in the ocean, long ways away. And we shot a total of 30. Every single one of them hit within 9 inches from where it was supposed to be. It took out a lot. Because we didn't do just Fordo, we did 2 others in addition, which hadn't been completely destroyed. So we hit them with a submarine from hundreds of miles away. Amazing, just amazing equipment. Greatest submarines in the world. Nobody's even close. They're 20 years behind us when it comes to submarine technology.
Helt riktig, Pro.
So that's one, and the other was from the Atomic Energy Commission, and they have about 3 or 4 of them now coming in from Atomic Energy Commissions from various places. But the one that we have that just came out, we released it a little while ago, was from the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, but numerous of them are getting to see the site, and the site has been demolished. And again, we had these brave patriots, these incredible flyers, these people that
Ikke tatt noen posisjoner ennå.
better than anybody can fly a plane, going into very hostile territory, flying into the territory that it's got more missiles and things pointed at it. But it was very stealth. They didn't get to see it. It was dark. That's the amazing thing about the shots. They hit the shots perfectly, and yet it was dead dark. There was no moon. There was no light. It was virtually moonless. It was very dark, and the shots were hit perfectly. But when they get demeaned, and they were very upset about it because they knew how strong it would be. Back in Missouri, the pilots flew about 36 hours, 2 ways, far distance, and those incredible B-2s. And we then had the F-22s, and we had the F-35s, and we had other planes, and we had, I think, a total of 52 tankers. That means the big tankers, because the refueling was a lot for all of the different planes that we sent. Incredible operation, and I have to say, General Raisin Kane was incredible. That's why he beat ISIS, and we beat ISIS in a matter of weeks. I was told it would take 4 to 5 years. We did it in a few weeks. And he was great. That's why he's the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff right now, because I had a very good experience with him. He knocked out ISIS in a period of literally a few weeks. Amazing. It was supposed to take a few years, 5 years to be exact. So we had a great victory there, and we then came here, and I think we had a great victory here. But this is an ongoing project. This is the safety of Europe, the safety of the world. And they've raised it from 2% to 5%, something which nobody, and you're talking about over $1 trillion a year. So we're talking about a lot of money coming in from countries that were not paying nearly enough to be effective. So I have, as you know, Marco Rubio with me, and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of State and Secretary of War. Should we say Secretary? You know, it used to be called Secretary of War. Maybe for a couple of weeks we'll call it that, because we feel like warriors. It used to be called Secretary of War. In fact, if you look at the old building next to the White House, you can see where it used to be Secretary of War. Then we became politically correct, and they called it Secretary of Defense. I don't know, maybe we'll have to start thinking about changing it, but we feel that way. Do we have any questions, please? Wow. That's a lot of questions. Who's a nice person? Oh, you're not a nice person, but I'll let you ask one. Go ahead. What's he going to ask? He is not nice at all. I know him well.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time before flying home.
Huh?
You just said you believe
Ja, krangler om alle.
the conflict between Israel and Iran is over. What makes you so confident it is? And what do you do if it isn't?
Because I dealt with both, and they're both tired, exhausted. They fought very, very hard and very viciously, very violently, and they were both satisfied to go home and get out. And can it start again? I guess someday it can. It could maybe start soon. I think a big telltale sign was when, as you know, Iran somewhat, by not much, violated the ceasefire.
Shortar du
And Israel
Nasdaq,
had
eller?
planes going out that morning, and there were a lot of them, 52
Jeg
of
gjorde det her.
them. And I said, you got to get them back. And they brought them back. They didn't do
Jeg klarer ikke å la være heller.
It was very good. I thought it was amazing, actually. They have fought a hell of a war. They fought very hard. I think the war ended, actually, when we hit the various nuclear sites with the planes. And I just hope you people can give these pilots, these are the best pilots in the world, they're the best shots in the world, they call them shots.
Target på gull første gang, han er 3,44.
And I just hope you can
Men
give them
han er jo inne i rødsona,
because they
altså.
came on to fake news. And like, oh, gee, there was hardly any damage, the things are decimated. So, but I think, no, I think they're very much finished. I think Israel's going to get back to doing what they do, and I think that Iran's going to get back. You know, Iran has a huge advantage. They have great oil, and they can do things. I don't see them getting back involved in the nuclear business anymore. I think they've had it. They've been at it for 20 years, and I don't see that happening either. Now, if it does, we're always there. It won't be me, it'll be somebody else, but we're there. We'll have to do something about it. Yes, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, fake news CNN? Oh, yeah, here we go. Wait till you hear this question.
Thank you, sir.
You should really say how great our soldiers and our warriors are.
I think everyone appreciates our soldiers and our warriors. I do have two questions for you, Mr. President. You just cited Israeli intelligence on these attacks. Earlier, you said U.S. intelligence was inconclusive. Are you relying on Israeli intelligence for your assessment of the impact of the strikes?
No, this is also, Iran made the statement, and it's also, if you read the document that was given, that Pete can talk about if you'd like, the document said it could be very severe damage, but they didn't take that. They said it could be limited or it could be very severe. They really didn't know, other than to say it could be limited or it could be very, very severe. And you didn't choose to put that because it was very early after. Since then, we've collected additional intelligence. We've also spoken to people who have seen the site, and the site is obliterated. And we think everything nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out. Okay, question? Please, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, blue dress.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yesterday you said China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran.
Yeah.
Are you giving up on your maximum pressure campaign? Because
With
there are
who?
sanctions right now.
With who?
On Iran?
No, look, they just had a war. The war was fought. They fought it bravely. I'm not giving up. They're in the oil business. I mean, I could stop it if I wanted. I could sell China the oil myself. I don't want to do that. They're going to need money to put that country back into shape. We want to see that happen. Would it? No. If they're going to sell oil, they're going to sell oil. We're not taking over the oil. We could have, you know. I used to say with Iraq, keep the oil. I could say it here, too. We could have kept the oil. No, China is going to want to buy oil. They can buy it from us. They can buy it from other people. But you're going to have to put that country back into shape. Desperately needs money. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please. Here we go. I'm picking the beauties today. Go ahead.
Mr. President, Secretary General Rutte has described President Putin as an adversary, a threat, an enemy. Do you view him the same way? And in addition to that, you mentioned General Kane, your chief of staff, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
General Kane.
Yes, he has said that Mr. Putin has territorial ambitions beyond Ukraine. Do you view that in the same way?
Possible. I mean, it's possible. I know one thing. He'd like to settle. He'd like to get out of this thing. It's a mess for him. He called the other day. He said, can I help you with Iran? I said, no, you can help me with Russia. Because, you know, in the last few weeks, we took care of India and Pakistan, Kosovo, Serbia. I think on Friday we have coming in, the Congo is coming in, and Rwanda is coming in. That was a vicious war that went on, a machete war. Heads chopped off all over Africa. They're coming in. We did two others in addition to that. Nobody's ever done anything like this. No, I consider him a person that's, I think, been misguided. I'm very surprised, actually. I thought we would have had that settled easy. I've settled 4 of them in the meantime. But he did call up and he said, you know, he's close to Iran. He'd like to help us get a settlement. I said, no, you help me get a settlement with Russia. And I think we're going to be doing that too. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've made clear your position on what impact the strikes had. I wanted to ask you what is next with Iran. For instance, is there any indication from U.S. intelligence that Iran was able to move any material?
No, just the opposite. We think we hit them so hard and so fast they didn't get to move. And if you knew about that material, it's very hard and very dangerous to move. It's called, in many people they call it dust, but it's very, very heavy. It's very, very hard to move. And they were way down, you know, they're 30 stories down. They're literally 30, 35 stories down underground. Oh yeah, we think it's covered with granite, concrete, and steel.
Can I ask you, are you interested in restarting negotiations with Iran? And if so, have they reciprocated?
So our people, Marco could answer, but our people are not, I'm not. The way I look at it, they fought, the war's done, and you know, I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it. They've had it. Now, maybe someday in the future we'll want that. But I've asked Marco, do you want to draw, I just asked him the question as we were walking on the stage, do you want to draw up a little agreement for them to sign? Because I think we can get them to sign it. I don't think it's necessary. Marco, do you want to talk about that, please?
Mr. President, I think President Trump has shown a willingness to meet and talk to anybody in the world who's interested in peace. I don't know of any president that's been as willing as he has to meet with anyone and talk about peace. We'd love to have peaceful relations with any country in the world. And so obviously that'll depend on Iran's willingness not just to engage in peace, but to negotiate directly with the United States, not through some third country or fourth country process. But I know of no president, probably in our modern history, that's sought peace more than President Trump has.
Sounds like the door is open, but you're in no rush. Is that right? Sounds like the door is open, but
I'll tell you what, look, we're going to talk to them next week with Iran. We may sign an agreement, I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary. I mean, they had a war, they fought, now they're going back to their world. I don't care if I have an agreement or not. The only thing we'd be asking for is what we were asking for before about we want no nuclear, but we destroyed the nuclear. In other words, it's destroyed. I said, Iran will not have nuclear. Well, we blew it up. It's blown up. To kingdom come. And so I don't feel very strongly about it. If we got a document, wouldn't be bad. We're going to meet with them, actually. We're going to meet with them. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President, Netherlands TV, thank you for visiting our country.
Good.
As I understood, I, of course, I'd like to know how you slept last night at the House of the King.
Oh, I slept beautifully.
But probably a more serious question. I think you just had a meeting with President Zelensky. Did you discuss any ceasefire in this Russo-Ukrainian?
No, I wanted to know how he's doing. He was very nice, actually. We had little rough times sometimes. He was, couldn't have been nicer. I think he'd like to see an end to this. I do. I think what I took from the meeting couldn't have been nicer, actually. But I took from the meeting that he'd like to see it end. I think it's a great time to end it. I'm going to speak to Vladimir Putin and see if we can get it ended. But look, these are brave people. They're fighting these wars all over the place. You know, last week they had, I guess, I told you, close to 7,000 young soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed, 7,000 in 1 week. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'll be speaking to Putin. Now, I had a good meeting with Zelensky, and I had a lot of good meetings. We had a lot of good meetings with a lot of people, a lot of great leaders. But he's fighting a brave battle. It's a tough battle. Yeah. Go ahead, white dress.
Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Finland, Ilta-Sanomat. You have played golf with President Alexander Stubb. How do you see Finland as a NATO ally and partner, and how would you describe your relationship with our president?
Well, he's a very good golfer, okay? In fact, he was on his college golf team. He went to a good college in the South, as you know, a very good college, and he was a good golfer. We had a good time. I think my relationship's great. I want to buy icebreakers. You know, you're very good at icebreakers. And I actually made him an offer. I didn't go to Congress. They'll try and impeach me for this. But there's an old, it's not old, it's fairly new, but it's used icebreaker. And I offered him about 1/3 of what he asked for. But we're negotiating. We need icebreakers in the U.S. And if we can get some inexpensively, I'd like to do that. Actually, they'll fix it up, make it good. Also, we may buy some icebreakers. You know, you're the king of icebreakers, that particular country. They make them good. They make them really good, and they know what they're doing. And so we're negotiating with them for about 15 different icebreakers. But one of them is available now. It's old, and it's old. It's like 5-6 years old. And we're trying to buy it. I'm trying to make a good deal. That's all I do my whole life. My whole life, that's all I do is make deals. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, a question for NewsHour, Dutch TV. First of all, on Article 5, on your way here, you spoke about the commitment of the US to Article 5, saying, I'll give you my definition once we're here. What is your definition, and may the US commitment to Article 5 change in case some of the NATO members do not reach the threshold that was discussed today? My second question is following up on a colleague on Iran. What intel reports do say that everything over there was obliterated?
Yeah, well, there are numerous of those reports, and they're coming out fast and furious. But the most respected ones we've already seen. And I will say that on a very confidential basis, they're looking at the reports, like numerous reports, and including people going to the site and checking the site. And they're going to be having, I guess you're going to be having over the next couple of days a full, we're going to encapsulate it. But no, the site was obliterated, just like I said it was. And just like the pilots should be given credit for. As far as Article 5, look, when I came here because it was something I'm supposed to be doing, but I left here a little bit differently. I said, I watched the heads of these countries get up, and the love and the passion that they showed for their country was unbelievable. I've never seen quite anything like it. They want to protect their country, and they need the United States. And without the United States, it's not going to be the same. And you can ask Mark, or you can ask any of the people that were there. It was really moving to see it. They loved their country. They were so respectful of me because I'm the head of the United States. And I made, the King of Saudi Arabia, when I was in the Middle East. So I was in Qatar for a different reason, not a reason to get shot at. We were in there for economic development reasons, Qatar, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. All three leaders of those countries, and we took back $5.1 trillion into the United States. All three leaders said, you're presiding over the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest country. Everybody wants to be there. Everybody wants a piece of it. He said a year ago, your country was dead. You had a deadhead running it. You had a country that was dead, and it was dead. You had people pouring through the borders. You had inflation. You had everything. He said, you've made it in 5 months at that time. You've made it the hottest country. This is the hottest country in the world. The United States right now is the hottest country in the world. And when I was around that table, it was a nice group of people, many of whom I knew from previous. When I saw the passion they had for the country, almost everyone, and you probably have the tapes, it was very public, but almost every one of them said, thank God for the United States. Without the United States, they couldn't really have NATO. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. It will in the future because now they're paying much more money, but it wouldn't work. It was great. And I left here differently. I left here saying that these people really love their countries. It's not a ripoff. And we're here to help them protect their country. Okay, we'll do one or two more.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. A question on Spain. Are you satisfied with today's...
Oh, I think Spain's terrible what they've done. No, I do. They're the only country that won't pay the full up. They want to stay at 2%. I think it's terrible. And they're doing very well. The economy is very well. And that economy could be blown right out of the water with something bad happening. Spain is the only country that... Are you from Spain? Good, congratulations. you're the only country that is not paying. I don't know what the problem is. I think it's too bad. So we'll make it up. You know what we're going to do? We're negotiating with Spain on a trade deal. We're going to make them pay twice as much. And I'm actually serious about that. We're going to make Spain...
Make it pay
I like
twice
Spain.
as
I have
much.
so many people from Spain that it's a great place and they're great people. But Spain is the only country out of all of the countries that refuses to pay. And, you know, so they want a little bit of a free ride. But they'll have to pay it back to us on trade because I'm not going to let that happen. It's unfair. It's unfair to net. All right, sir, please. Go ahead, right in the back. Yeah, you tall one. The tall man.
Mr. President, Johannes Petra from Austrian National Television.
How are you?
You once said that you would end the Ukraine war in 24 hours. You later said that sarcastically.
Of course it was sarcastic.
But you've now been in office for 5 months and 5 days. Why have you not been able to end the Ukraine war?
Because it's more difficult than people would have any idea. Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult than other wars. I mean, look, we just ended a war in 12 days that was simmering for 30 years, frankly. We ended Rwanda and the Congo. They're coming to sign the documents. We've already signed basic documents, but they're coming, I think, to the White House on Friday. We ended, Serbia was going to go at it. But maybe the most important of all, India and Pakistan. And that wasn't whether or not they may someday have nukes like we're talking about in the Middle East, like we're talking about with Israel and Iran. This is they have nuclear weapons. I ended that with a series of phone calls on trade. I said, look, if you're going to go fighting each other, it was getting very bad. You know how bad that last attack was. It was really bad. If you're going to go fighting each other, we're not doing any trade deal. No, 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 you have to do a trade deal. I said, we're not doing any trade deal. And in fact, I had the general, which really was very impressive. The general from Pakistan was in my office last week. You know, Prime Minister Modi is a great friend of mine. He's a great gentleman. He's a great man. And I got them to reason. I said, we're not doing a trade deal if you're going to fight. And if you're going to fight each other, we're not doing a trade deal. And you know what? He said, no, I want to do the trade deal. We stopped the nuclear war. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Here's another beauty, Jeff. He is that beauty, all right. Go ahead.
Mr. President, to follow up on Ukraine, will the United States contribute any more money to Ukraine's defense this year to the $5 billion that allies are giving? And one question, you had another meeting with the Dutch opposition leader, Mr. Wilders. Can you tell us about that meeting? And are you upset about his anti-Muslim stance?
I'm not upset about it. It's just his view. He's unhappy with the way things are going in this country and various countries. He was an opposition leader, and I was asked to meet with the opposition leader by the people that are running. I think they have some deal where if you have a meeting, you're supposed to meet with an opposition leader. I said, that's strange. We don't do that. But I met with I didn't know him. He seemed like a very nice guy, but he's in opposition to the current people, and that was set up by the current people. So I assume when I met with the Prime Minister, you're supposed to meet with the opposition. We'll have to try that sometime in our country. Let's not do it. But I thought he was very good. As far as money going, we'll see what happens. There's a lot of spirit. Look, Vladimir Putin really has to end that war. People are dying at levels that people haven't seen before for a long time. Go ahead. Go ahead. White shirt. Oh, she's all excited.
So, BBC News Ukrainian. I would
Where are
like
you
to
from?
ask you. I'm from Ukraine.
Oh.
So my question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine. We know that Russia has been pounding Ukraine really heavily right now.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you're very, it's amazing.
And me with the kids, I'm in Warsaw actually, because he wanted me to be.
Is your husband a soldier? No?
He is.
He's there now?
Yeah.
Wow. That's rough stuff, right? That's tough. And you're living here?
In Warsaw.
And you're a reporter?
I am.
Good. So let me just tell you, they do want to have the anti-missile missiles, okay, as they call them, the Patriots, and we're going to see if we can make some available. You know, they're very hard to get. We need them too. We were supplying them to Israel, and they're very effective, 100% effective. Hard to believe how effective, and they do want that more than any other thing, as you probably know. That's a very good question, and I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's very upsetting to you. So say hello to your husband, okay? Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. You were criticizing.
Where are you from?
Bloomberg News.
Oh, Bloomberg.
You were criticizing the Federal Reserve Chair before coming to this summit.
Yeah, I think he's terrible.
I was wondering if you've begun interviewing different candidates for the Fed pick.
Yeah, I know within 3 or 4 people who I'm going to pick. I mean, he goes out pretty soon, fortunately, because I think he's terrible. We have no inflation. We have a tremendous economy. Hundreds of billions of dollars of tariff money is pouring in. Factories are being built because they don't want to pay the tariffs, so they're building them all over the country. I think we're close to $15 trillion. I told you 5.
Hvis dere lurer på hvorfor jeg shorter gull imellom her, er det fordi jeg hedger kontoen. Så jeg tar masse små tapp på vei oppover.
But we have no inflation. And we have borrowing because Biden stupidly, they did short-term debt. So we have borrowing coming up. And, you know, we'll go 10 years, maybe longer, maybe shorter, but we'll go a long period of time when we do the debt. And because of him, because of this guy, we will have to pay for years. We'll be paying for him. And I said to him, listen, there's no inflation. He says, but maybe there'll be some. And that's true. I said, if there is some, what you do is raise the rate. I'm okay with that. You raise the rate in 2 years from now or a year from now. But because the rate's high, we have to pay more for debt. It's pretty equal. In other words, if it's 4%, it's 4%. If you drop it a point, you'll pay 3%. So it's fairly equal. Not necessarily, but fairly equal. So we're going to end up paying maybe 2 points or 3 points more. 3 points would be about $900 billion a year because of this very average mentally person. He's an average mentally person. I'd say low in terms of what he does, low. Low IQ for what he does, okay?
Han sier at The Power er low IQ.
Instead of paying
Er det rå? Det er mobbing på høyeste sending.
We don't want to pay 900 just because he doesn't want to lower the rate. I said, if there's inflation in 2 years or 3 years or 1 year from now, you raise the rate. You take care of the inflation, among other things. But he's probably a very political guy, I guess. I don't know. I think he's a very stupid person, actually. All right, one more. Let's go. How about you? Go ahead. She looks so happy and everything.
Thank you.
That's why I
I'm
picked
from
her.
Spain too. I'm Ana Bu from La Vanguardia. I wanted to know if
You're where from?
Spain too. I wanted to know if you want to.
That's the Spain corner right there. Shouldn't have said that. That's okay. I do like Spain, by the way. I think it's unfair that they're not paying, but go ahead.
Are you going to negotiate directly with Spain about?
I'm going to negotiate directly with Spain. I'm going to do it myself. They're going to pay. They'll pay more money this way. You should tell them to go back and pay. You're a reporter. Tell them to go back. They ought to join all of those countries that are paying 5%. Spain's going to be just about the only one that's not. They were the most hostile toward.
Jeg skjønner ikke hva du sier, jeg. Purra hva da? Å, jeg purra? Jeg skjønner ikke hva du sier. Å ja, jeg kan purre. Jeg har sendt. Han har lest den, så er det fiksa.
What is your message then, sir, to the intelligence community when they present reports?
Har du snakker sånn der halvveis, liksom?
They presented a report that wasn't finished. We're talking about something that took place 3 days ago.
I understand that's
The report was done
So what
3 days
is
ago.
your...
Wait a minute.
Yes.
They didn't see it. All they can do is take a guess. Now, if you take a look at the pictures, if you take a look how it's all blackened, you know the fire and brimstone is all underground because it's granite and it's all underground. You don't show it. But even there, with all of that being said, the whole area for 75 yards around the hole where it hit is black with fire. The group that's run by this gentleman. In fact, you may want to talk about it for a second because we're going to issue a report. And I think it's not even a very exciting report at this point. It's been obliterated, totally obliterated. And they did a report, but it was like, if you look at the dates, it's just a few days after it
Understood,
happened.
sir.
So they didn't see it. They said it may be very severe. Go
Understood.
ahead.
Do you have a message for the intelligence community, though, in terms of unvarnished information getting to you? That it's not.
I don't
just-
really have a message. I would say issue the report when you know what happened. I wouldn't say that it could be severe or maybe not. They use the word severe. It could be severe or maybe it's not.
And briefly-
So people like you picked up and said, oh, it's not severe.
We're just-
No, the report was not a complete report. Yeah, the message was probably wait till you know the answer before you.
And sir,
go ahead.
did you not have a public component to your Zelensky meeting for a tactical reason with President Putin?
Let him answer.
Hello, Mr. Secretary.
Yeah. There's a reason the president calls out fake news for what it is. These pilots, these refuelers, these fighters, these air defenders, the skill and the courage it took to go into enemy territory flying 36 hours on behalf of the American people and the world to take out a nuclear program is beyond what anyone in this audience can fathom. And then the instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times, is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons, to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. Of course, we've all seen plenty of leakers. And what do leakers do? They have agendas. And what do? Do they share the whole information or just the part that they want to introduce? And when they introduce that preliminary, a preliminary report that's deemed to be a low assessment, you know what a low assessment means? Low confidence in the data in that report. And why is there low confidence? Because all of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment of what happened at Fordo, you better get a big shovel and go really deep, because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, oh, with low confidence, we think maybe it's moderate. Those that dropped the bombs precisely in the right place know exactly what happened when that exploded. And you know who else knows? Iran. That's why they came to the table right away, because their nuclear capabilities have been set back beyond what they thought were possible because of the courage of a commander-in-chief who led our troops, despite what the fake news wants to say.
But you're not disputing the report said what it said, even though it was initial.
The report said what it said, and it was fine. It was severe, they think, but they had no idea. They shouldn't have issued a report until they did. But we've gotten the information. I think Pete said it better than you can say it. And you know, you should be proud, you, especially you, should be proud of those pilots, and you shouldn't be trying to demean them.
No, there's
Those
a
pilots
difference
flew
between asking for
at
an
great
assessment
risk, a
and
big chance that
skill
they'd
of
never
the
come back home and see their
one
husbands
is
or their
questioning
wives.
the skill
Let
of
me
the
just tell you, you and NBC, fake news, which is one of the worst, and CNN, New York Times are all bad. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. You know what? You should be praising those people instead of trying to find some. By getting me, by trying to go and get me, you're hurting those people. They were devastated. You know, I got a call from Missouri, great state, that I won 3 times by a lot. And I got a call that the pilots and the people on the plane were devastated because they were trying to minimize the attack. And they all said it was hit. But, oh, but we don't think it was really maybe hit that badly. And they were devastated. They put their lives on the line, and then they have, and I'm not referring to you, but real scum come out and write reports that are as negative as they could possibly be. It should be the opposite. You should make them heroes and heroines. You should make them really people that they were so devastated when they heard this news. And you know what they said? One of them, I spoke to one of them, said, "Sir, we hit the site. It was perfect. It was dead on." Because they don't understand fake news, because they have a normal life, except they have to fly very big, very fast planes. But it's a shame. You should be making them heroes. All right, in the back. Go ahead, back, white, yeah. White jacket, yeah. Go ahead, give him a mic. Hello.
Deborah Haynes from Sky News. Mark Rutte, the NATO chief, who is your friend, he called you daddy earlier. Do you regard your NATO allies as kind of children?
No, he likes me. I think he likes me. If he doesn't, I'll let you know. I'll come back and I'll hit him hard, okay? No?
He
did it very affectionate. Daddy, you're my daddy.
Do you regard your NATO allies, though, as kind of like children, and they're obviously listening to you and they're spending more, and you're obviously appreciative of that, but do you hope that actually they're going to be able to defend themselves, defend Europe on their own, without...
I think they need help a little bit at the beginning, and I think they'll be able to, and I think they're going to remember this day. And this was a big day for NATO. You know, this was a very big day. They took it. One of the gentlemen said, you know what? We've been trying to raise money raise the rate for 30 years, he said, 20 years, from almost the beginning. And he's been there for a long time. He said, until you came along, it never happened. What you did is amazing. It's been sort of an amazing day for a lot of reasons, but also for that. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think they can do it without you, though, in the future? Can they do it without
the United
States?
I mean, you have to ask Mark, okay? So we're heading back. We're heading back. I want to thank these two gentlemen behind me. They're incredible people, both of them. They've done a fantastic job. And Susie's in the front, and she's done great. And Monica, thank you very much. It was quite an exciting time. And we're going to be heading back. We'll be back soon, and we'll see you in Washington, D.C. Remember this, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
All right, that was President Donald Trump holding the news conference in The Hague at the NATO conference, and along with the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Defense. Let's get the latest headlines coming out of that press conference, the latest takeaway from the NATO conference in The Hague with Skylar Woodhouse. She is a reporter for Bloomberg News. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Skylar, lots of headlines crossing the tape here. What's your takeaway here from the day trip of President Trump in The Hague?
Yeah, lots coming out of the press conference just there. I think one of the most notable moments is sort of how the president has responded to the attack in Iran. He was on the defense side, clearly upset with the way the reports have been coming out on how the attacks didn't hit, underground nuclear areas. So he was clearly on the defense there. And I think it's also just been really interesting to sort of see how, he's navigating his relationships with other global leaders and with Spain. And, there was a lot going on coming out of that press conference, including even criticizing Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Oh yeah, there was a lot coming out there. But let's go to Spain. He mentioned that if they're not going to pay the full defense budget of 5% of GDP, that they're going to double the tariffs, and that's how they're going to recoup some of the money. Is there any indication on your reporting or Bloomberg's reporting that that could be true?
Well, I think one thing that we've seen from President Trump throughout his presidency so far is he really wants to shift, how much the U.S. pays to other countries. So this really just falls in line with what we have seen from him since taking office, and this is a part of his, trying to lean into the U.S. paying less and having other countries sort of pay more.
Skylar, the president also said that the U.S. will meet with Iran, that he will be speaking with Putin. Do we have any details around that, or is that just rhetoric at this point?
Yeah, I think we'll have to sort of wait and see how this all comes together in terms of the meeting. The president did say that the U.S. will have discussions with Iran, so I think we'll just have to wait and see when those discussions actually happen. It says next week, but we'll also see what day and what that actually looks like, or even how involved the president is in those discussions. And even with his, with speaking with Putin, he has spoken with Putin, a couple of times here, but I think he's really trying to wrap the war up in Ukraine. So I think it'll be interesting to see how he handles his meeting with Putin.
All right, Skylar, we appreciate it. Thanks for jumping on with us. Skylar Woodhouse of Bloomberg News on Trump speaking at The Hague at that NATO summit. At the same time, Jay Powell is testifying to the Senate, saying things like it's very hard to predict how tariffs will show up in inflation and don't have a view on whether the dollar is overvalued, says the bond market's fine and functioning well. Let's get you caught up right now with the Bloomberg Business Flash, and for that, we go to Lisa Mateo.
You got it. We have the NASDAQ 100 set to extend its record-setting rally. We'll start with the NASDAQ right now, up 0.4%, 93 points. The S&P 500 up 0.1% or 10 points. The Dow, well, that's little change, down about 33 points. We have the two-year yield at 3.81%. That's down 1 basis point. The yield on the 10-year 4.32%, and that's up 2 basis points. Brent crude up 0.9% at $67 a barrel. We have the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index. That is little change. And Bitcoin right now just above 107,000. Shares of FedEx, they're down about 2.5%. The company warned its profit would be worse than expected this quarter. Also declined to offer guidance for the rest of the year. Then you have shares of BlackBerry. They're up 15%, raised its annual sales guidance following better than expected quarterly results. And finally, cereal maker General Mills, their shares are down about 3% after its outlook, well, it missed expectations. Consumers just pulling back on their grocery expenses. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now. I'm Lisa Mateo. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Coming up, we're going to get back to corporate earnings. FedEx reporting some numbers, some disappointing numbers. We're going to check in with Lee Klaskow, the Bloomberg Intelligence analyst, covering all that for Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Jeg tror ikke det skal ned, Lost in Heaven, men det er veldig mange som sitter med jævla dårlige marginer, for de har tradet på egen hånd, pluss at de har doblet kontoen sin. Så for å redde dem, så setter jeg en hedge, selv om jeg tar $2-3 i minus, for da blir kontoen deres fylt opp med masse marginer hvis det ramler. Så jeg bare beskytter kontoen hvis det kommer ned, så beskytter jeg kontoen hvis det kommer ned, og så tror jeg det skal videre opp. Så det er bare å ta vare på kontoene som har veldig lite marginer. Så da tar jeg $1-2 tap, som er veldig lite, og så får de flere 100% på marginene sine, hvis det gir mening. Så da offrer jeg $2-3 hvis det går gærent, og så får de masse på konto. Og når det går opp igjen, så tar den ut, og så går den videre opp, og så kan jeg gjøre det hele tiden. Da vil hele tiden marginene fylles på. Så det blir sånn små tap på de nye som følger meg, synd for dem, men så blir det at man redder kontoen til de som sitter med for dårlige marginer. For jeg hadde aldri shortet her. Det er kun fordi jeg vet at folk sitter ballefeil.
You're listening listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. They also cover all the economic stuff. And for that, we go to Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist. At the same time that we were listening to President Trump, Jay Powell is speaking to the Senate. There's a lot happening in terms of the dollar, the supplementary leverage ratio, a lot of market-moving things. What's the big takeaway so far?
Yeah, he's not saying anything that he hasn't said in the past. You know, the Congress and today's senators keep on hounding him about whether or not the big beautiful bill is a good thing or a bad thing for deficits and how it'll affect markets and the like. I think that you just brought up the supplementary leverage ratio. We'll get the proposal this afternoon, and people will be able to comment on that after we see it. You know, this is something that I think a lot of people have been talking about, the shift in the SLR, exempting treasuries as an example, as a way to increase liquidity. Personally, you know, my view is that it won't help markets as much as I think some people hope, in large part because there's other regulations that are the binding constraint for banks and dealers and why they're not intermediating markets as effectively as they were before the Basel III rules were put into effect.
So is there's no reason to think that this Fed is not going to wait a while. What is a while, do you think? I mean, it goes into that September meeting? Can it afford to wait till later in the year even?
Yeah, I think September will be the earliest that the Federal Reserve might make another move. And our call, though, is 50 basis points in December. So basically, the idea that the Fed will wait as long as they can before cutting, and then once they cut, they'll continue to cut. And
kind of what they did the last time, like a year ago.
Yeah, similar, right. But maybe a couple of 50 basis point cuts first, right? Basically get rates down 150 basis points over the course of 6 months or so is our current call. I think the Bloomberg Economics team, Anna Wong and her team, think it's a little bit slower than that. But you know, this Fed, I think in particular, doesn't want to be responsible for another uptick in inflation. So until we have a very clear idea about what tariffs are going to do, and inflation expectations haven't really changed very much, but you know, is there a need for them to cut rates? When you look at the unemployment rate where it is, historically still pretty low, not a lot of reason to think that the Fed needs to be in a hurry to cut.
So to that point, you were listening to Powell, so you didn't hear Trump, and he was asked about the Fed chair, and he was saying that what he said to Powell is, there's no inflation now, cut now. If inflation rises later, then hike rates later.
Yeah, the Fed doesn't operate that way, right? They know that the economic cycle takes a long period of time to gyrate. And the Fed...
You right there? He's having a coughing moment. You okay? Need some water?
I do need some water, I think.
Okay, let's try and get you.
We don't have any.
That's all right.
Okay, but I think Ira's Jersey point is that there's going to be economic cycle works differently. It's not as fast. The rate cuts take a while to actually come through. I'm just guessing that you're going to say this, that the rate hikes and cuts take a while to come through, so there's a lag, so it's not as easy as just lift rates up or down and up based on the numbers.
That's right. The long and variable lags of monetary policy are the thing that matters. So, Alex, nailed it on the head. I think I'm okay now. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I've been speaking quite a lot the last couple of days, as one can imagine. Not as much as Jay Powell, obviously,
right.
but quite a lot. And you know, the Fed, even though we're going to have a new chair, and there's a lot of talk about will that new chair be very dovish, it is a committee, right? So Jay Powell doesn't do any of this in a vacuum. There are members of the Fed who are relatively hawkish. You look at the dot plot that we got last week, and when I was on earlier, Paul asked about, you know, the Federal Reserve meeting last week, and one of the things that we did receive was this dot plot that showed that basically a large minority of the Fed, right, so a third of Fed members think that they shouldn't cut at all this year, according to the dot plot. So we have to take all of those members into account, regardless of who President Trump ultimately appoints, and you know, those people think that the economy is going to remain pretty good for the rest of the year.
What are the auctions telling us these days?
Yeah, the Treasury auctions have gone okay. Yesterday's 2-year auction wasn't great. We have a 5-year auction today with all of this other stuff going on.
Yeah, we do. And 7 tomorrow. You got water right there, by the way.
7 tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I think it's like over 100 billion over the next 2 days, right?
Yeah, so a lot of debt being issued. Now keep in mind, what's interesting is that we're actually not raising a lot of money with this debt because there's a lot of debt maturing. So if you think about all the 5-year notes that were that are coming due on the same day, we're actually raising only a very little bit from these coupon auctions. And meanwhile, we still have the debt limit to talk about. That's something that's like not on anyone's radar, but a super important thing that is affecting the way that the Treasury Department is issuing debt right now. Because even though we have this 5-year auction and it'll probably go fine, it'll go okay. Sevens tomorrow might be a little bit more interesting because we do have it is a little bit more risk, a little bit more duration. It's a sector that there's a lot of futures contracts that are based on the 7-year. But T-bill issuance is going down, and actually this week the government is actually paying down debt using cash to repay those T-bills because the debt ceiling is still in effect, and that the government is going to default in late August, probably, according to our model, if the debt ceiling is not raised. Now they'll raise it, but again, it is affecting the way that the funding markets are working right now.
All right, great stuff, Ira. Always good to see you. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, joining us there. As a reminder, if you want to watch Jay Powell testifying at the Senate, you can go ahead to TV. TV is broadcasting to you live. We're going to take the company angle and talk about FedEx in just a moment. And for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio, Sirius XM, channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio on Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now with the equity market a little bit mixed. S&P up 110.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. Welcome to Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We have a great hour lined up for you. If you want to listen to Jay Powell, you can head over to TV. That testimony with the Senate is being broadcast here. We're going to focus on a lot of the company action. Lee Klaskow, Bloomberg Intelligence, will help us break down FedEx. Also, Diana Rosera Pena, Bloomberg Intelligence consumer staples analyst, will dig into General Mills. Those North American sales not great. David Kudla, founder, CEO, and chief investment strategist at Main State Capital, will also join us, and Michael Halen, Bloomberg Intelligence senior restaurant and food service analyst, on the winners and losers of the restaurant industry as the valuations really start to widen out. Let's get you caught up right now with the Bloomberg Business Flash, and for that we go to Amy Morris down in D.C.
Thank you, Alex. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by IBKR. Will U.S. oil production exceed 13.4 million barrels per day for April 2025 at IBKR Forecast Trader? The yes was recently at 39%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading day for this contract is June 29th. Wall Street traders drove gains in stocks, pushing the S&P 500 closer to its all-time high. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 0.1%. NASDAQ up not quite 0.5%, and the Dow is down 0.1%. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.32%. The 2-year yield at 3.81%. Checking NYMEX crude oil now, it is up more than 1% higher, and Brent crude also 1.4% higher. Fed Chair Jay Powell on Capitol Hill, a second day of congressional testimony, and he's sticking to that message that the central bank remains in wait-and-see mode.
Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment.
Hello.
Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer-run objective.
Fed Chair Jay Powell testifying before the Senate Banking Committee. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are also streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Live Podcast. That's where you'll find us. And if you got a smart TV, just search Bloomberg Pursuits, and we will pop up there for you. Let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. I'm Paul Sweeney along with Alex Steele, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Norma Linda. Norma, what are you looking at?
A couple names that I'm keeping an eye on this morning. I'm looking at shares of Bumble, that's ticker BMBL. We're seeing shares surging for double-digit gains, up as much as 27%. Now, this is the highest level since February, and this is after it reported adjusted EBITDA forecast. They boosted that there, and also that was for the guidance for the second quarter. But one thing that I really am looking at here for the company is that it announced 30% job cuts as it additionally raises that quarterly outlook that we were just talking about. And so it'll actually be slashing about 1/3 of its staff. And we're really seeing a lot of these dating apps really just trying to figure out how to market to some of the younger users and what the dating environment is like right now. So we are seeing the company down about 25% year to date. But of course, the street is really celebrating the fact that they're trying to make some strategic developments here.
This is literally apropos of nothing, but I feel like I know a lot of younger people now in their 20s who are like dating and marrying before 30.
Yep.
Which is totally different than my generation.
It.
So like they don't even make it to a dating app because they've already found the person in college or something.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, this is, whatever. Anyway, moving on, FedEx. Different story.
FedEx, definitely a different story here. Let's take our FDX. This has really been a name that's been in focus throughout the day. A lot of people consider this to be a bellwether of the economy. We're seeing shares of the company down as much as 5.8%. That's the most since April 10th. But of course, this is after the company said that it warned that its profit would be worse than expected this year. And it also opted out of offering guidance for the rest of the year, essentially saying that they don't really know what it'll look like. But I mean, I think a lot of people were expecting this, especially as we see a lot of these companies citing tariffs as being a concern given the uncertainty there. But they also did talk about, of course, the trade war and U.S.-China shipments deteriorating sharply just last month. So lots of action happening right now in the space, but we're seeing shares down about 20% year to date.
BlackBerry, I didn't even know was still a thing.
See, I didn't know that this still existed. That's why I had to bring it up.
Yeah,
I was like, we have to talk
Remember when
about
the ticker was
this one.
RIM? Anyway, Research in Motion? No, you're too young for that. Remember that?
Yes.
See, I missed that one. But ticker today is BB here. We're seeing shares jumping as much as 30%. It's seeing its best day of the year right now. Really seeing a jump here. But of course, this is after it boosted its revenue forecast for the full year. We're seeing some analysts that are positive about the company's forecast, and they even hiked some of their price targets on the stock. But I'm looking at RBC saying that the outlook still seems to be a bit conservative, but it assumes an uncertain auto macro environment. But up about 30% this year. But if you look over the past 12 months, this stock is up 122%.
All right, very good. Norma Linda, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Norma Linda covering the equities for Bloomberg News. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our new Stock Movers Reports. Listen for the 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Let's get the latest news coming out of the Middle East. President Trump at the NATO summit in The Hague said he believes the bombings of the nuclear facilities effectively meant the conflict was over. Ethan Bronner, Israel bureau chief, Bloomberg News. He's based in Tel Aviv. Ethan, is it the belief on the ground in Israel that the war is, as President Trump said, over?
They don't want to contradict the president too much too publicly. Look, I think the first issue that has arisen in the last couple of days is how much damage was done to Fordo and to the other sites, right? And we had this surprising Defense Intelligence Agency low confidence report suggesting that not that much damage was done to it. The president disagreed with that. The Israelis disagree with that. So the Israelis put out a statement today saying it was set back by many years. It was very badly damaged. And the Iranians have also said it was badly damaged. That's the central question. So the Israelis are saying if that's the case, we're fine with where we are right now.
Is there any indication that Israel will send its own experts in to check? I mean, I doubt that that would be possible. But what's the procedure for something like that?
I don't think that they have it. They're not going to be able to go in officially. The president did say at the NATO summit that Israeli agents had gone in and checked on it. Now, I don't know whether that's true. If it's true, I'm sure they're not very happy that he revealed it, but it could well be true. The penetration of Israel has had inside the Iranian nuclear industry is remarkable. So it's possible that they've already done it.
So, Ethan, are there ongoing military operations by either Israel or Iran right now against each other?
No, there are not. I mean, there is a ceasefire, absolutely. Each has stopped hitting each other. And it looks like, for the Israelis say they got 75 or 80% of the missile
Kommer strax tillbaka.
that Iran has, and a large percentage of their missiles, some percentage of it, maybe half. So that's a big deal. And then there's of course, the whole nuclear question. What the Israelis are basically saying is, if we have to go back in one day, we will. Now, will that be okay with President Trump? We shall find out. But, there was talk about whether there's going to be something written down about this ceasefire. Both the Israelis and the Americans are kind of saying, no, really necessary for us. Thank you very much. So we'll see what happens next on that.
What is the relationship currently between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Look, I think it's pretty good. Obviously, it's like any marriage. I mean, they get along quite well. They fight at times, but I don't think I think it would be a mistake to imagine that just because Trump yelled yesterday, that everything has gone to hell, that they don't have a good relationship. They've worked very, very well together in these weeks and months, and I think they will again. I really do. I don't think the relationship is bad.
So what are next steps for Israel?
I think right now Israel has 15,000 people that are homeless because these missiles really did a hell of a lot of damage, and they spent about 40 billion shekels on this war, and they've got to start. They've started to reopen. Restaurants are reopening. Schools are back in. The airport is open. So there's that element of what's next for Israel. What's next for Israel about Iran is I think they will continue to watch it very, very closely, continue to monitor and continue to coordinate with the United States. And if they see a rebuilding that matters to them, then I think they'll take action. But I don't see that happening in the coming weeks or months.
Before we let you go, let's just shift the location to Gaza. And what's the latest there?
I can't see much progress at the moment. I mean, again, we have here kind of two views. One is that, well, if Iran has been badly damaged and Iran is the sponsor of Hamas, then Hamas is going to be more flexible in handing over the remaining hostages. But I don't know that that's true. I think that Hamas is also standing firm about what it wants, which is to get rid of Israel out of Gaza. So at the moment, I'm unaware of there being any actual progress of any kind.
All right, Ethan, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. As always, Ethan Bronner, he's Israel Bureau Chief, Bloomberg News. He is in Tel Aviv, boots on the ground. We love getting his reporting. We appreciate some time for him. FedEx reported some numbers. Let's get back to the corporate earnings. Disappointing. They're saying tariffs are having an impact on their core shipping business. Let's get the latest on that. Lee Klaskow, Bloomberg Intelligence, Senior Transport, Logistics, and Shipping Analyst, and host of Bloomberg Intelligence Taking Transports podcast. If you like railroads, trains, trucks.
Wait, he has a
big
podcast?
ships, he has a podcast.
He's joining the cool kids now.
He is. And if you're into all that logistics, transportation stuff, this Talking Transports podcast is the place for you, so go check it out. Lee, FedEx, what did they tell on the street today?
So their last quarter was a decent quarter, but the quarter looking forward, their first fiscal quarter, is not going to be a great quarter, and that's really just given the uncertainty that is being driven by the tariffs. So, they're seeing weakness in their B2B business, they're seeing weakness in their industrial kind of end markets, and they're obviously seeing some weakness for volumes that are coming out of China into the United States. So, these are kind of the headwinds that they're facing. FedEx is doing what it can. It has a couple of initiatives where it's trying to take permanent costs out of its network, because at the end of the day, the company is transitioning from one that used to be B2B, business to business, is mostly, the growth really is B2C, so that e-commerce business, which is more expensive to deliver. So what they're trying to do is create a more efficient network. And unfortunately for them, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes a long time. And this is a kind of a journey that they've been going through for the last couple of years.
here's what was confusing to me is that UPS did the same thing, like in the last quarter. Like they were like, it's uncertain, we don't know what's going to happen. FedEx did the same thing, but the stock got really punished in after hours, and I appreciate it's just down 2% now, but why wasn't this already baked into the stock?
That's a good question. I was thinking about getting uncertain tattooed on my forehead because I say it so much. But
don't do that. That's going to hurt.
I'll probably spell it wrong too.
Gull må gjennom 33 for å gå videre oppover, så neste target 344 da. Som bare ser. Men det liksom, igjen, jeg tar masse sånne små tap med vilje for å holde kontoene på nedsida. Så dere nye, hvis de lurer på hvorfor jeg tar $2 et tap, $3 et tap, $2 et tap, så det forklaringen. Jeg må bare fortsette å si det for de nye som følger meg.
The stop and go aspects of the tariffs can be really confusing and disruptive to supply chains, which is obviously, FedEx and UPS, they're core to move that freight around the world.
What's their, when you look at FedEx businesses, what's their exposure to China? How are they exposed to China?
Well, they're exposed on their express businesses, so they fly things from all around Asia, and China is the largest aspect of that to the United States. It could be anything from commercial goods to consumer goods. So they do have a decent exposure. One of the other things that FedEx does is they're in the less than truckload business, which also came in a little below expectations, and that's been a tough business that's really kind of geared towards that industrial economy. So when you see the ISM being in contraction territory for 29 of the last 31 months, that's really weighing on that business. And FedEx does plan on spinning out that business sometime, next year.
So what's the right question then to be asking for a FedEx and a UPS at this point? Because as you point out rightly, the uncertainty trade for transports is definitely front and center. Like no one's going to have a firm outlook. So what's the next question?
I guess the next question is how are you restructuring your networks to be able to handle the more expensive home deliveries that we're all accustomed to? So we're all accustomed to free shipping. When you order something online, how are they going to facilitate that at the lowest cost that they possibly can? Because they face competition. The FedEx and UPSs of the world, they face competition from local players, from gig economies, from the U.S. Postal Service, and so they really need to bend that cost curve lower to be able to drive better margins. And UPS and FedEx have been again trying to restructure their networks, and I guess the real question is when is it going to end and when can we see margins start improving? But I don't think that's going to be a 2025 calendar year story. I think that might be more of a 2026 story. And as things normalize and buying begins to grow again, I think that should really generate pretty good margins in these types of businesses.
And Lee, let's pivot just here at the end here. You also cover the big ocean shipping companies. What are they seeing in terms of freight and cargo and all that kind of stuff? Again, in a world where we're operating with some uncertain tariff levels.
Yeah, well, they're enjoying the disruptions that are created, the geopolitical disruptions, because those are pushing rates higher than they probably need to be. So that's for them a net positive. The net negative, to your point, is on the volume side. We are seeing a surge of freight that's going to be heading to Southern California in the weeks to come. And so that is an incremental positive. But the problem is these surges in freight demand could create air pockets and much tougher to second half comparisons when it comes to volume. So you could have strong volumes near term, but kind of weaker volumes with the months heading months further out.
All right, Lee, always a pleasure. Thank you so much, Lee Klaskow. He joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence. He covers all the transports there. He's senior transport logistics and shipping analyst. He's joining that podcast train. There's a Bloomberg Intelligence Talking Transports podcast. I thought we were the only BI podcast.
No, he's
look at that.
There's a lot of them out there. Those apps. So check it out. Yeah.
All right.
You're the experts, so.
Coming up, Diana Rosera Pena, Bloomberg Intelligence consumer staples analyst, will be joining us, and General Mills Earnings Plus. David Kudla, founder and CEO and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management, will be joining us to get his take on what to do in the markets. what do you do with an S&P like less, like what, 40 points away from another record? What do you make of that?
Crazy round trip. And again, if you went to sleep New Year's Eve and woke up today, you're like, nothing happened.
Even in the last 10 days,
Exactly.
12 days, nothing would have happened. Anyway, more coming up. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Amy Morris. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, see if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. We do check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 pretty much flat, up 1 point. NASDAQ up 60 points. The Dow down 95 points. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.316%. The 2-year yield at 3.8%. WTI crude up about 1.5%. Brent crude up 1.4%. Purchases of new homes in the U.S. fell in May to a 7-month low. Rampant builder price cuts and sales incentives still fell short of alleviating affordability constraints. Sales of new single-family homes decreased 13.7%, below all estimates in a Bloomberg survey. Loop Capital predicts NVIDIA's value could reach $6 trillion, a 65% gain from its current $3.6 trillion market size. Analyst Ananda Barua raised NVIDIA's price target to $250, citing strong demand for its high-performance chips driven by AI adoption. NVIDIA shares right now more than 2.5% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. We appreciate that. As always, Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, up at the pantry on the 6th floor here, I start every morning around 6 a.m. with the bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios, and that is a General Mills product.
Can't go wrong with that.
They had some numbers that weren't very good. The company expects adjusted earnings per share to decline as much as 15% in constant currency basis this year. That's tough. Let's go to Deanna Rossetto Pena. She's a consumer staples analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So, Diana, General Mills, weak earnings outlook. Talk to us about what's going on in their business.
So it's pretty much what is happening across the packaged food industry. Volumes are not coming in, and they're going to have to invest more in pricing. So cutting prices as well as weak volume, it's basically flattish to negative organic growth. And that is obviously with a negative product mix is probably going to go down the P&L.
But why? Like, we still got to eat. So, and these are staples, right? So what's the problem?
Well, basically, there's a greater private label penetration. People are being more strategic with their spending, and they're not.
And so private label is like $3.65 from Whole Foods or something, right?
Yes, exactly. And in the past few years, retailers have invested a lot on private label brands, so the competition has become more fierce. And it seems that the brand equity that these companies used to have is not hidden anymore. Like, people are just not buying their products.
I'm one of them. I mean, before the pandemic and the inflation, I don't think I bought one private label thing ever. In fact, I felt strongly about brands, but now I'm like, screw it. And so we buy so many private label products now versus, and I don't know.
And you're not the only one. We're seeing, like, across all age groups, particularly for Gen Zs, they're less dedicated to brands than the older generations.
What do you do about that?
Yeah, then you have to make your own private label?
Well, some of these companies do have some private label, but obviously they don't break it down, and they're trying to make it not as evident. Obviously they want to invest, they want to increase marketing. They're gonna probably cut prices, which is why you see adjusted operating income probably gonna decline 15% over the next fiscal year.
Can they invest in their own private label brand, or is that market so saturated?
No, it's not necessarily like in the marketing side. That will fall on the retailer side to invest in their private label. But I'm meaning more on like this cereal, the branded cereal.
All right, I'm asking for a friend who may or may not be getting his first pet ever in his lifetime on July 16th, a dog, Australian Labradoodle. Talk to us about the pet food business. What's that like?
So they have been, it seems that part of their business stabilizing a little bit. They are now, and you probably will see Freshpet declining, I believe 4 to 5% today, because they're extending the Blue Buffalo brand into Freshpet.
So who's doing what?
General Mills is expanding Blue Buffalo into fresh food, fresh pet food. But fresh pet has like 90% of the market share. So obviously, that intrusion is probably hitting them. We're not necessarily that convinced. They weren't very forthcoming in terms of like the type of distribution. Obviously, this is more refrigerated food that needs a little bit different than like the boxes of cereal that they're used to. So we're still taking a look how they're going to distribute that and how they're going to kind of get share from Freshpet, which has like their own fridges and stuff.
What consumer staple brand is doing everything right?
I would say, wow, that is, from what I'm seeing, probably, I mean, like yogurt, like you're thinking about Chobani, like those guys seem to be.
So like a specialty health,
yes,
sort of,
like,
but staple-y place.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You have, high protein, like all of the good attributes that people are looking for. I think those are like the ones that would probably benefit from this.
And I'll tell you what I still buy the brand, Campbell Soup. Maybe that's just a kid thing.
That's definitely a kid
Definitely
thing.
a kid
But I feel that way about like generics. We talked about this at drugstores. Like you gotta get the real Band-Aids. Like if you don't get the real Band-Aids, they just fall off. It's just terrific. It's very upsetting. All right, Diana, thanks very much. Diana Rosera Pena, Bloomberg Intelligence Consumer Staples Analyst, joining us there. What do you do in the market? I mean, valuation is already high. We're a stone's throw away from a record high. David Kudla, founder, CEO, and Chief Investment Strategist at Mainstate Capital Management, joins us now. David, do you buy here around these record highs? Like, are we due for another pullback?
We're probably due for another pullback, Alex. I'll tell you, we're getting to that point where you kind of hold your nose and buy. And I say that because we've got a PE multiple in the S&P 500 over 22. It's richly valued, but we've been richly valued for a while. We certainly were earlier this year. And if we have the geopolitical tension, what happened in the Middle East seems to have calmed down we have a tenuous ceasefire, but it's calmed down for now. We're going to have the tax cut package that is going to go through by July 4th or soon after. It's battling its way through Congress. We've got record buybacks, corporate stock buybacks, and the economy is strong. We've got a Fed on hold. But I think that's, just the Fed needs to wait and see. Powell wants to wait and see how the tariff policy turns out. And that's probably the risk for the market is when we get towards that, July 8th, July 9th, they're not getting trade deals done, but do they get some done? Do they kick it down the road further so it doesn't become a big negative factor for the markets? But yeah, we're continuing to hold here certainly, and continuing to buy. I think it's still a good time to be constructive on stocks.
What sectors or what factors are you guys focusing on these days if you are still buying?
Yeah, so the thing that's really had an explosive move off the bottom in early April is the technology, AI type stocks that sold off so deeply. So that's been a good area for investors, and that we've ramped back up as tactical asset allocators. We're constantly tactically reallocating portfolios. So we were, a little bit of risk off on the way down and then risk back on the way up. What we've continued to maintain, though, is our exposure to gold. There are some factors there that we just believe there's a secular move in gold higher. So we have that in all of our tactical portfolios. The news we got today about NATO with President Trump's meeting over there that they have agreed to ramp up their spending to 5% of GDP. We knew we had some fiscal stimulus coming from military spending from Germany and the broader EU. That's going to ramp up even more. Now, they have to get there over the next decade, but as they do that, that strengthens what I've been talking about on the show as our overweight in Europe, which is trading at a discount to U.S. stocks. We can get better valuations there. Their Fed is cutting rates. I'm sorry, the ECB, their equivalent of the Fed, the ECB is cutting rates. And so they have good monetary policy, and they're going to have fiscal stimulus that's going to be on for years into the future here. So there's really we think, still bullish case for Europe. And then, as far as bonds, we just think it makes sense to keep duration very, very short. We just think the risk there, the duration risk there, with what's happening with deficits and the debt in our country, it still makes sense to keep duration very, very short.
Going to Europe for a moment, how do you play it? Is it betting on the euro? Is it sort of defense stocks, or is it just the broad index?
Well, good question, Alice. We had both things working for us at the beginning of the year. We had Europe in rally mode. A lot of the market, a lot of bourse over there in rally mode, and we had the dollar weakening. So we had both of those factors that help our overseas investments. The strength of the underlying securities or gains in the underlying securities, and the FX portion, the currency exchange rate. What we may be looking forward to as we go forward. Right now, the dollar is still, it's weakened considerably, about 9% this year, the dollar index. It's weakening against the euro. If we see signs of a strengthening dollar, we might hedge those positions, right? Hedge the currency out of the equation. But for Europe itself, there's just overall broad strength there in the euro. SOC 50, 600, you can play that in a lot of ways. Certainly their defense stocks are doing well and are going to continue to do well with the military spending that they've signed up for.
David, you mentioned the dollar. The Bloomberg Dollar Index is off about 9% from its recent high start of the year. Even though stocks have bounced back and some other risk assets have bounced back, what do you make of the dollar's, I guess, underperformance?
Yeah, we've had a reaction function this year for the dollar relative to rates, relative to what's going on. The dollar weakening under circumstances where it typically hasn't in the past. When we try to look at history, we do that in the eyes of what makes sense, the normal reaction function. What's happened is with all the QE that the Fed has introduced to artificially manipulate markets, some of those reaction functions aren't the same anymore. So it's getting very tricky on the dollar. There have been some shorts that have gotten hurt, some longs that have gotten hurt because they're looking at traditional reaction function. Mm-hmm. We just need to monitor it very closely. For now, if the Fed does cut, we would expect that to weaken the dollar further. But we've had some odd reaction functions of the dollar based on what else is happening, factors that typically affect it.
All right, we gotta leave it there. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, David Kudla, founder, CEO, and chief investment strategist at Mainstay Capital Management. So the Fed kind of on hold, wait and see. So what does that do to that yield-sensitive sectors like commercial real estate? There you go.
I see where you're going.
Yeah, you see that? All right, Laura Rappaport, the founder and CEO of Northbridge, will be joining us on the state of commercial real estate. Where is there still good value here, and where do you just really need those rate cuts? This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
Tror vi har Goldman Sachs nå, så venter et nytt rønn på gull. Opp.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Amy Morris. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by IBKR. Will the U.S. Consumer Sentiment Index exceed 56 in July of 2025? At IBKR Forecast Trader, the yes was recently at 24%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. Last trading date for this contract is July
40 poeng I pluss på shortmen på
crossing the
Nasdaq.
Bloomberg terminal, the Wall Street Journal is reporting Shell is holding early stage talks to acquire rival BP in what would be the largest oil deal in a generation. People familiar with the matter say talks between company representatives are active. Shell shares now down close to 1%. Purchases of new homes in the U.S. fell in May to a 7-month low. Rampant builder price cuts and sales incentives fell short of alleviating affordability constraints. Home builders now struggling to maintain their order books amid mounting economic challenges, including mortgage rates stuck near 7%, higher materials costs because of tariffs, and a slowing labor market. The rally that drove the S&P 500 to a striking distance of its all-time high starting to waver now. Bonds and the dollar posting small moves as Fed Chair Powell has his second day of testimony before Congress. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 now flat. NASDAQ up 49 points. The Dow is down 94 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.32%. The 2-year yield at 3.8%. Bumble plans to reduce its global workforce by about 240 roles. That represents about 30% of the company. Bumble also boosted its adjusted EBITDA guidance for the second quarter, the guidance beating the average analyst estimate. Shares of Bumble now 19% higher. And Tesla new car sales in Europe fell for a 5th straight month in May. CNBC reporting data from the European Automobile Manufacturers Association show how customers are pivoting to cheaper Chinese electric vehicles. Tesla shares now 5.5% lower. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
Hi, Amy Morris. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. That's the internet. You go over to YouTube and search Bloomberg Podcast Live. That's where you find us. Alex and I like to stay on top of this commercial real estate story. It's been one of the most fascinating stories going into and coming out of the pandemic, with what the change in how people work and live and all that kind of stuff, and how's that impacting different parts of the economy, including commercial real estate. Laura Rappaport joins us here. She's a founder and CEO of Northbridge. She joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Laura, talk to us about Northbridge. You guys primarily are in the financing, the capital market side of the commercial real estate business. Is that right?
Exactly. So Northbridge is a Carlyle portfolio company focused on real estate private credit. And in particular, we are a leader in something called C-PACE financing, which is for all assets nationwide. And we work on everything from refinancings and rescue capital to renovations and new construction.
So in commercial real estate writ large, I mean, it's office, it's multifamily, it's retail, it's a lot of different things. How are things out there?
It's a very bifurcated market. Certain asset classes are performing exceptionally well. Well-leased multifamily, well-located multifamily. There's tremendous liquidity, tremendous demand. Same for retail and even Class A office. What's happening in other sectors, though, is if the fundamentals aren't strong, if the sponsorship isn't strong, those assets are very challenged. And it can be challenged because not that the asset itself is impaired, but the capital markets around it. There's $3 trillion of loans coming due in the next 3 years. And many of these loans who have these maturities were made in an interest rate environment of nearly zero.
Right.
And so now the asset might not be able to be refinanced, and the cost is in excess of the value. And so you have a situation for some of these assets might not be distressed because the real estate's not distressed, but the capital markets are. And so creative solutions like private capital are coming in to really fix the gap.
So, would someone come to you to replace a bank mortgage they have on a piece of property because maybe are your
Yes, we're coming in, again, from everything from a meaningful part of the staff for a renovation or a new construction for a ground-up multifamily to office, as well as coming in to be part of rescue capital. We're passive, in particular the C-PACE financing we do is passive. So we can come in and be able to pay down a lender, a bank, a blend and extend, or pay for TIs and LCs, and really be part of a solution. We're the capital market solution, so it's kept us very active. We're also seeing banks pulling back. Valuations have come down. The lending standards have tightened. There are banks that are overweight and they don't have the ability to lend. And so what's happening then? Again, back to fundamentals and private credit coming in to fill that gap, and we're very much part of that.
So if I'm a multi-family developer, I want to go to a smart market, a growing market like in Nashville, Tennessee, do I go to my local Nashville bank? Do I come to somebody like you? Do I, can put you guys in competition, pair you off against each other? How do I do that?
Yes to all the above. I think it's, the thing I like about the market is it's very efficient. And so for well-located, strong fundamentals on real estate and sponsorship, there's a tremendous amount of capital. What we're also seeing is that in areas where some of these, they need more leverage than previously before, the banks aren't able to get up to the 70, 80% leverage. That's where interesting capital stacks with a lot of structure are coming in to solve those solutions. And so that's where we're playing a meaningful role, bringing down the cost of capital and providing proceeds to to solve much needed problems in capital stacks.
One is also office to residential conversions.
Yeah.
Okay. We always hear about that being this perfect solution, but it's actually quite difficult to make that happen. What are you seeing in that? How do you play in that?
So I have being a former developer, I have a very strong view on this. Not all real estate's created equal. In fact, with real estate, the one thing you can't move is the location. But in particular, there's a lot of noise around this. In fact, for the last 25 years, the office market has been increasing. And this year, there is a 23 million square foot of office being removed, either repurposed or being extinguished, which seems like a lot. There's a lot of information around this. But if you put that in context of a national 97 billion square foot market, we're talking about a couple of basis points. So if you look at the office to residential conversion, that is a potential part of the solution, is not the only solution in certain key areas like New York City, where we have a national housing crisis, and certainly in New York, we also have a major housing crisis. But it's not going to be the only way to do it. Further, being able to take a building and convert it is very challenging. You have to think about the location, and if the building is able to be converted, does it have the right floor plate, light, and air? There's a lot of things that need to be taken into consideration. So it can be done, but it's also very complicated and has to be looked at on an asset-by-asset basis.
Several years ago, when it became clear that people weren't going to be rushing back to work even though they were fully vaccinated and you could do so, Bloomberg News put out a great article that I still reference to this day, talking about 3rd Avenue, New York City. You're a New York City person, native. You know what's going on here. 3rd Avenue between Grand Central and, say, right here where Bloomberg is, 58th Street. They were calling out a lot of that stuff as really at risk. Big skyscrapers, maybe not A buildings, but it's 3rd Avenue in Midtown Manhattan. That's never going to be at risk. They were calling that out as being exactly the type of properties that are at risk. What are we seeing for those types of properties in major markets? Maybe they're not A-level properties. Do we have a sense of what their value is today?
Value is challenging. Cost is easier to peg. And part of the issue with value or the challenge is just the uncertainty in the market, which really comes to underlying rates inflation, and when does that stop, and when do you have, more of a calm so you can actually put a head in the ground? What we're seeing with places like Third Avenue, there have been some assets that are going to be successfully converted. There are also offices that will be great renovation opportunities, and some developers have done a really nice job with really repurposing space. But to your point, that's part of the market. That's a very specific part of the submarket, of the Midtown East submarket in New York City. And so you really have to take it into consideration of not some of these buildings will be able to be renovated, but it also favors places like Bloomberg Building, which are beautiful and really are the example of, new Class A construction where you have substantial collaboration. And that's favoring, that's maintaining value.
All right, thanks so much, Laura. Really appreciate it. Laura Rappaport, the founder and CEO of Northridge. Really appreciate that insight. Just some breaking news, Wall Street Journal reporting that Shell is in early talks to acquire rival BP. Bloomberg has had reporting on this as well, that Shell was mulling it over. The Journal now reporting that Shell's in early talks to acquire rival BP. Many analysts say, look, just the synergies alone, at some point, make it dumb to not do. All right, coming up, we're going to break down food service winners and losers with Bloomberg Intelligence.
Teknisk. Jeg tror alle skrek selv i dag. I dag skjer det svært lite, ass. Du er jævla choppy nå, det er ikke noe volum nesten. Det er helt stille.
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We cover all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. We talked earlier about General Mills and sort of the issues there with the private label brands and store brands. So let's take another look at consumer products, but look at it at the lens of restaurants and restaurant valuations, kind of the haves and have-nots. Michael Halen, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Restaurant and Food Service Analyst, joins us now fresh out of a recent report. So I asked Diana this, like, who's the winner in the consumer staples? And she was like, ooh, and it like took her a while to get there because it's really rough. Same question to you. Who are the winners in the restaurant biz?
You know, the two of the names that we really like this year are Cracker Barrel and Shake Shack.
Cracker Barrel, I still gotta go, man.
Yeah.
It's the goals.
They hired new CEOs last
year.
They're really focusing on improving the operations first and then the marketing there. And so we're really excited about some of the changes and some of the early results. You know, both of them we expect to outperform pretty significantly on the top line this year.
We need to pray.
Well, the Cracker Barrel, I mean, I know my way around a Cracker Barrel. I know where every little nudnik is in every store, because every store is the same, and then, of course, the same order, the Country Boy breakfast. But
what's in that again? Isn't that like
the Country Boy breakfast with the country ham.
Okay.
And you get the biscuits and gravy. It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. Unbutton yourself and sit right down.
Yeah, gotcha.
What are they changing here? What is it? Because that's kind of what they are, it seems like. Their DNA is kind of that type of stuff.
Yeah, so one of the first things they did was focus their menu. Right, there was a lot of items on there that were not selling very good and also bogging down the kitchen. That has made the experience better for the employees. Employee turnover has plummeted. It was down, high teens year over year in the last quarter. So that saves them a lot of money on training and things of that nature. As the longer your employees stay, obviously the better experience your customers get, and then people come back. They're also touching up the stores. They're going to remodel the stores. Lighting and paint are some of the things that they're going to do across all the stores. Some of the stores need more work. They'll do the floors as well. That's something they're starting to do. And then they're ramping up the marketing. So now that the operations are running well, they're doing more social media marketing, TikTok. They just had their first NASCAR race. Yeah. Named the Cracker Barrel 400 down in Tennessee, right?
Yeah, in Bristol.
And they're advertising on live sports as well as Bravo. There's huge overlap between casual dining fans and Bravo watchers, and so yes.
Did not see that coming. Yeah. So on the other hand, what are some of the companies that aren't doing so well?
Oh yeah, so some of the legacy casual dining brands, casual dining in general is having somewhat of a renaissance this year.
What's the examples of casual dining?
Chili's is the one. Chili's is rocking it.
Applebee's?
Absolutely, and Applebee's is not. So, so you got your preferences confused right now, backwards, I'd say. So yeah, Dine Brands, which owns Applebee's and IHOP, they're having a real hard time resonating with younger consumers and haven't been able to bring those consumers into the brand. They also have a large number of low-income consumers that visit those brands, and so that's really hurting their results. And then Bloomin' Brands, Outback Steakhouse is their biggest chain. They've same type of situation. They've struggled to bring in younger consumers into the brands, and their pricing got way ahead of itself. So if you compare them to Texas Roadhouse, it's a way more expensive experience, and yet maybe not a better product, not a better experience for the consumer, definitely not better service.
Your coverage is a great reflection of the consumer. What are your takeaways? How is the consumer out there? What do the restaurants tell?
They're doing all right. Last year was a restaurant recession. This year, results are better, and we expect them to get better in the second half. First quarter, there was some consternation, but it was a lot of bad weather. There was a bad flu season. There was some pullback by low and middle income consumers in March, but they seem to have rebound. Results have been pretty strong thus far, and the economic indicators that we watch are starting to get a little bit better. So,
are they valued appropriately for the conditions right now?
Well, me personally, I don't look at historical valuations because the market cycles change so much. I'm looking at it on a relative basis.
Okay.
Right.
Relative to what?
Relative to the peer group.
Okay.
Yeah, and so
I see.
And so it depends on the name, right? It definitely depends on the name, but I think restaurants are set up for a nice, strong second half. We also are going to have that tailwind of tax cuts. And so I think just having that be the narrative versus tariffs and war and whatever else, I think is going to help shift consumer sentiment and spending.
Just the quick service restaurants, which otherwise known as fast food, how are they doing?
Fast food is struggling. Number one, they're lapping harder comparisons from last year. Number two, they have more exposure to low-income consumers, which continue to be hurt by the inflation that we've seen, right? Okay. And number three, they've overbuilt. So since the pandemic, full-service chains, casual dining chains kind of pulled back on their development. They closed stores. Fast food has just been full steam ahead, opening stores. So supply and demand has gotten out of whack.
All right, Michael, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Really good stuff. I still got to make it to Cracker Barrel. Michael Halen, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Restaurant and Food Service Analyst, joining us on the winners and losers of restaurant valuations. All right, for our listeners in the U.S., here's a reminder. You can listen to us via satellite radio on SiriusXM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. And stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now in a market that's doing a whole lot of nothing. The S&P is flat. NASDAQ up by 0.2%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average off by about 0.2%. And the bond market, a little bit of selling. Nothing really going on. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump stands by his assertion that U.S. warplanes obliterated nuclear targets in Iran.
It's blown up. The kingdom come.
An early U.S. intelligence readout indicated Iran's nuclear program was only set back by several months.
President Trump says UN inspectors heading to the nuclear facilities just struck by those U.S. airstrikes are backing up his insistence that the strikes did devastate Iran's nuclear capability.
Numerous of them are getting to see the site, and the site has been demolished.
Dismissing reports about that leaked intel report as fake news. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Lawmakers in Iran began an effort today to suspend cooperation with UN inspectors. Trump said with an Iran ceasefire with Israel holding, U.S. officials will talk next week with the Iranians. Trump spoke after the NATO summit. CBS's Ed O'Keefe reports members agreed to spend more on the alliance.
Other member nations needed to up their spending to start matching the GDP levels of the United States. And so ultimately now the goal is to have everyone spend about 5% of their GDP in the next 10 years on a combination of troops and tanks and weaponry, but also the roads and bridges and seaports needed.
President Trump, who pushed for that spending increase, says Spain will pay on trade for resisting the spending hike. One more day of extreme heat in much of the East today. It hit a record for June of 101 yesterday in Boston.
It was terrible. It was terrible. It really was.
Jeanette and David were among the many who couldn't escape the triple-digit temperatures, which broke records on Tuesday.
That's what they said in, history, or, however long they've been documenting things like that. It was a scorcher.
We're sweating, you know what I mean? Everybody's getting aggravated with each other. Fights are starting.
Out here, the heat can take its toll on the most vulnerable, like Ollie.
You know, our bodies deteriorate quicker than most people because we don't have the correct nutrition.
James Rojas for CBS News, Boston.
Former Vice President Mike Pence is commending the January 6th attacker who refused a pardon from President Trump, as we hear from CBS's Michael Wallace.
Pamela Hemphill posted on social media a letter from Pence. In it, he expresses his admiration for her decision to refuse the pardon and accept responsibility for her actions. Hemphill pleaded guilty to a misdemeanor for her role in the attack on the Capitol. She says everyone there was guilty, and Trump's pardons just contribute to the lies and propaganda.
The Trump administration has found California's Department of Education and State High School Sports Federation violated civil rights law by allowing transgender girls to compete on girls' sports teams. This is CBS News. a posthumous appearance for a British pop star.
How these bands are put together is not normal. We weren't put together that way.
Liam Payne figures prominently in a new trailer for Netflix's upcoming singing competition series, Building the Band. It features the former One Direction member as a guest judge, alongside Nicole Scherzinger, Kelly Rowland, and host AJ McLean from the Backstreet Boys. The show wrapped production before Payne died in October at the age of 31 when he fell from a balcony at a hotel in Buenos Aires. Officials found alcohol, cocaine, and an antidepressant in his system. Building the Band premieres July 9th. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Manuscripts, lyric drafts, recordings, and scrapbooks from Stephen Sondheim have been donated to the Library of Congress, showcasing the creativity of one of musical theater's giants. The collection includes about 5,000 items. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
President Trump says talks with Iran resume next week. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. As the president tells NATO allies that war is over in the Middle East while singling out Spain for not paying its own way. We're going to get the latest on the president's trip to the Netherlands, just wrapping the summit now, what it means for peace in the Middle East and Ukraine, with Bloomberg Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall. Republicans still working to find common ground.
Ja, du kjøpte mer guller, men jeg kan det ikke.
We're going to get the view of Jay Timmons a bit later on this hour. He runs the National Association of Manufacturers, which is now predicting 1 million jobs lost if the bill doesn't pass. It's a conversation you don't want to miss. And a shock win in New York's Democratic mayoral primary. This is something. We'll have analysis from our political panel. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano and Republican strategist Ashley Davis at S3 Group will be along. The music's run out, so we better get to Amy Morris. We start, as always, on Wall Street with her view of the markets. How is it, Amy?
All right, thanks, Joe. Well, the Wall Street Journal earlier reported Shell is holding early-stage talks to acquire rival BP. It would be the largest oil deal in a generation. Now, Bloomberg reported in May that Shell was considering those talks. Sources now say talks are active. Carefully, U.S.-listed shares of BP are 6.5% higher. Shell ADR is down more than 3%. Let's check those markets for you. We do it all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 down 2 points, pretty much flat. NASDAQ is up 2 points. NASDAQ also up 50 points. The Dow is down 69 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.32%. The 2-year yield at 3.79%. WTI crude is up 1.8%, trading at $65.56 a barrel. Brent crude up 1.7%, now trading at $68.31 a barrel. Fed Chair Jay Powell on Capitol Hill, a second day of congressional testimony. He stuck to his message that the central bank remains in wait-and-see mode. He also insists they have to move carefully until they know more about the impact of the tariffs.
One time could be the base case, but in a situation like this where the process could go on for a long time, where the effects could be large or small, it's just something you want to approach carefully in a world where inflation is not back to 2%. And that's our job. If we make a mistake here, people will pay the cost for a long time.
Fed Chair Jay Powell testifying before the Senate Banking Committee. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy, many thanks. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power.
On
Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio, channel 121 on Bloomberg Originals. And
more
options to be need here. Go to YouTube, search Bloomberg Business News Live, and you'll find the radio program on TV, a revolutionary concept here at Bloomberg. As we count the ways, Donald Trump making his way from the NATO summit in the Netherlands. Just boarding the jet. Are we wheels up, James? Air Force One wheels up, declares producer James, which makes it official around here. Having held a news conference a short time ago, making a lot of news in his trip, pretty brief trip to the Netherlands here, with a celebratory dinner last night. Everybody was feeling
good. Jeg trodde ikke at krigen skulle bli avbrutt så fort.
Today, holding a news conference on the way out.
Jeg trodde det skulle vare litt lenger enn
from the Fed to geopolitics. Of course, the focus of this summit, Iran, is something that everyone was asking about.
Jeg var jo shortgull
hele forrige uke. Going to resume. The president says next week. Here he is.
Og så gikk jeg long gull når det ble krig på fredag.
Exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with the historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like the right name. It was a 12-day war. And we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so.
Not to be confused with the 7-day war. President Trump speaking with reporters. There are a couple of interesting exchanges with Bloomberg reporters today, including our own Josh Wingrove. Tyler Kendall is stateside here covering all of this, and of course joins us frequently from the North Lawn of the White House, where it's 100 degrees today. She's with us in studio right now. Tyler, it's great to see you. Welcome back, as always. So let's get to this. Let's start with Iran. Are we talking about actual U.S. officials at a table next week? Are we talking intermediaries, or don't we know?
So that's one of the biggest questions here, because in President Trump's words, as we heard him from the NATO summit, he said that the war is effectively over, though we should note that we haven't seen a long-term negotiated settlement signed yet by either of these sides. And he said, in his words, that he's not in a rush for the nuclear talks to resume, but at the same time did confirm that the U.S. would be speaking with Iran next week. There's a lot of different threads that we could pull on here.
Yeah.
Another was that he had suggested that perhaps one of the biggest open questions, which is where is that stockpile of enriched uranium? He suggested that it was buried underground. We had heard this also previously from the Vice President, J.D. Vance, but so far from the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, which keeps track of this, they've yet to verify that, and they say that their inspectors haven't yet reached the site where they are looking to survey the damage.
Yeah, interesting, because it is widely believed that it has gone missing somehow. The president says it's under concrete, steel, and granite, I think was his answer, which would be news if we could get some evidence toward that. With regard more broadly to the destruction of Iran's nuclear facility, it was really interesting to hear from the president, because he's talked about, obliterating this. My microphone is going away on me here. Both of our microphones need some love here. But the president insisting that it had been set back decades. Fordo all collapsed. But then he also said the intelligence was inconclusive. We don't know, he said. It could have been very severe. But I think we could take away, we don't know, it was very severe. What does that mean?
Right. We're reading through the president's words here. He spent a lot of time disputing reports about this preliminary assessment, one that Bloomberg News had confirmed as well, that showed that there had been limited damage when it did come to these strikes. President Trump had said, in sort of his defense of this, that they should have waited to release this report. And I will also say that you had retired General Frank McKenzie on the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday, who also said that there should be some caution here when it does come to preliminary reports, because it ultimately does take time to survey the full extent of the damage. Now, sources familiar do tell Bloomberg News that this preliminary report finds that it set Iran's nuclear program back several months to potentially a year. And then we actually heard from the Israeli Prime Minister, who posted on X right before President Trump took the stage to give remarks, saying that it had set back Iran's ability to develop a nuclear weapon by many years, but of course that is far from obliterated.
Yeah, well, true, and we just don't know still, and it could take some time. Following our conversation with General McKenzie last evening on the late edition of Balance of Power, it could be some time before we have any conclusive read on this. I want to get to NATO defense spending with you here, Tyler. The president did talk about this as well, 5% being the new target for our NATO allies.
Det derfor jeg sitter live, Lost in Heaven, og de sitter bak noen skjermer og gjør all din dritt live.
In a very historic milestone this week, the NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% of GDP, something that no one really thought possible. And they said, you did it, sir, you did it. Well, I don't know if I did it, but I think I did.
Then there's Spain, which is sitting at 2% based on what we know. The president saying that we're going to have them pay for it through trade now. What do we know about this?
So that is still going to be an open question here. So some of these member nations, when it comes to the NATO alliance, have brought up concerns that, one, it's going to take a long time to actually get their spending up. And then also they're beholden to their own voters and constituencies. And perhaps they need to make sure that this is going to be viable domestically. We should also say our analysts at Bloomberg Economics, who are just amazing, they had already crunched the numbers on this, and they found that borrowing by these economies in order to finance this type of spending would add about $4.6 trillion to debt piles over the next decade. Now, keep in mind here, when it comes to Spain, President Trump had suggested that they could pay for this some kind of trade deal, but of course, Spain is part of the European Union, which is negotiating as that 27-member nation bloc when it does come to the tariff. So we're still waiting on some sort of further details there, whether or not Spain could potentially be targeted in that broader EU trade deal. But just broadly going back to the idea of boosting defense spending, that really was a goal of President Trump's, one that he has lobbied for a pretty long time. He's touting this as a win. It is 5% goal, 5% of GDP. That contains 3.5% in what's known as core defense, really what you traditionally think of as defense spending, and then 1.5% in other sort of related investments. So think things like infrastructure or cybersecurity, Joe.
Which makes it a little bit easier to fudge based on some of the analysis that we've heard. But so what's the process here? You're steeped in this right now, Tyler. There's going to be an approval process on this. Everyone gets a vote or a say in this, or you just have a target out there and good luck. We'll see you at the next summit.
Well, we're going to have to see how the member countries move forward here as a group, because one of the really big points of this is that President Trump can say that this is a win. This is the win that he got when it comes to getting this firmer commitment to boost defense spending. But what the NATO alliance got, what the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte got, was that President Trump did pledge that he is committed to Article 5, which was kind of on shaky ground as he headed out to Marine One.
What was that all about? He said he would let people know when he got there. Nothing changed when he got there, did it?
Well, he said that Article 5 perhaps has a number of definitions, I think was the term.
Seems like a pretty clear definition.
He had used. Well, at the end, he did sort of put a pin in it, and he said, yes, the reason why I am here is because I support it. But it has been interesting to watch how NATO defense spending in particular has been such a core issue of President Trump's, because he brings it into all these other discussions. We hear him bring it in with the tariff deals as we're talking about Spain, but it is long something that he has said. Anytime there is a leader who is at the White House, who is part of this alliance, he has made sure to bring that to top of mind.
Yeah, interesting. Enter President Zelensky. I need to ask you about Ukraine. He was never got the meeting at the G7 in Canada. Did they actually get together here? What happened with Ukraine?
So they did. They had a meeting. Yeah. President Trump said it was good. And in fact, he was asked about it afterwards during that press conference. It was interesting to hear him say this. He said that when it does come to ending the war in Ukraine, it is more difficult than other wars. And then he kind of put the pressure on the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, saying that it is up to him to end that war. Now, we know that the leaders have been in touch, perhaps in recent weeks, more between President Trump and the Russian president, since we know that Vladimir Putin had called him a few times about potentially mediating when it comes to the conflict in between Israel and Iran. But when it comes to this conflict, something that we know Ukraine was probably lobbying this president for, as well as NATO allies, what sort of security guarantees would the U.S. be willing to give if there is a negotiated settlement? This has long been a sticking point here. The White House has often talked about having an implicit guarantee. They signed the economic deal that gives them a vested economic interest in the country. But our NATO allies and Ukraine are looking for something a little bit firmer. He was asked if the U.S. would be willing to send over a Patriot missile battery, and he said that they would look into that. Yeah, he did. But he also said that the U.S. needs them, Israel needs them. There's a lot of other conflicts in the world right now.
I guess it's good to be Raytheon at this moment in time. Once again, Tyler, thank you for the readout. President's back. Any plans on the calendar for tomorrow? Anything specific?
Well, I think we're going to start to see the White House really ramping up the pressure when it comes to the reconciliation package. I will quickly say I caught up with Kevin Hassett earlier this week, who said
day do they vote?
That needs to get done first before we can talk about tariffs.
Well, we'll see if the July 4th deadline is intact with Tyler's help. Thanks always to Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg Washington correspondent. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Jay Timmons from the National Association of Manufacturers joins us next on Bloomberg.
Ja, den der laderen funker jo ikke.
Jo da. Jeg tror, fordi det sånn som Polio, hver gang jeg legger inn en faktura, så må jeg velge hvilken kategori det jeg tror det samme greie der, kan jeg trykke honorar regnskapsfører.
Ja.
Og så jeg lenger ned, der banken min lagt inn av seg selv, så da skal ikke banken ditt, da skal forklaringen ditt. Faen, jeg trodde
Ser du Nasdaq tryner?
Jo, jeg trodde regnskapsfører skulle gjøre det her, hva betaler du 15 000 for da?
Piss.
Jo, men jeg skjønner ikke, da kan jeg gjøre det selv da.
Det det veldig mange gjør. Så bruker de...
Da har jeg lov til å gjøre det selv?
Ja. Men reisesfører... Nei.
Så hvorfor driver du med sånn hvitvasking-greier da?
Jeg vet da faen. Se Nasdaq, da.
Men det shady å gjøre det selv, da. Du kan jo...
Det ikke shady. Du får bare et problem hvis du gjør noe feil.
Åh, fy faen, jeg får ikke det her.
Lukket du døra til gangen?
It's 12:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. Shell is in early stage talks to acquire BP. That, according to the Wall Street Journal, a potential deal would be among the largest in European history, creating a European oil major that could challenge industry leaders ExxonMobil and Chevron. The deal would be costly and could raise significant competition concerns. U.S. shares of Shell are 2% lower. U.S. shares of BP nearly 4% higher. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 pretty much flat, down, it's flat. NASDAQ is up 0.1%. The Dow is down 0.2%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.31%. The 2-year yield at 3.79%. And WTI crude is up 2% now, trading at $65.71 a barrel. Brent crude is up just about 2%, trading at $68.44 a barrel. Purchases of new homes in the U.S. fell in May to a 7-month low. Rampant builder price cuts and sales incentives fell short of alleviating affordability constraints. Sales of new single-family homes decreased 13.7%. That was below all estimates in a Bloomberg survey. Loop Capital predicts NVIDIA's value could reach $6 trillion. That's a 65% gain from its current $1.6 trillion market size. Analyst Ananda Barar raised NVIDIA's price target to $250, citing strong demand for its high-performance chips driven by AI adoption. NVIDIA shares now 2.7% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back now to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much, and great to have you with us in the conversation today, as always, on the fastest show in politics. Welcome to the Wednesday edition. I keep thinking it's Thursday because, well, this all started on Sunday here at Bloomberg with special coverage and our attention focused on Iran. Now that the president is making his way back from the Netherlands at the NATO summit, we are making a real shift back to Washington, domestic issues, and namely his big, beautiful bill. We've been talking about the bird bath, of course, all week, and some of the items that have already been knocked out of this legislation by the parliamentarian. But now it's time to get real in the Senate. We're looking at a vote that could come in the next couple of days. We just don't know. Remember, John Thune originally wanted to vote today. Then they thought maybe it would slide to Thursday. Then we said a Friday vote. That's the plan. Now we're here.
Men planen at du skal tjene penger.
All of this could slide, which is making some folks nervous when it comes to the timeline. You know the drill. If you listen to this program, President Trump wants it on his desk by the 4th of July. And it's something that he's talked about quite a bit. Unclear if that's going to happen, because then the House has to take pretty much whatever the Senate passes back to Trump. We codify this Senate to the president. And not a lot of folks are assuming
Og I dag, Luka, det har greit motstand på 3,44,40, men jeg tror Gull skal tilbake til
2017. Enter Jake Timmons, the man who runs the National Association of Manufacturers, at the Treasury Department today, helping to push this along, but also out with new information from the association. What would it mean if this didn't pass?
3,500, tror jeg.
1 million manufacturing jobs. according to the research. Jay Timmons is with us now, the president of the National Association. It's great to see you. Welcome back, as always, to Bloomberg.
Good to see you, Joe.
This is pretty tough stuff, and I'm going to pull it up in front of me here. It's not just the jobs. It's
Og jeg tror det når Nasdaq, eller når S&P hitter all-time high, som han gjør nå snart, på grunn av AI, og når flere nå begynner å snakke om animal... Er det animal whispering de kalte det? Nei. Animal...
The economic impact
spirits.
is so devastating if this doesn't get through.
Når du begynner å snakke om animal spirits, at det er grunnen til at markedet går, og S&P og Nasdaq nå er så dyrt, hva skal du kjøpe da? Når folk begynner å selge, hva skal du kjøpe da? Da kan det være smart å kjøpe det som har falt mest.
Exactly. I can see him choreographing the entire.
Oh, absolutely. Do you care? You want to see this done by the end of the year before the tax cuts potentially expire, right?
Oh, absolutely. So look, the good news is...
Or does it need to happen by the 4th of July?
No, it does. It does. And let me tell you why. Yeah. First of all, let's talk about the good news. The good news is that the corporate rates that were instituted in 2017 remain intact. They're not messed around with in the bill. So they're permanent already. But the real problem we have, and those numbers that you cited from our study that we did with EY, that is as a result of some provisions that have already expired and the part that is really devastating, which is the pass-through deduction for small businesses. If that expires, their tax rate goes up enormously.
What's already expired?
The R&D tax deduction, the interest deductibility, immediate expensing, and so we want to make it permanent. And the Senate side has done it. So that's why we really like the Senate bill. We love the House bill too. They did yeoman's work there. They got literally all 10 of our key priorities in that bill. The Senate retained them and actually made them better. There are still a few issues that we'd like to see resolved in the Senate bill. But that permanency is really important, right? And when you ask, is it okay to get it done at the end of the year versus say now?
Your members say no.
Well, here's why, right? You're talking about multi-billion dollar, hundreds of billions of dollars in planning for investments here in the United States. You don't just do that with a flip of a light switch, right? So frankly, I'm worried that it's already too late to plan for 2026 and 2027, but hopefully if we get it done now, they can make those plans for those investments.
Interesting. We talk about permanence with regard to business tax cuts. This has been a drive on the Senate side, to your point. It's about to come back to the House, where they want to have a $40,000 cap on SALs. And this is where the push and pull starts to, I say they, a small group of lawmakers from states like New York and New Jersey. You know how delicate this whole balance is. If you make the tax cuts permanent, that gets to be a lot more difficult to pay for the SALT deduction. This is the debate that's happening right now. And if you could bring us in the room, what are you hearing from lawmakers?
Yeah, so here's the interesting thing. If you look at the House and how they had to arrive at their final numbers, they have one way that they're measuring revenue. The Senate has a different policy.
This is the current baseline.
Yeah,
we walk out hard on this show, so people will actually know what you're talking about.
Well, so look,
assuming the parliamentarian
we like current policy, right?
You do. You want the current policy baseline.
The Senate side, yes. Right? The way they're scoring it, and that gives them a little bit more flexibility. Now, I don't know how much flexibility. I understand what members of Congress are pushing for when they represent states that have, where they want a higher limit on the SALT deduction. For us, though, our number one priority is, my guess, is we want to make sure that those business taxes are permanent, so that again businesses can plan for the future.
Yes, right.
We're all in on the president's call for growing more manufacturing here in the United States. That has been a consistent thread through every administration, Republican and Democrat, for as long as I've been in this job. But President Trump is probably a bigger champion than anybody I've ever seen of making sure that we grow domestic manufacturing. But we can only do that if we have a comprehensive manufacturing strategy, which involves permanence on the tax front. Also involves modernized regulations. It involves a smart trade policy. It involves workforce development, and I would argue it also involves having immigration reform of some type.
Well, that's actually fascinating. And well, you are speaking Donald Trump's language there, I suppose. Is he about to pick up the phone? Do you want him to push this thing over the top? A lot of people say
I have a feeling
he's the only one who's going to do it.
Don't you think he's probably?
Well, yeah.
I mean,
just wait till Friday. Watch Truth Social and see where we
He
go.
is not shy about picking up the phone and telling members of Congress what he would like to see them do. And frankly, on this, we're going to agree pretty strongly with the president that this needs to get across the line.
Yes.
And again, you cited those macro numbers, but we've broken it down state by state, district by district. So members know exactly what is at stake here in terms of the number of manufacturing jobs that they will lose in their congressional district if they vote no, right? How much investment could potentially be lost. All that information is there for them to see. We have a calculator on our website. And by the way, anybody can go to that and take a look at what does that mean for them back home.
Well, that's fascinating. So when Jay Timmons is walking the halls of Congress, they know you're coming with some pretty hard truths. What's the more difficult meeting right now, when you're knocking on doors on the Senate side or the House side? Because it seems like the nerves are on the House side, knowing that they might have to swallow whatever comes back. They might need a guy like Jay Timmons to remind them of what's at stake here.
So, thank you, but it's actually the people in their districts that really matter, right? It's the folks that are on those shop floors.
Are they calling?
They are.
Yeah.
And they're flooding congressional offices with messages of, hey, please support this bill. It's important for my job. It's also important for the health and strength and vitality of our community. Again, I think members of Congress understand that.
Yeah.
Again, I don't blame members of Congress for trying to get something that is very parochial to their district. That makes perfect sense to me. In the end, we have to think about what is in the national interest. Getting this bill across the line is definitely in our national interest, as far as economic security, and I would argue national security as well.
Debt and deficits bother you at all?
Yeah, they definitely bother me, and I think we're going to have to take a hard look at spending. But look, here's one thing I learned from George Allen, who was my mentor, and he was the governor of Virginia. I was his chief of staff. We were confronted with similar issues in Virginia, where you have to have a balanced budget. It's a requirement constitutionally in Virginia. And he said, look, budgets are about priorities. And what is our number one priority? Our number one priority is to grow the economy so that more people benefit. We can have more taxpayers actually putting money into the treasury so we can grow programs that help more people. So I think we have to identify that strengthening the business outlook in this country, the job creating outlook in this country, and investment outlook is better for the American people as a whole. And then we can start looking at how do we manage the growth of some of these other programs that I would argue many of those are obviously very, very important. But you have to have the money and the revenue in order to fund those programs. And that's what we want to do in the business community, right? We want to grow jobs, we want to grow the U.S. Treasury.
We've spent the balance of this conversation with Jay Timmons talking about uncertainty for business, trying to make plans for the rest of this year. Tariffs play into that as well. How concerned are you about July 9th? What's going to happen? What are they telling you out of the administration? What to prepare for?
Isn't it funny? You heard all along the way that, this bill's not going to pass the House. The bill's going to pass the Senate. Right now, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House, and they are very unified. And the president is pushing the members of Congress to get things done on the tax side.
Yeah.
I think he's probably just as eager to get the 89 agreements that are still outstanding done. He said he wanted to get them done by July 11th. We certainly hope he can.
How about extend this again if they're not all done?
Well, that's uncertain. That creates uncertainty too.
So you'd just like to meet the deadline.
I want to see this get done. I want to see it.
Hva Animal Spirit? Det folk som beskriver markedet når det ikke er noe mål og mening med en dritt. Det går bare opp, for det er masse suggesjon. Det er det nærmeste jeg kaller det. Det er Animal Spirit. Hvorfor går aksjene til all time high når det er den mest urolige utsikten i verden på mange tiår? Animal Spirits. Hva er Animal Spirits? Jeg tror det er en kombinasjon av Masse retail.
That's fascinating. Jay Tibbins,
CFD-trening, ETF-trening.
Good to see you, as always. This is Bloomberg.
Som gjør det stikk motsatt i markedet, for de skal hedge posisjonene sine. Vi kjøper for eksempel gull, så må meglerhuset shorte gull for å gå i null. Og da shorter de fysiske markedet, mens vi kjøper kontrakter syntetiske her da. Da får du en sånn rar effekt som aldri har skjedd før. Det animal spirits, tror jeg. Jeg helt overbevist. Nasdaq skal til 16 000, og jeg tror gull skal opp til 4 500. Jeg ser ikke på teknisk nå det hele tatt. Bare på 3-3-44-ish. Men sånn fundamentalt så skal gull opp nå liksom. Sånn funda da. Skal vi se om bondsene styrker seg. Ja, bondsene styrker seg. Euro-dollar styrker seg. Fundamentalt så skal gull gå mye liksom. Funda da. Nå skal du bruke tekniske på så hedge deg litt. Teknisk på å kjøre noen kjappe trades. Funda nå så skal gull opp. Funda da. For at det falt på at det ikke er krig, det er fordi folk selger, det er ikke krig, selg gull. Fundamentalt så er det feil å selge gull, fordi gull falt i forkant av krigen. Så jeg tipper at gull skal tilbake der vi var før krigen. At det liksom blir normalt da, normaliserer seg. Pluss at du har en jævla risk på assets nå da. Så hadde jeg vært, dere hadde hatt litt penger, en tusenlapp ekstra og sånt nå, så hadde jeg puttet det på koppekontoen, så hadde jeg kjøpt gull. Jeg kan ikke gjøre det, for jeg skal bare forholde meg til marginen på 5 000 kroner. Og gull har ikke brutt ordentlig opp ennå. Det her er fortsatt red zone ennå. Nei, det er heller ikke ferdig, så det er også pluss bra. Men Lost in Heaven, du ser den der grafen du sendte nettopp som var sånn spådom på at gull skal tryne. Ikke sant? Hvis mange nok leser den spådommen, så selger folk, ikke sant? For de vet jo ikke hva de driver med. Og da blir det sånn selvprofiterende greier. Og det skjer jo hele tiden. Du må bare vite funnet av våre skalaen, så er det der bare støy. Det er bare støy. Hvis du klarer å lære mellom støy og funnet, så kan du spille på støyet, og du kan gjøre masse penger på det. Du må bare vite liksom retningen da. Så kan du gjøre masse business på støy. Bare vite at det er støy. Det går bra, Story. Jeg har ikke gjort så veldig mye i dag. Gull går veldig opp, så vi sitter bare og venter. Jeg gjorde en liten short på Nasdaq i dag. Jeg gjorde cirka 45 poeng. Jeg gir bort den gevinsten etterpå. Det er det eneste jeg har gjort. Nei, jeg tror ikke det er Hansi Mansi. Men hva vet jeg? Nasdaq er ikke en indeks lenger. Nasdaq er Nvidia, Broadcom, Tesla. Det er liksom 7 aksjer som er hele Nasdaq. Så hvis Nvidia går opp, så går Nasdaq opp. Det er ikke sånn som det var før. Så jeg tipper at de aksjene kommer til å bli revekta i løpet av neste år, tenker jeg. Fordi ingen kommer til å gidde å handle Nasdaq lenger. De kommer til å handle andre steder. Og det kommer ikke Fed til å være interessert i, tror jeg. Men hvis gull bryter opp her nå, så kan den fort bryte $30. Sånn. For jeg tipper at hele verden har short her nå.
12:40 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. The Wall Street Journal reporting Shell holding early stage talks to acquire rival BP in what would be the largest oil deal in a generation. However, Shell now says no such talks are happening. Bloomberg had reported in May that Shell was considering the talks. U.S. listed shares of BP now more than 3.5%.
Ja, men du husker veldig mange av disse signalgruppene er bare piss.
1.5%.
Bare tull.
Purchasers of new homes in the U.S. fell in May to a 7-month low.
De sitter ikke og følger med, det er bare tull.
Incentives fell short of alleviating affordability constraints. Sales of new single-family homes decreased 13.7%. That's below all estimates in a Bloomberg survey. Home builders are struggling to maintain their order books amid mounting economic challenges, including mortgage rates stuck near 7%, higher materials costs because of tariffs, and a slowing labor market.
Nå har vi snart det mål på den ene shorten.
At Bloomberg, the S&P 500 is up 1 point. NASDAQ up 44 points, the Dow down 84 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.31%. The 2-year yield at 3.79%.
Nei, shorten, jeg mener longen, den gullen.
Plans to reduce its global workforce by about
240 roles.
That's about 30% of the company. It also boosted its adjusted EBITDA guidance for the second quarter. That guidance beat the average analyst
Tim,
estimate.
jeg skal fortelle deg hvorfor alle sier forskjellige ting. De sier forskjellige ting fordi de antageligvis ikke følger med på fundamentale, følger bare med på teknisk, og teknisk kan snu ganske fort. Jeg følger med på teknisk hele tiden. Robert er jævlig god på teknisk, men på teknisk så snur det seg hele tiden ut fra hvor du ligger hen, hvor er støtta hen, og nå er det støtta der, nå er det støtta der. Hvis det faller der, så kan det falle der. Hvis det går opp der, så kan det hitte opp der. Så blir det sånn dominoeffekt. Men hvis ikke du vet retningen, så betyr ikke... Du må vite funda. Dette er min mening da. Du må vite hvor ting skal hen, og så kan du bruke teknisk for å navigere deg mellom. Men hvis du ikke kan en shit funda, da kan du ikke si gull skal ned, bare for den faller litt. Hvorfor faller det da? Når skal det gå opp da? Når skal det gå ned da? Jo, hvis du treffer der, så kan du treffe der, så kan du treffe der. Det betyr ikke en dritt. Hvis funda sier at rentene rører på seg feil vei, dollaren svekker seg, bondsene styrker seg, hva skal du se på teknisk på det? Det går jo ikke. Det går jo ikke. Så du må vite, og så bruker du teknisk ved siden av for å vite hva alle andre gjør. Du må kunne begge deler. Så poenget mitt er det at de som skifter meninger hele tiden, er fordi tekniske bilder forandrer seg hele tiden, og de aner ikke hva de driver med, mange av dem. Har ikke snøring. Så du må ta det du sier med klype salt, og så må du følge med, og så må du liksom lære selv også. Teknisk er gull verdt, så lenge du vet hvordan du bruker det. Men hvis ikke du aner funnet, og ikke aner en dritt, så er det litt begrenset hvor mye du kan tjene. Da kan du tjene penger på det korte bildet, og liksom være med på trender og nivåer og sånn. Du kommer aldri til å bli rik da, vet du. Du blir ikke rik av å drive og trade bare på, så... Skal du tjene penger, så skal du vite hva Stordalen gjør for noe, hva Warren Buffett gjør for noe. Du skal vite hva skjer i selskapene, hva skjer på økonomien, hva skjer når det skjer. Og så kan du bruke teknisk sånn ved siden av, vite hva alle andre gjør, og vite nivåer. Der bryter den opp, der bryter den ned, her kan vi kjøpe. Men hva sier Funda? Jo, Funda sier det. Ok, da vet vi det. Da vet vi at veien er dit, og så bruker vi teknisk for å hitte nivåene mellom hele veien. Da gjør du penger, da er du en pengemaskin. Hvis du vet at markedet skal opp, eller hvis du vet at markedet skal ned, og så vet du at alle andre ser bare på teknisk, ok, da utnytter du det maks. Da kan du tjene så inn i helvete så mye penger.
Tim, var du inne og kikket på chartet jeg la inn på forespørsel fra deg?
Mange sitter TikTok live, tegner grafer, når det går feil så logger av.
Ok, hvis du ser på det chartet der nå, så har den brutt opp av den på tappen der, sånn, så den gir deg et rimelig brukant kursmål i med det andre du fikk. Jeg kan lage et helt ferskt. Ligger på gull.
Jeg tror Robert lager grafer hver dag som dere kan se på. Legger ikke det ut hver dag, Robert?
Ja, og sånn, I hvert fall hvis noen spør, så gjør jeg noe.
Robert jævla god. Jeg bare klager og skriker og klager på alle. Det min jobb. Alle tjukke I huet, og alle idioter. Jeg så jævla seriøs. Sitter med kråke på I huet og bare, ingen kan noen ting, og jeg bare helt idiot.
Alle skjønner du seriøs når du sitter med kråke på huet.
Ja, da jeg seriøs. Når du sitter med kråke på huet og trader, da vet du at han kameraten, han seriøs.
Ja. Han der inn, han gir vi pengene våre.
Ja, han må vi bare stole på. Han flyr rundt med kråke på huet og fugledritt utover hele skulderen og krangler med alle. Han seriøs. Han skal ta pensjonen vår. Han skal passe på pengene våre. Han blodseriøs.
Ja. Bølgerskiten rinner fra slegget, vet
du. Han jævla dyktig, ass. Han bare bæsj overalt og stinker og kråker og duer og fy faen, han seriøs.
Sånn skal vi se.
Ikke han med slips, han med kråka, han blodseriøs. Han som har tapt 40 millioner, han må stole på. Ja, fy faen. Nå kan faktisk Nasdaq falle litt. Jeg tror faktisk Nasdaq kommer til å falle litt, fordi den testet på all time highest da, hvis ikke jeg tar helt feil. Når kommer Koa Metall? Det litt usikker på. Lost in Heaven, du må be om penger tilbake fra han I de der signalene til deg, tror jeg.
Ja, vi har ikke brudd ut da, jeg ser den endret seg, den triangelen. Men den bullish da. Vi kan få brudd ut på.
Men skal jeg trade sånn, når vi kommer I pluss på gull her, skal vi bare sitte på noe av gullet, eller skal jeg bare trade sånn helt vilt som jeg har gjort, eller skal vi sitte og være med hele veien oppover? Fordi...
du som trader,
Ok, ja. Greit. For jeg tror vi kan få et jævla drag opp her, ass, når vi først går.
Vi stoler på han som med følgerskipene ringer ut av slegget på.
Han med dritt på slegget, han stoler på. Den grei.
Skal vi se, ikke spille inn igjen.
Ja, de kan ikke sitte så lenge feil vei. Nei, sier du det, du? Jeg liker å sitte feil vei lenge, skjønner du. Men hadde vi hatt en større konto, så hadde jeg selvfølgelig bare tatt ut $15. Men siden $15 ganger 3 så stor prosent på den 5000-eren, så kunne jeg ikke gjøre det. Hadde vi hatt 10 000 kroner sånt nå, så $15 fuck all. Så det derfor jeg... Og så, hvem faen visste at krigen skal være over etter en dag, da? Sånt skjer, ass. Åja, du har litt mer enn 5 000 kroner på kontoen, skjønner jeg. Men vi andre da, som hadde 5 000 kroner. Ja, vi hentet inn hentet inn nå 30% eller 40%.
Jeg har det halve taket og jeg hedget fullt ut.
Ja, den bra da. Inn og ut, hoppa for natta. Lena en gris. Fy faen.
Ja, Martin, når du vil sove etterpå.
Ja, Stig med på det.
Jeg bare får sove etterpå.
Vi var oppe nå på 35 på gull, jo. Vi på 35 på gull, faktisk. blir sikkert litt gevinstsikring her da. Akkurat her nå så litt motstand på 4,33, og så får vi litt mer motstand på 42, 69, 33, 44, rundt der. Og så skal vi stikke av. Da det take-off. Da det take-off.
Lost in Heaven, når Botox legger inn sånne shorter som en snakker om nå, så bør du stenge dem tvert om en gang. For du får for store posisjoner.
Han har for store posisjoner,
ja.
Han Lost in Heaven faen meg en karakter, altså.
Jeg sa det at når Botox legger inn sånne shorter for å holde marginene til dem som ikke har penger, så går det veldig hardt utover deg som har mye penger, så du bør stenge de shortene tvert om en gang.
Jeg kan gi beskjed neste gang, så bare tar du dem ut med en eneste gang.
Hvorfor spurte du hva da?
Jeg tror fordi jeg sa han var en karakter. Jeg bare synes han kjærlig festlig, for han clean hakkesprø. Funker dårlig. Ja. Men vi snart i mål her i Lost in Heaven, så da gjør vi mye cash. Vi skal doble den kontoen. Vi var jo i vei, men vi fikk jo litt sånn krig på dag 2. Det skjer jo selvfølgelig.
Ja, det skjer jo et eller annet hver gang vi starter opp.
Ja, enten så blir det en ny president, eller han forandrer loven, eller det kommer en krig, eller så... Ja, da faen.
Ja.
Jeg tenker at å overleve i det året her, så skal det bli bra.
Ja.
Dag 2 ved 3. kull, så bare... Så dag 2 i 3. kull, så bare... Første dagen, 3. kull, nå det krig! Eller nå fyker USA bomber i Iran. Vi bare, yes! Dag 2, det ikke krig likevel. Og gull bare dropper. Faen meg $80, bare kjømmok! Og det på alle nyhetene. Gull går til helvete, hva det som skjer? Det som 2 dager, og alt skjer på en gang. Det litt funny, da. Man lærer mye av det her. Jeg synes det voldsomt funny. Jeg synes Animal Spirits det festligste. Det det nyeste nå. Animal Spirits.
To run against if he ends up being the mayor. I mean, she's going to love to just bang the drum on that for the next 18 months, which sets her up for her run.
Getson, det markedet som nå, kommer til å være helt fucka frem til vi får en monsterkorreksjon eller et krakk. Det det som kommer til å skje. 100%.
Og en ny president.
Ja, en ny president. Men det kommer til å skje. Det skulle ikke skjedd i oktober 2023. Da skulle den korreksjonen ha kommet. Men den gjorde jo ikke det. Så det kommer til å skje. Og da kommer markedet til å resette seg, for det skjer hver gang. Det skjer hvert 10. til 15. år, så får en korreksjon i markedet. Det kjempesunt. Da får du verdiene ned. Du gjør nye verdivurderinger. Du får en nye aksjeportefølje. Du får liksom en ganske sånn... hva skal jeg si, du får et sunt marked. Det kommer, men det kommer jo ikke til å skje før det knekker et eller annet sted. Jo, men det krakket gjelder ikke når krakket falt på 3 dager med 20% på en indeks. Det ikke... Og så går det opp igjen til all time high på 3 dager, det er ikke lenge nok. Det gikk så fort at folk som var på ferie ikke visste at det hadde vært krakk. Ja, bare Stocks, det er ikke kødd. Det er Trumperen. Lost to Heaven får vise frem til neste uke, så tror jeg det blir helt annet bilde, gitt. Da har du 50-100% på pengene der. Ja, kaffepause. Krig med kaffepause. Det er så funny, det. Gull kan skyte opp her. Halla, Gustav! Yo, my friend, what's up, G? Hi. Nå kan gull bryte opp. Hvis den tar imot her nå, så smeller gull opp. Får vi se da. Han må bryte her nå. Her er det sånn typisk breakout. Hvis du har mye penger nå, så kan du kjøpe og sette en tight stop-loss. Så kan du sette og kjøpe her nå. For hvis han stikker nå, så stikker han. Man må bryte her. Akkurat her. Make it or break it.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump heads home from the NATO summit with Iran talks now on the calendar. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power as the president flies back to the U.S., where the focus now shifts back to his big, beautiful bill. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. We thank you for joining us. Kaylee, it's interesting as we turn back to what's happening on Capitol Hill. There is a great concern that this is starting to slide. They might not make their July 4 deadline.
Yeah, the deadline, of course, of July 4th being when the president would like to sign this massive legislative package. That would mean not only does it have to get through the Senate, but repass the House of Representatives. And both things are very much in question in terms of timeline. The parliamentarian has yet to finish its work, decide what actually can be in the bill. We haven't seen the text yet of the finance package in full because the parliamentarian's still working through those measures, and then you have to put this whole thing back together again. A vote-a-rama was looking like it was the goal this weekend, but I guess many things are still in flux.
Well, and they've got a Monday recess to look forward to in the Senate. It was a question about whether they even make that, because either way it would be a working weekend. It still has to go back to the House, Kaylee, for it to get to the president's desk by the 4th of July. We'll see what Brian Style thinks about that. We're going to get the view from the other chamber. The Republican from Wisconsin will join us coming up here on Bloomberg.
Yeah, knowing that a handful of his colleagues, specifically from high-tax blue states that happen to be Republicans holding on to seats in those states, met with Treasury officials. And Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary today, talked specifically about SALT as they try to figure out if they can get a deal that keeps them happy while also keeping senators who do not care about SALT whatsoever happy as well.
We're never getting rid of this story. It's the gift that keeps giving, I guess, for Bloomberg, although at some point they're going to have to settle on a number. We'll see what Brian Style thinks ahead.
Indeed, we will. First, though, we begin with a check on the markets, as always, and for that we turn to Amy Morris in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Kaylee. Shell is denying a Wall Street Journal report that it's in active talks about acquiring its London-based oil rival, BP. A Shell spokesperson telling Bloomberg, quote, "This is further market speculation. No talks are taking place." Speculation was growing that the embattled company, BP, would become a takeover target, although its size and complexity would make any deal challenging. Bloomberg reported in May Shell had been studying the merits of a takeover but was waiting for further stock and oil price declines before deciding whether to pursue a bid. U.S. shares of Shell now less than 1% lower. U.S. shares of BP more than 1.5% higher. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is flat. NASDAQ is up 52 points. The Dow now down 134 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.3% and the 2-year yield at 3.79%. BlackBerry shares 15% higher after the software company boosted its revenue forecast for the full year. Analysts were positive about the company's forecast and hiked their price target on the stock. Reddit shares more than 2% higher, now up more than 60% off its April low. RBC Capital Markets wrote that it wouldn't be surprised to see momentum for Reddit turn it into a strong earnings report. Investors have been sounding more positive on the stock. And Bumble plans to reduce its global workforce by about 240 roles. That represents about 30% of the company. Bumble also boosted its adjusted EBITDA guidance for the second quarter. The guidance beat the average analyst estimate, so now shares of Bumble about 23% higher. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Here with us in Washington, where President Trump, of course, is en route back to, having just attended the NATO summit at The Hague in the Netherlands, where he held an extensive press conference earlier today, having had all NATO countries except Spain agree to increase their defense spending target to 5% of GDP, a major victory for President Trump, something that he was pushing for. But he, of course, took the time to tout another thing he sees as a victory, which is the ceasefire that, as of right now, is still holding between Israel and Iran. And what he maintains was the U.S.'s total obliteration of Iran's nuclear facilities with the weekend strikes, though, of course, he's pushing back against early intelligence reports that suggest that may not have been the case in terms of total obliteration. But let's listen to the words from President Trump himself as to how he characterized the end, he says, of what he's describing as the 12-day war.
Now this incredible exercise of American strength has paved the way for peace with the historic ceasefire agreement late Monday, and we call it the 12-day war. Spoke to a few people. I guess that just sounded like the right name. It was a 12-day war. And we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so.
We think it's over. Answering, I guess, some questions about what appeared to be the fragility of this ceasefire. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, Washington correspondent, has been following along with the president's travels and joins us now here in studio. It is 100 degrees on the north lawn of the White House, Tyler. I'm glad you could be with us here. Speak to the fragility of this ceasefire or not, knowing that apparently we have talks scheduled with Iran next week.
Right, so as you heard President Trump, he said that he thinks that the war is over, but we have to keep in mind both sides haven't signed any sort of long-term negotiated agreement here, and that's going to be one of the things that we're watching for going forward if there is going to be some sort of sustained agreement. Now, President Trump did say that the U.S. will have talks with Iran next week, but we do not know who will be involved.
Var snälla,
We
Mindy.
didn't get any details about whether or not those are going to be direct or indirect talks, but I pulled one of his quotes. He said, "I don't care if we have an agreement or not. What we want is no nuclear." So if we take the president's argument that these strikes did enough to deter Iran's nuclear program, he is suggesting that he's not too in a hurry to resume the spoken negotiations.
Yeah, I wonder what you talk about then. The objective at the end of those talks is not
Right.
some kind of agreement. If
Especially
he thinks
since
it's
we were bombing them 4 days ago.
unnecessary. Yeah, we have a lot of questions about that, Tyler. But of course, we weren't expecting that it was the Middle East that was going to feature as a top priority item on the president's trip to the Netherlands for this NATO summit. You would have thought there would be much more about Russia and Ukraine and NATO as an alliance and defense spending, though we did hear about that today as well.
Right, well, President Trump really did try to tout this visit as a win because he did get that pledge of 5% of GDP from these NATO allies, except, of course, as you had mentioned, Spain does seem to be the outlier here, though in a statement afterwards they did try to downplay President Trump's comments against them. We should say this 5% total, 3.5% is core defense. That's what we traditionally think of when it comes to defense spending, but perhaps there might be a little bit of a leeway here because it does account for about 1.5% in additional investments, whether or not that would be infrastructure or something like cybersecurity. And I spoke with this with Joe in last hour on this program, but it's pretty remarkable because our analysts at Bloomberg Economics have already crunched the numbers. We have to keep in mind that this pledge comes at a time when a lot of European countries are already grappling with some pretty high levels of public debt, and they found that in order to finance this, the spending would add $4.6 trillion to debt piles in the next 10 years. So that's sort of the economic backdrop to what President Trump really is touting as a win here because he has long called for these countries to boost their defense spending.
Fascinating. President's on the way back. What's he doing when he gets home? Is it all about the big beautiful bill? Does he make a visit to the Hill this week?
I think that could be in the pipeline. We know that the Treasury Secretary was on the Hill yesterday. He's meeting with the so-called SALT caucus today because at the moment, as you both know, the Senate bill doesn't have enough votes to pass that chamber, and they have to get it done maybe by this weekend in order for it to be kicked back to the House and on the president's desk by next Friday.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall, Washington correspondent, here with us in our D.C. studio. Thank you so much. And as we consider the prospects for that one big, beautiful bill, the president's legislative agenda, we go live now to Capitol Hill, where Republican Congressman Brian Stile of Wisconsin is joining us. He's chair of the House Administration Committee, also sits on the Financial Services Committee, where he's the chair of the subcommittee on digital assets. Congressman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm sure you and your colleagues are trying your best to keep up with how this is proceeding in the Senate, which seems to be not as quickly as everyone had initially hoped. Are you expecting that you're going to have to forfeit your July 4th holiday?
I'd like to keep us in town until we get the task done. I think all of us want to see the one big, beautiful bill signed into law by President Trump by July 4th. But the reason for that is we need to really get the U.S. economy growing again. How do we do that? Making these tax cuts that were originally put into place in 2017 permanent, making the energy reforms that are in the bill into law, and making sure we continue to build on the success of securing the U.S.-Mexico border. And so it's positive news. The Senate is moving forward. The Senate's a little slow, but the Senate's making progress. And it puts us in a position to get this all the way across the line.
What do you make of this whole SALT controversy or debate at this point? Congressman, you already went through it in the House. You guys hammered it out. The Ways and Means Committee said 30. The final deal was $40,000 up from 10, which the New York and New Jersey, California delegations were pretty happy about. Your colleague Mike Lawler spoke with us about it. Congressman LaLota and others who were very happy to be able to bring this home to their constituents. The Senate doesn't see it this way, and so we're renewing this whole conversation. Apparently we're going to go through this all over again. What do your constituents, what do the people at the Deer Camp bar tonight think about helping New Yorkers subsidize their taxes?
It's a little early for deer season, but I'll talk to you about the fishing camp. I think at the end of the day, what we don't want to do is be subsidizing inefficient states in local government. You just look at who came out of the Democratic primary for mayor of New York, recognizing when tax costs go up, we don't want to see the federal government subsidizing
Jeg må sitte og trade det.
down. That said, there was a negotiation put in place in the House. 40,000 was the agreed upon amount. Not everyone got everything they wanted in the House version of the One Big Beautiful Bill. Now the Senate is having their chance.
Hvis du bare sender en melding når det I Sandvika, så drar vi likt.
We're going to look to see what the Senate gets out, and at the end of the day, we have to have a bill that passes both the House and the Senate. I'm on the side I'd like to bring the salt tax deduction down, but no one is going to have their way unilaterally.
Well, and obviously bringing the salt deduction down is one way to bring down the total price tag of this package. Congressman, there is a very real chance that what comes out of the Senate is heftier in terms of what you and your colleagues passed in the House. Are we still going to be able to responsible legislation once the Senate's done?
Well, we had a problem, I know, with the bird bath as it relates to some of the cost savings on some critical programs to make sure that they're focused in on
Jeg tror vi må gjennom 37 for å ta ut den tilleggsproppen før vi ute av det.
As it relates to the tax benefits, I think putting in place additional pro-growth tax policies is actually a win for the American public at the end of the day. And so there's two aspects.
Ja, det helt fair, Lossneven. Jeg hadde gjort det samme om jeg sitter ballfeil. Jeg tror jeg skal bryte opp, da. Men det smart. For den kan slå ned hvis den ikke tar den ut, som Robert sier.
We need to make sure that we are keeping in place those tax cuts from 2017, making them permanent. And the reason for that is because that's what is going to drive forward economic growth, and it's economic growth that will actually generate larger tax revenues in the future, in the same way that we saw tax revenues actually increase going into the pandemic after the implementation of the 2017 tax cuts.
Well, let's assume your colleagues in the Senate get their work done here in the next couple of days. Congressman, maybe you're hearing something you can tell us about there in terms of the cadence in the Senate, although I know it's a bit difficult to predict. There are a lot of headlines out there that the Senate is about to jam the House, and I'm sure you love reading those. What's really about to happen? I guess there won't be a conference committee. What happens when that legislation comes back your way?
Well, the Senate is really building on the House product, and so I don't view this as the Senate being in a position to jam the House. The Senate is making adjustments and amendments to a House product. So it originated in the House. I think that's a positive thing. When these adjustments come back, it'll be an opportunity for us to most likely have an up or down vote. Overall, like I said, no one's going to get 100% of what they want in this legislation. The question of the vote is going to be, does the bill at its core move the country in the right direction? I believe the House version did, and I'm optimistic I'll be able to reach the same conclusion when the Senate bill is finalized.
I'd like to ask you about another subject area in which the House and Senate are going to have to figure out how to align themselves, Congressman, knowing you chair the subcommittee on digital assets. The Senate obviously passed the Genius Act stablecoin legislation last week. They would like to see that passed as a standalone measure in the House as well, though I know the committee is considering combining it with market structure legislation. And we had the chance to speak with Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, who of course championed that legislation in the Senate, about the idea of combining these two things yesterday. This is what he told us, sir, and we'll have you respond.
It's going to be complicated here because of two committees that have to be involved in this, and it's going to take more time. I think my advice to everybody would be, let's take the win now, let's build momentum, and then let's dedicate our time to going further as market structure and other opportunities present themselves. But right now, timing is critical for a number of reasons. We want to get this started, we want to get this moving, and again, open up this new market for digital assets.
So, Congressman, like we originally were discussing with reconciliation, one bill or two, do you still maintain that this should be one bill, not two?
Strategically, I think we're actually all aligned. The president wants to actually see three pieces of crypto legislation on his desk before the August recess. That's stablecoin market structure legislation and blocking a CBDC being developed at the Fed. As it relates to the first two bills, we need to make sure that we stay focused strategically on getting both of those passed and across the line. The House has been hard at work in market structure, even passing a market structure bill last Congress, garnering over 70 Democratic votes. on the House floor. The Senate, encouragingly, has begun engaging in this debate very recently. It's positive that we're seeing movement in the Senate in that regard, but I think at the end of the day, the tactical decision needs to be made based on how we get both bills across the line and signed into law.
So you're open to passing a standalone stablecoin bill or sending that to the president's desk without, in fact, marrying these two together?
I want to make sure that the plan ends with both bills being signed into law. The Senate often is slow, as we've discussed before, on a whole host of topics and legislation. I want to make sure that we are moving both bills to signature to the president as fast as we can, and taking an opportunity here with the momentum that's being built on in the Senate by the passage of the Genius Act to make sure that both pieces of legislation are signed into law by President Trump before the August recess.
Well, that covers us on your chairmanship of the Digital Assets Subcommittee, sir, but you also, of course, chair the House Committee on Administration, which puts you in the conversations around security for members in the aftermath of the shootings of those Minnesota state lawmakers earlier this month, knowing there is also a live conversation around risks of potential terrorism here at home in the aftermath of the U.S.'s attacks on Iran. What do we need to know about the conversation that is being had currently about making sure our elected representatives are secure inside the Capitol and beyond it?
As chairman of administration, I've continued to have conversations with a large number of individuals to make sure that we keep not only members and their families safe, but we keep staff and visitors safe as well. Here on Capitol Hill, we're in a reasonably good position. The United States Capitol Police have an incredibly difficult job of keeping Capitol Hill open and accessible to the American public while keeping it safe. Back home in members' districts, sometimes there is a unique challenge. It's brought to light by the horrific events that occurred in the state of Minnesota last weekend. And so what we're doing is reevaluating the security positions that we have to make sure that members and their families are safe in their home districts. It's essential that everyone not only feels safe, but is safe, and that's incredibly important in a period of time of heightened political rhetoric and some of the security challenges that we face globally right now.
Well, that's fascinating, Congressman. Should this be a case-by-case situation when it comes to applying these resources, or if you're a member of Congress, do you get a security detail?
The best way to handle the security measure is a risk-based analysis, not to do it in a blanket one-size-fits-all approach, but to make sure that we are meeting the needs. There's a number of resources that are already available on Capitol Hill to make sure not only, again, that members, but also staff and visitors are safe. We need to make sure that people are taking advantage of those, making sure that they're doing the work to protect themselves, and to make sure that we do have the abundance of resources to make sure that we are doing everything we can to keep individuals safe. In a period of time with heightened rhetoric, with some of the geopolitical challenges that we have across the globe, it's of paramount importance that we're maintaining and protecting our democracy by protecting those individuals that step up to serve the country.
It's good to have you back, Congressman. Brian Stile, a Republican from Wisconsin's 1st District, chairman of the committee, indeed, on House Administration. Good to have you back on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, we need to turn to geopolitics as well, as the president returns home to deal with the very matters we were just discussing with Brian Stile and reconciliation. He's leaving a NATO summit, and apparently Iran talks on the calendar for next week. We just have no details on that. To think that we've come this far from striking that country in a matter of days is amazing.
Yeah, no details on who will be attending those talks or what the intended outcome is. As President Trump suggested, some kind of diplomatic agreement on the nuclear program may not be necessary. We'll have more with our political panel ahead here on Bloomberg.
Så vi hadde touchpocket-hjelpen Handel som lå nede der, altså den som ble omtalt som en omvendt hodeskulderformasjon. Så den er jo innfridd. Det ligger en Cup and Handle som du ikke ser nede her sånn, og den hadde et kursmål rett oppe helt, så ja, den startet rett nedfor der vi toppet ut. Så da har vi ikke noe mer hjelp I den. Det ville ha vært I samme kursmål hvis det var en omvendt hodeskulderformasjon. Vi får jo litt støtte på 33-29 vel, som det 3 toppene bortafor.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. NVIDIA shares rising 3.8% to post its first intraday record since January. Loop Capital predicts NVIDIA's value could reach $6 trillion. Purchases of new homes in the U.S. fell in May to a 7-month low. Sales of new single-family homes decreased 13.7% below all estimates in a Bloomberg survey. We do check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 1.5 points. NASDAQ is up 59 points, and the Dow is down 129 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.31%, the 2-year yield at 3.79%. Micron Technology shares have roughly doubled since the S&P 500 bottomed in April, driven by high bandwidth memory chips vital to AI computing. The company is expected to report adjusted earnings per share of $1.60 on revenue of about $8.9 billion, with investors focusing on production, supply constraints, and profitability. Shares of Micron Technology less than 1% lower at this hour, and Shell is denying that Wall Street Journal report that it is in active talks about acquiring its London-based oil rival, BP. The Shell spokesperson tells Bloomberg, quote, "This is further market speculation. No talks are taking place. U.S. shares of Shell less than 1% lower. U.S. shares of BP are nearly 2% higher." For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Amy Morris, thank you so much. Checking on the markets for us as we continue to keep an eye on all things politics, both domestic and geopolitics. Of course, President Trump is doing the same as he makes his way back from The Hague in the Netherlands, where he attended the NATO summit. He's on Air Force One, which, as we learned, and certainly saw on display yesterday, happens to be one of his favorite times to post on Truth Social on a number of subjects. Just a few minutes ago, aboard the aircraft, President Trump tweeting about the U.S.'s what he calls obliteration of Iran's nuclear sites over this past weekend. He says the following, quote, "Israel just stated that the nuclear sites were obliterated. Thank you to our great B-2 pilots and all others involved," doubling down on this obliteration language after, of course, the leaking yesterday of early reports from the Pentagon's own intelligence suggestions that said that the preliminary read was that the U.S. actually had only said back by a few months. That is something that today, Joe, while at the NATO summit and again on social media, the president has pushed back strongly against.
Despite some mixed messages earlier at the NATO summit, when you actually read through what he said, insisting the program had been set back decades, not forever, that Fordo was all collapsed, then he went on to acknowledge the intelligence, this is a quote, was very inconclusive. "We don't know," he said. "It could have been very severe." So I guess that's correct, but I think we can take away that we don't know. So this is something that's still rattling around his mind here, and I guess he's got some reinforcement from officials in Israel. We wanted to play this to the panel along with the full-on reaction at this NATO summit to what just took place between Israel, Iran, and the U.S. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, Democratic analyst and, of course, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and Republican strategist Ashley Davis with S3 Group, partner with us as well. It's great to have both of you back for our conversation. Ashley, what do you make of this? You spent enough time in the national security space. You've had a security clearance. You understand the sensitivity of this information. And the administration is telling us that these reports from the likes of the New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, about the intelligence telling us something other than the nuclear program was obliterated. Is this half-baked? Is it preliminary? How should we read it?
Yes, absolutely, Joe. And as you would expect, this one gets my blood boiling because I'm so happy that the FBI is investigating who leaked this information, because talking about something that could hurt our national security is, it's just unbelievable that this is where some of these people are and that they're working for our government. But there's 17 other areas of the intelligence community that are also reviewing what happened in Iran, and this is one of the 17. So we have 16 more, definitely preliminary information. But it's frustrating me. Sorry, I'm getting a little my temper's coming out, because it's like our U.S. military had just done an unbelievable campaign with no American soldiers getting hurt, with the strongest military in the world, over a country that has been sponsoring terrorism for decades, with death to Americans, death to America. And we are having a conversation about some sort of intelligence that's not even 100% baked, about if this is 2 weeks, 2 months, or 5 years of how pushed back that they are in regards to making the nuclear weapon. We're not taking the success of what we should have, and it is the fact that after years and decades of us trying to negotiate with this regime, it has never worked. The president did say he was going to do this, and he did it, and now he's trying to broker a peace deal. And that's what we should be concentrating on more than anything, and thanking our military.
Well, but the military was also involved in this assessment, Ashley. It was Central Command and their damage report that the Pentagon's intelligence operation is relying on this early assessment. Is it also just as bad to push back on our intelligence gathering apparatus and those who are actually trying to make sure that they get an accurate assessment of what they were really able to accomplish?
So what happens normally is the 17 different parts of the intelligence world come together, and our allies, such as Israel, will come together to make one report. And so all these 17 different areas of intelligence do their own part. Yes, this is one part of the DoD, 100%, and I agree with that. So whatever they came out with, they don't have the full picture of all the other intelligence that we use. So it's just, but listen, I get it. I mean, this has become a political thing more than anything. And so it's what especially the Democrats are kind of pushing on.
What do you think of this conversation, Jeannie? I know we've been in it for a couple of days now. You've been part of it every day on Balance of Power. The president suggests that questioning the veracity of the intelligence or the result of the strike is a disrespect to the pilots who put their lives in danger to conduct this mission. Is he right?
No, he's absolutely wrong. And listen, I don't want Ashley's blood to boil any more than it is. So sorry. Wait that.
It's okay, Jeannie. I love you.
Thank you. The reality, though, is that the administration had an objective.
Den breakouten, ja. Du traff den, Losneheven. Du tar bare gevinst når du stopper opp rundt her nede, tenker jeg. Så gjør du det en gang til han bryter. Bare ta gevinst.
But even in the best case scenario, if their nuclear infrastructure was obliterated, there isn't an international intelligence operative out there or any scholar who has looked at this who hasn't said Iran cannot rebuild this. And so the reality is the objective to denuclearize, is it best to do it via bombing like we did, or was it best to try to negotiate so we could get people
Hva
on
skal
the ground and
Stockholm
see how
gi på
they're
da?
doing. The president chose the former. He chose to bomb, and now he is terribly frustrated by the reality that Iran will rebuild. It doesn't matter if they go to the negotiating table or not. In fact, he has given every country out there who's looking at Libya, looking at Ukraine, looking now at Iran. What are they saying? Oh my gosh, I better rush and do what North Korea did and get myself a bomb however I can, because that is the only way I'm going to defend myself. And so this has worked at counter purposes. The president doesn't want to acknowledge that. He doesn't like to be challenged. But the reality is, whether they obliterated it or not, Iran retains the ability to rebuild. And no matter who is in power, regime change or not, they will do that. Why
Nasdaq gikk jo opp I dag, da.
the nuclear deal from
Synes han var litt fin.
2018 and now try
Nasdaq
to
går opp hver dag.
He's got a lot of answer to
Jo,
what
jo.
he doesn't want to do.
Den gikk jo all time high.
We had some headlines crossing
Ja, nå spørs det om man skal også lukte og så
the
tryne.
president is going to start limiting sharing
Som sist.
classified information with Congress
No.
as a result of the leak of
Ja,
this
ikke.
preliminary
Nei,
assessment that we were just
100-200 poeng over all time high.
discussing.
vel.
Sources familiar with the matter.
Nvidia ble oppgradert I dag, så han
Knowing
holdt
that there
2%
were
bare der.
members of Congress, specifically in the Gang of Eight, who typically would have been read into a strike like this before it happened.
Gud, da var det litt
In
fin.
fact, do you view that as an appropriate response? Should we really be cutting off the information sharing with the
Nei, da går det en bra
branches
dag.
of government?
I mean, I think it's, I didn't see the Axios article yet, but I do think that that could be a slippery slope. But I also do understand the fact that and this happened under President Biden as well, and President Obama and President Bush, there is a concern with the leaking that happens in our country, and obviously it puts people, remember what happened with the Scooter Libby days under George Bush. I mean, there is that puts people's lives in danger if things are leaked. So I don't know how much they're going to curtail people's ability for classified information, but I would think that that is something that Congress would push back on.
It is kind of ironic, Jeannie, that a lot of this seems to be stemming from the Signal chat scandal that involved the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. When we've had Republican lawmakers on the air to talk about this, they've really highlighted, and the administration has as well, the fact that this mission over Iran did not leak, that the secrecy in itself was part of the success. And they
Trump limiter classified informasjon.
Where are we going with this?
The reality is the War Powers Act
Nei, Trump vil holde tilbake klassifisert informasjon til Kongressen etter de liker det her Iran-bombing damage. Ja.
classified briefing. I hope we haven't reached a point in this country where we can't allow the president to do that because we're worried about leaking. If we are, they are absolutely right to investigate these leaks. But in addition to that, I hope we have protections in place for those analysts who used their skills to come up with this
Å,
analysis.
fy faen, han skal sensurere for Kongressen. Det jo ikke populært, da.
As a result of coming up with facts that don't
Nei, men de har jo åpnet kjeften sin, så jeg skjønner jo det.
Ja, har de gjort det?
Ja. Men nå har jo Trump har vel da direkte, eller indirekte løgget til folket.
Trump?
Ja.
Jeannie, we just have a minute left.
Det er jo Kongressen som har sagt ifra at det ikke var like mye skader, eller at det nuclear greia ikke var truffet ordentlig.
Spain agreeing to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP, or at least target that
Ifølge hva jeg har
he
forstått.
has long been advocating for. What does that say about his ability to influence allies like that?
It is a win for him. It's also a win for the Secretary General. And, you know, Kaylee, I didn't get to talk
men hva da?
about this on air, but the Who's Your Daddy comment was a great comment by the Secretary General. The flattery got him everywhere, and they did get to this point. So
Ja, jeg vet
it's
ikke,
a
men
big
det
win
går
for
bare
the president.
fittetreigt.
Noteworthy, no condemnation
Ah,
of Russia
Nasdaq
this
tydelig.
time around, and the president acknowledging that Putin may go farther.
Ja, han må gjøre det.
A big moment from the sun.
Ja, jeg vet.
Yeah, the daddy comment did work its way into the press conference. I believe a reporter asked the president if he used
Kom det melding nå, Stig?
like his children. We'll have to get into that another time.
Det var bare en teknisk breakout der nå.
Today. Thank you both so much.
Ja, gull bare reacta tidligere.
Joe, we have to talk about what happened in New York City.
Nei, ikke bare gull, eller Nasdaq-alt bare krasja her.
In the mayoral primary.
Ja, så den var reacta vel bare.
Ja, driver og teller det.
Men det får se om det kommer nytt.
We'll talk to Tom Levy about it coming up next on Bloomberg.
Det går an til 33-21 på Bloomberg.
Jeg tror jeg hadde tatt gevinsten rundt her nå og låst neven og sett om han skal være med på neste runde, ass. For han har støtte her nå. Au. Ja, skal jeg med mat. Trump har nå tweetet, altså han har nå tatt CNN og New York Times for å prøve det samme som kongressen gjør. Faen, Nasdaq faller, da.
I'm Amy Morris. Purchases of new
Faen, meg på
homes in
tide,
the
ass.
U.S. fell in May to a 7-month low. Rampant builder price cuts and sales incentives just fell short of alleviating any affordability constraints. Sales of new single-family homes decreased 13.7%. That's below all estimates in a Bloomberg survey. Home builders are struggling to maintain their order books amid mounting economic challenges, including mortgage rates that are stuck near 7%, higher materials costs because of tariffs, and a slowing labor market. Wall Street's rebound from April's meltdown is showing signs of exhaustion. We check markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 now down 11 points. NASDAQ is up only 6 points, and the Dow is down 213 points. The 10-year Treasury yield at 4.31%, the 2-year yield at 3.79%. Bumble plans to reduce its global workforce by about 240 roles. That represents about 30% of that company. Bumble also boosted its adjusted EBITDA guidance for the second quarter. The guidance beat the average analyst estimate. Shares of Bumble now 21% higher. Shell denies that Wall Street Journal report that it is in active talks about acquiring its London-based oil rival BP. Shell spokesperson tells Bloomberg, quote, "This is further market speculation. No talks are taking place. U.S. shares of Shell are 0.5% lower. U.S. shares of BP now less than 2% higher." For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Many thanks, Amy Morris, watching Wall Street for us here as we talk politics in Washington and in New York. We're going to get to the mayoral primary, a blowout last evening, and a remarkable result that we're going to explore with Don Levy coming up in just a moment. We do have some headlines on the terminal as we rejoin with Kaylee Lyons here in Washington. Not a huge shocker, Kaylee. The enhanced supplementary leverage ratio is what we're talking about. Don't worry, there will not be a pop quiz. The Federal Reserve planning to roll it back. The SLR, which applies to the big U.S. banks. Kaylee, we're talking about capital requirements and a reduction in that level.
Yeah, this isn't all too surprising. Actually, the Fed chair was in his second day of testimony on Capitol Hill today before the Senate Banking Committee and did tell the committee that they were going to put out something on SLR for comment today, knowing that what they have proposed here, which is reducing the capital requirement for the largest U.S. banks from 5% to 3.5% to 4.5% range, and from 6% to 3.5% and 4% for their banking subsidiaries, is now going to be open to comment. And I would imagine there's going to be a lot of input.
Det ska göra det lättare för kapitalkravet till större banker.
Comment period. So it very well could change, but still this is a step the Fed is looking to take to effectively, as we heard Chairman Powell characterize today, do something that would free up more capital for banks.
That's right. Did he have less fun or more fun on the Senate side after the House?
I'm not sure he ever has fun in
Neither of them looked enjoyable, I have to admit. Yeah, it has concluded, by the way, if you were watching that a little earlier on Bloomberg TV. I don't think Andrew Cuomo is having fun either this morning, although it's unclear exactly what his political fortunes are. What we can tell you is, despite the conversations you heard on this program yesterday, that it was Andrew Cuomo's race to lose. Well, I guess that was true in part because he lost the race in a remarkable blowout in the Democratic primary in New York. Here he was from last night.
Tonight was not our night. Tonight was Assemblyman Mamdani's night, and he put together a great campaign. I called him, I congratulated him, I applaud him sincerely for his effort, and let's give him a round of applause.
Yes, indeed. His rival, Cuomo's that is, Zohran Mamdani, won the primary, at least unofficially, knowing that New York does use a ranked choice voting system. It will be about a week before the final result is actually tallied. But in the first round of ranked voting, it was Mamdani that garnered 43.5% of the vote to Cuomo's just 36.4%. Mamdani, of course, identifying as a democratic socialist, has some pretty strong ideas of how to improve affordability in New York City. So for more on his prospects in the general and how we should be viewing this from New York City is Laura Namias, who is our New York City and state reporter here at Bloomberg. So Laura, obviously Mamdani was relatively unknown until semi-recently used social media to propagate these ideas like freezing rent, free childcare, city-owned grocery stores. How should we think about the way in which he's going to be pitching those ideas as he moves forward as, at this point, the presumptive Democratic nominee for mayor?
Well, at this point, I think he is thinking about how he can pitch himself for the general election, because unlike in previous election cycles in New York, where the Democratic primary winner is the presumptive winner overall because of the overwhelming Democratic voter enrollment advantage, in New York City, Mamdani is likely going to have to face a competitive general election in November. So he still needs to win another very big contest. And that may mean reaching out and trying to appeal to some of the people who didn't vote for him and who, frankly, might be feeling a little afraid of what he represents and what he might be able to do as mayor. So he hasn't said anything yet about that, but we'll be looking to see what he does say.
33 years old, as Kaylee mentioned, self-identified Democratic Socialist from Queens. Let's hear from Mamdani from last night. Listen.
Tonight, we made history. An hour ago, I spoke with Andrew Cuomo about the need to bring this city together. We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford.
Echoing the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it's done. Laura, what does a platform of free buses, city-run grocery stores, free child care, rent freezes, and wealth taxes mean in a general election?
Well, I think the important thing to note, and as we have
Hello.
known, is that some of what he's proposing would be paid for by things that he can't do unilaterally.
Ja, ja, ja.
No, how would I know? That's right. Jeg venter og ser om han prøver å komme seg opp og bryte igjen.
Du har ikke på mikrofonen. Hvis du snakker med Jeg snakker telefonen, kanskje.
lite action nå.
Ja, det noen som sitter inn og treider da? Noen som treider? Bare sitter og glaner. Man of my dreams. Leggetid nå, kokain. Fuck. Det var tidlig. Det var tidlig. Det var meget tidlig. Nei, det er helt perfekt. Hvordan ser det ut på Gullstig? Det skjer noe litt opp og ned ut da. Nei, det... Akkurat her den er nå, så den er altså bokstavelig talt midt imellom de to nivåene mine. Det var ene nivået, og det er andre nivået. Så har du trendlinja fra tidligere, hvor den stoppet i nå, og reacta. Pluss en fyrvalgeup. Ja, det er fin inngang, Ray 2K. Jeg ville ha han på ja, litt lenger ned, på rundt 09 cirka, men det fikk jeg ikke, så jeg ble aldri med på den der, dessverre. Fibonacci, nei, kokain? Nei, sånt driver vi ikke med. Ja, jeg synes det var litt dårlig Lost in Heaven. Men sånn er det. Den traff ikke. Jeg kunne jo ha lunget på linja mi da, for at den var jo, altså den traff jo FG-en der. Så det var jo 100% at den skulle bounce, liksom. Men jeg ville bare ha den litt lenger ned. Jeg har vært litt grådig på inngangen min. Ja, på scalp så er den fin. Spesielt når den treffer 138 og 68, er det det? Jeg husker ikke hva det var for noe. Ja, 138%. Det var der jeg tok Nasdaq I dag. Når jeg shorta Nasdaq, jeg shorta jo Nasdaq opp på toppen her. Og den traff vel, jeg tror det var 132% av Fibben. Ja, det har egentlig vært fin short oppå der også. Har short hatt litt, ja, men det bra. Viktig å ta gevinst. Må jeg tro at vi skal ned? Nei. Ja, altså det kan jo gjøre at vi skal ned og teste noe av de områdene igjen, det skal vi nok sikkert, men vi skal vel ja, enn så lenge så skal vi opp, tror jeg. Hvis ikke skal de konsolidere her nå I noen dager. Longs har jo minsket en god del. Vi har tatt 9 trader I dag, ser jeg. Alt stopper over opp her. Her den challenge-kontoen min så langt. Ja, passert 300% nå. Jeg har laget den, Tommy. Vi har programmer, eller vi har koder, så vi har de kommer på hjemmesiden vår. Så den, ja. Vi driver og lager en sånn trading-journal. Eller, ja, vi, ja. Den henter ut alt automatisk. Men du kan jo bare plotte inn, altså laste ned historikken, og så importer du den bare, så den blir fylt ut. Ja, den ikke ferdig, så winraten på uken stemmer ikke. Winraten I bunn stemmer. Det ikke ferdig koda. Så blir det jo masse annen statistikk som blir å komme inn her også. Kan man trykke på dem, og så kan man legge inn en dagbok, og... Jeg begynte på 500. $500. Ja, og den kontoen der står på CopyTrade. Det var en som følger den, tror jeg. Nei, i utgangspunktet så skal den opp til 5.000. Det var det som var målet mitt, fra 500 til 5.000. Den ligger ikke på frontbroker, Tommy. Så skal prøve å få den til 5.000. Ja, altså, målet er å få det til så mye som mulig, selvfølgelig. Men vi tar $5.000 først, tenker jeg. Men jeg har søkt om sånn her CopyTrade på frontbroker, men det har ikke skjedd noe der inne. Ingen som vil godkjenne meg. Den kontoen er for øvrig 236% nå. Den på frontbroker. Jeg husker ikke hvor jeg gjorde det, kukken. Jeg bare vet at det sto en plass. Jeg klarer ikke å finne det igjen. Ja, nå klikket jo alt her da. Men hvor det var han? Security? Nei. Jeg har ikke noen innstillinger. Det vises ikke meg lenger. Jeg må si fra til Jones at her er det fucka. Der har du profilen min, liksom. Jeg har ikke alt det der. Jeg har ikke en kontakt her, ikke? English der har jeg ikke. Partner room har jeg ikke. Ja, fint. Og så hvis jeg trykker på account, user settings. Investor access, nei. The profile. Ingenting. Hva er det da? Inbox. Ingenting. Nei, hun sitter i telefon, tror jeg, hvis du live. For at vi har dark mode. Og så er det PC. Og ikke telefon. Jo, Luka er telefon. Ok, nei, da vet jeg ikke. Da vet ikke jeg.
Du, Stig.
Hallo.
Hvis du går inn på den vanlige frontbroker-sida, altså frontbroker.com, og så går du på login mens du er innlogget på frontbroker-kontoen, for du er oppe og går med trading-side der, er du ikke?
Oi, det var frontbroker.com. Og så trykker jeg på login.
Trykker på login, da skal du komme rett inn uten å logge inn, for du er innlogget.
Ja, og så?
Der fikk du rett verga i ansiktet, ja. Skal vi se. Og så har du helt opp til høyre, da ser du kontoen din, ikke sant?
Ja.
Og så helt opp til høyre, så er det 3-4 streker helt opp, ja.
Ja, hamburgermenyen, ja.
Ja, og der kan du for eksempel become money manager.
Ja, den står ikke til meg.
Gjør det ikke?
Nei.
Har du ingenting der?
Det står profile, security, become affiliate, copy trading, restart application, og så en sånn logg-ut-knapp.
Ja, become affiliate.
Nei, det er noe annet, det. Det er affiliate, det. Ikke money manager.
Ikke det som er copy trading, ja?
Nei. Copy
Det er
trading
money
er en
manager, da.
Ja. Men den har ikke jeg.
Ja, for den er kommet... Nei, men da får jeg... Hvis jeg trykker på become money manager, så får jeg you sure you want to become affiliate?
Ja, men jeg har trykt på den, så det er sikkert derfor den har kommet vekk til meg. Jeg trykte på den for et par dager siden, eller sånt, tror jeg. Den måneden så...
Ok, da kan jeg inn til behandling, da, men du burde nå ha fått mail om det.
Ja, gjorde det. Jeg har nok sjekket, eller? Nei, jeg har ikke fått noe mail om det, eller?
Noe rart. Ja, da fikk jeg ikke hørt dem noe mer enn det der.
Nei.
Det var et forsøk.
Ja.
Kunne jo ringe dem også.
Ja da.
Ja.
Kunne ha gjort det. Så ivrig er jeg ikke.
Det var det.
Ja, burde det, Lena.
Ja, nå avbryter jeg prosessen, for jeg trykte gærlig på greiene der for å begynne på med det står noe til meg. Så den kommer ned igjen, Gylen, og så får vi en skjev HS.
Kjenner litt på at Botox skulle tatt meg med som UX-designer når vi snakket om det. Hørt. Det er mye som skulle vært endret der. Eller forbedret, heter det kanskje.
Hva er UX for noe?
Design og backend. Front-end, back-end. UI er vel frontend, og UX er backend. Ja, brukersentrert design. Samme ulla.
Jeg har fått rop igjen nå. Du skamskjev den IHS-en. Eller OHS.
Du har en IHS på, så zoomer litt mer ut.
Ja.
Nei, jeg tror ikke at gull skal noe mye ned i kveld, sånn sett. Nå er det noe kveld også. Men det er ikke bare det. Men hvem vet? Like morsomt. Du gjør det, Lena.
Da får du til resten av det.
Definasjon på programmet er det. Nei, klart det, David. Ja. Wordpress og sånt, det telles ikke, altså. Skal Nasdaq fortsatt ned, eller? Den burde jo egentlig komme ned til 22.139. VP og proffhosting har jeg blitt god på det. Ja, men det er fint det også. I utgangspunktet så burde vi jo reject Nasdaq, altså det er nå. Åja, det var såpass det. Ok, da kan vi Isen. Hvorfor faen er det? Åja, jeg tok så mange kontrakter. Fuck. Ok. Ja. Skjønte det var med ingenting. Det så ikke godt bra ut. Burde gjort litt ivrig der. Hva som spennende? Og liker å sitte og se på at maling tørker. Ja, det ble... Jeg så ikke hva den sto på. Jeg trodde den sto på 1. Men det gjorde den ikke.
Nei. Det kan skje, det.
Ja, jeg synes jeg går litt fort I svingene.
Var det like nå?
Kan jeg bare tryne nå? Get down! Sånn, ja. Kom ned, kom ned, kom ned, kom ned. White House Deputy Director said there is an accumulation plan for the US to buy more Bitcoin. Come on, come on, come on. Det på Steinkjer det skjer. Hva faen som skjer der? En okse og en ku stakkar for å gå på kvam, ja. Kua foran til melking, den. Men oksen på rømmen. Leter etter nytt beite. Da kan jeg fortsette ned nå. Og kan jo bli en potensielt W på... Det liker jeg ikke. Liker ikke det. I teorien så skal det jo ned. Ja, men samtidig så har jeg ikke stoppet, men den var litt for stor, så har den egentlig ikke så jævlig sitt i munnen. Det har sikkert vært for sent nå. gjesp sånn. Smitter jo. Det var dødt.
Jeg satt i telefonen, jeg. Den ble aldri ferdig.
Det har jo gått opp, Christensen. Har jo gått opp hele dag, nesten. Gikk opp litt i går, og sier litt ned, altså. Ja, nå kan jo bare Nasdaq tryn. Boom! Break even, stopp. Faen, det var fint om det bare...
Faen du, ass. Helvete. Holdt på å kaste opp bare som du.
Ja, det er ikke bra. For å gå og legge deg, du har jo ikke sovet noen ting på flere døgn, sikkert.
Jo, jeg så faktisk i natt, hele fuckings natta, eller... Jeg var bare oppe 3 ganger da, som er ganske lite for å være meg. Så i natt så faktisk sov, men alltid når jeg sover sånn lenge da, eller når jeg sover liksom i sånn 7-8 timer, så får jeg så jævla vondt i huet. For sånn jævla skallbank.
Ja.
This is what we do. Hørte du på den sangen vi nå sa her? Hvorfor hørte jeg denne huet mitt nå?
Ja.
Skjønner ikke. Faen, jeg hører ting i huet mitt. Alt er gærent med huet mitt. This is what we do. Hørte du på den nå, Stig?
Nei, jeg har ikke hørt på den.
Hva faen er det som har spilt?
Jeg har ingen musikk på det. Sitter bare på å håpe at Nasdaq skal tryne eller noe. Ja, jeg vil ha toppart. 100%. Det er greit. Jeg har slappet ut kua i stedet, hvorfor det ikke? Ja, nå bør den bare poppe opp, hvis ikke blir jeg pissed. Only så har jeg trykt på den Become Money Manager, men det skjedde ingenting.
Jo, du sender en sånn søknad, så blir den godkjent, det er sikkert.
Ja, det er jo flere dager siden jeg gjorde det.
Er det flere dager siden?
Ja, ja.
2 sekunder skal jeg ta ringen, sier jeg.
Knappen kom bort til meg og greier. Så jeg er ikke lenger. Ja, da tar vi sånn Nasdaq fyk ned nå. Satan i helvete. Hadde jeg hatt break-even her, så hadde jeg vel berget. Altså 100% break-even. Fette typisk.
Hva sa du, Stig?
Ingenting.
Takk for telefonen.
Ja, det er ikke lagt inn. Det er ikke programmert inn. Det må sendes en mail som følger den. Jeg har gitt beskjed også, Stig, så du kan bli det. Eller du må bli godkjent da, men du har erfaring, så jeg vet at du blir godkjent. Faen til grus. Ja, altså jeg tjener penger på når jeg går i pluss. Jeg tjener ikke penger når jeg går i minus. Sånn som nå på Nasdaqen så er jeg tradet inn halvparten på Nasdaqen. Jeg hentet en halve tapet på Nasdaqen og har gjort nå 5 uker, og da har jeg ikke tjent en krone på det. Så den der copy-treningen funker sånn at du tjener ikke penger på hver transaksjon. Du tjener kun penger hvis du går i pluss. Så da sier du gjør det bra i en måned da. Og så taper du penger. Og så trader du i pluss igjen, så får du ikke noe penger for det. Du får kun penger når kunden går i pluss. Så du kan risikere å sitte og trade som av faen og jobbe som av helvete uten å få betalt noen ting. Så du må gå i pluss for å tjene penger på copy-trening. Shorter eller ser du Nasdaq, Stig?
Jeg var short i stad, men nå hadde jeg jo lyst til å gå long, men det gjorde jeg.
Jeg mente long eller short. Så hvis du tjener 101 måneden, og neste måned jeg 110 tapp, så har du ikke tjent noe. Jo, du tjener på gevinsten, men hvis du fortsetter å trade, så tjener jeg ikke en shit. Du tjener kun på gevinst. Så hvis du taper, så har jeg tapt. Da har jeg ikke tjent noen ting. Så det er lov å spørre. Det er sånn det funker. Det er ikke noe stress det. Jeg husker da jeg jobbet som aksjemegler, så hadde jeg noen jævla svære kunder. Og da tok vi noe som heter kurtasje. Og da tjente vi penger per transaksjon. Da hadde 0,1 kurtasje på de største gutta, og de minste så hadde du 0,5. Og da var det ofte sånne diskusjoner på, som megler bare, «Hæ, skal du ta betalt? Du bommet jo på traden, eller lalalala». Og la oss si det handlet for mange millioner da, så la vi en, altså 0,2 kurtasje på en million er 2000 kroner da, så la jeg en 2000 kroner per transaksjon, ikke sant? Det er sånn det er. Så som megler så får du penger uansett om du tjener eller taper penger. Men sånn som copy-trader funker, så blir det mer som en sånn performance-fee nesten, sånn som forvalter her. Da gjør du ditt beste for å tjene penger. For hvis du ikke tjener penger, så tjener du ikke en dritt.
Hva det var du sa før jeg gikk i telefoner? Du spurte om noe.
Hæ?
Spurte du ikke om noe da jeg akkurat gikk i telefon?
Jeg?
Ja.
Jeg spurte om det var long eller short.
Ja. Jeg shortet den i sted bare. Tok ut nesten så godt som break-even. Så fikk vi en W som jeg hadde lyst til long, men jeg gjorde ikke det på grunn av at jeg satt i telefonen. Hva er det folk skriver nå? Så navnet mitt og navnet der oppe. Men hørt Stig er i slaget om dagen. Den spytter nok i en del. Og spytter inn i hva?
Jo, jeg tjener 30% på gevinst.
Det blir jo som å snakke om lønnen til en person i virksomhetsjobb. Synes ikke det ble skrevet noe ufint. Det ble bare nevnt hvor mye han tjener. Ja. Det var ikke nevnt hvor mye han tjente heller. for den saks skyld.
Jo, men det er sånn det funker da, som er greit å vite, er at hvis du taper penger, hvis kunden har tapt penger, eller han som føler har tapt penger, så får du ikke tjener ikke du penger før den kunden er i pluss igjen.
Nei.
Vent da, jeg må flytte Gustav, han er gæren. Han fikk jo finger i rumpa nå, liksom. Ja, satt opp fingeren.
Så stappet du fingeren i rumpa hans?
Står i bjørn.
Hva er det du gjør? Jeg står.
Står til seg selv.
Så Lolik lestig blir bare tatt ut av konteksten for å se en spøk. Nei, Mark kan tjene kun hvis at kontoen er i pluss, altså det er sånn her high watermark heter det. Som da vil si at kontoen må være i pluss for at han skal tjene. Så hvis at han tjener $100 til dere, og så går kontoen ned til $50, så må han komme opp til $100 og over der for å tjene igjen. All profitten over da, $100 tjener han på.
Så du tjener
og så blir det neste high watermark.
Ja, så du tjener ikke per trade med mindre kontoen er i pluss. Så som coppertrader så risikerer du å jobbe uten lønn i mange år, hvis du har vært med på korreksjon for eksempel. Så det er liksom... Det er ganske slitsomt hvis du sitter i feil vei og sånn, så tjener du ikke en krone. Og det der er null stress. Lost in heaven, det der er ikke noe problem.
Men så gikk du short opp her, han fikk ripek på 33.
Marks.
Ja, han tok vel her på breakouten. Her? På breakouten.
Jeg tror jeg var for opptatt med å diskutere.
Faen, hvorfor langer ikke du NAS da?
Hæ?
Nasdaq var jo nydelig opp her.
Nydelig opp, det er jo drittindeks. Jeg shortet han på toppen nesten, eller jeg gjorde 50 poeng da. Men jeg tør ikke trade Nasdaq, jeg trader bare med en halv kontrakt, det er bare sånn, bare for å være med.
Du tør ikke å trade, men du trader?
Ja, men det er jo så lite, en halv kontrakt er jo ingenting da. Det er bare for, liksom, det er bare for å si at man er med, liksom.
Nei, jeg har ikke det, Marcos. Ikke på coppertradinga. Både business og sånn i minus.
Timesbetaling er ræva, men det er ikke derfor jeg trader. Jeg vet hvor god, hvor dårlig det er, så det er ikke noe stress helt tatt. Det som du risikerer når du driver med coppertrading, som er litt annerledes å trade enn når du driver med trading på privaten, der du tar litt andre, du må ta litt mer hensyn når du trader på coppertrading. Og så er jo kontoen mye mindre, så det er mer risk.
Burde ikke være sånn.
Nei, men det er sånn bare er.
Ja, den andre kontoen min her, så har jeg, og jeg kjører den coppertrading uten at det egentlig er noen som vet det. Men det er et par stykker som kopierer meg der. Og i går så tok jeg et tap nettopp på grunn av at jeg tenkte at jeg måtte være forsiktig med den som kopierte. Og det er så feil som man kan få det, for jeg skal drite i dem som kopierer. Jeg må trade sånn som jeg trader.
Jo, det er det
jeg
dreper
på. Du må trade sånn som du trader.
Ja, men det er veldig vanskelig, for du tenker annerledes.
Ja, det er psykisk.
Ja, men du tenker jo helt annerledes, sånn som når du driver med coppertrading. Det er sånn, i hvert fall i starten nå har vi heldigvis hevet den til 500. Egentlig burde den ligge på 10 000 eller 20 000 sånn egentlig. For det er jo ikke, altså å trade gull med en 0,01 kontrakt og holde på 5 000 kroner på gull, og vi er i krig og sånn, det er liksom, det er jævla risky egentlig. Ikke sant? For du tåler jo ikke veldig mange svingninger før du på en måte er ute av vater da. Sånn som drømmen hadde vært hvis alle var 20 000 kroner, for da kan du være med opp og ned, og du kan gå ut og inn, og du kan sette den her, du kan sette den der. Mens når du driver på coppertrading på 5 000 kroner, så kan du ikke ha mer enn maks 4 til 5 kontrakter. Og 4 til 5 kontrakter på forskjellige nivåer, det er ikke så jævla mye. Og så blir det sånn at hvis jeg tar en kontrakt nå, så kanskje han går og stopplås. Hvis han har tradet på egen konto, tar du tap der, så kanskje det er litt dumt, for kanskje han, ikke sant? Det er jævla tankekjør, altså. Du må ta hensyn til veldig mye forskjellig. Og det veldig mange som handler på den kontoen i tillegg. Nei, det vi gjør når du bygger opp den kontoen til 20, og så bare gjør vi alle likt, så ikke det her noe stress i det hele tatt. Det en grunn til at jeg har 2 kontoer, en på privat og en på copy, for på privaten så har jeg mye mer penger. Det null stress. 60K nok, ja det mer enn nok, men når du har 60K på copy på 5K, så får du jo, ettersom jeg forstod, så får du jo mye høyere risk.
Ja, sinnssykt mye større kontrakter.
Ja, så du burde egentlig gjøre det Robert har sagt, og det tror jeg vi må ta på neste runde. Hvis du har 10 eller 20 000, så bare følger du meg med 5, du følger meg med min konto da, så at det blir likt. Da trenger ingen stresse med noen ting. Ja, hvis man tjener mer penger, jo, men ja, det jo greit, men det veldig lett. Sånn som nå når jeg tjente masse penger hele forrige uke, hele tiden, og så plutselig kommer det krig. Da blir jeg også satt, bang, da får jeg en i trynet jeg som alle andre, og da det veldig dumt å ha så høy risiko. For den krigen, den var det ingen som kunne forutse, og det skjer, sånne ting skjer hele tiden. Da det jævla viktig at man ikke har for mye på kontoen. For det hjelper ikke om du tjener masse penger uka før, hvis du plutselig får en krig i trynet, og du veldig eksponert. Nei, jeg trader på begge kontoene, Lena. Det ikke noe problem. Stiger og prater i sånn sextelefon, for han muter oss. Jeg synes gull virker ganske sterk nå. Hvis du ser på alle indikatorer rundt oss, så holder gull seg veldig bra. Tilbake på nesten det her igjen. Da har du tredet på egen hånd, Låstenheimen, tror jeg. For jeg har ikke gjort noe der.
To extreme measures, but nonetheless, the setup is Mag 7 will do fine, rest of index probably not, and anything that comes to the alternative of that is likely to take the market by surprise. The big question that I think investors are going to have is how much is this a signal of what's going forward, though? Because is the second quarter really just a disruption from tariffs, and can we ignore this or not? The companies are going to have to help us help to provide some visibility into that question.
It's a shame there's nothing going on. Just gonna say. Hey, have a good time in Boston and safe travels back home. Gina Martin-Adams, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Equity Strategist. When we continue, folks, we are taking a look into
geopolitics.
Again, nothing going on.
Hva er dere en trade nå? Trade som har flere 100 000 på konto. Er ikke det fint, det da?
Ja, hvis det står flere 100 000 på kontoen, så er det fint.
Ja, det skal jo bli 100 000, flere 100 000.
Ja, men det blir det.
Yes. Hva du gjør når du er sulten? Riktig. Ja, fikse bil. Takk. Ja. Ok. Jævlig det er så short gull egentlig. Hva? Jeg hadde så short gull. Men jeg... Men jeg... Ja,
Nei. Jeg vet ikke hvor det er. Hæ? Jeg har tatt Paracet. Nei, jeg har tatt Paracet, jeg. Hva skal jeg finne litt der?
1,73.
Helvete, men faen.
Hva?
Det er jo sjuk, Lost in Heaven.
Skal han shorte gull her nå?
Ja, med 1,73 kontrakter. Oi, trykt.
Lykke til.
Trykk play.
Hvis han skal shorte, så er det her jeg skal shorte den da.
Ja, jeg sa det. Men, ja, nei, jeg gjør det.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Home Title Lock. Homeowners, when was the last time you checked your home title? Go to HometitleLock.com/Bloomberg for a free title history report to make sure you're not already a victim of title fraud. That's HometitleLock.com/Bloomberg. The Treasury Department has issued an order under the Fentanyl Sanctions Act targeting 3 banks based in Mexico. The banks, Cbanco, Intercam, and Vector, are accused of money laundering related to opioid trafficking. We check markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. The S&P 500 is up 4 points. NASDAQ up 58 points. The Dow is down 100
Og du gjorde det faktisk, den
The 10-year
sjuke
Treasury yield at
satan.
4.28%. The 2-year yield at 3.77%. BlackBerry shares 14% higher after the software company boosted its revenue forecast for the
Spreaden er
full year.
$80.
Analysts were
Kurtasjen
positive about the
det er
company's
jo
forecast,
$100
but
i
it
minus
hiked
med
their
en gang,
price
ja.
target on the stock. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's go back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec.
Hey, thanks so much, Amy, for that update. Do appreciate it. Well, once again, Iran said its nuclear installations were, quote, badly damaged by U.S. airstrikes. These comments coming just hours after President Trump disputed a U.S. intelligence report that said the
Hvor mye er det eksponert for da hvis du setter 1,7 kontrakter? Du må tenke hvor mange millioner er det egentlig?
Meantime, the president said that he had a good meeting with Ukraine's Volodymyr
Det står jo der, det står $576 000.
Ja, det er 6 millioner kroner. Jeg tror ikke dere helt vet beløpene dere driver og leker med.
Kajawara does. He's managing director and co-president at Teneo Intelligence. He focuses on geopolitics, He's also a
Da,
member of the Council on
da
Foreign
trader du nå
Relations,
med
attorney Sarah
6
Bloomberg.
millioner
In the Active
kroner,
Poker
og så har du en
Studio.
egenkapital
In our
på
introduction,
hvor
we talked
mye?
about two different things. One is the latest from Iran.
$3,000 eller noe sånt. 6,000.
Kan noen forklare han hva liksom risk management er for noe? Altså treffer han? All good to you, my friend. Det der er galskap, liksom. Det er en prompt der fra Donald Trump, og så går han opp eller ned eller alle veier, og så er han ute.
In a Democratic primary last night that business leaders are trying to digest today. What is the biggest risk to your clients right now?
Well, I think you highlighted just the variety of issues that are out there, right? And the fact that they are all happening at the same time. What's more typical historically, right, is to have a number of sort of discrete events, and you can respond to each of them. These now happening with greater frequency. They are happening simultaneously, and they are therefore compounding on one another in ways that, you look at any individual issue and you might question why the market reacts in that way, but there's really, there's a lot of different inputs coming in. So I think that the challenge for, say, a CEO, or frankly an institutional investor, but for a CEO is, how do I triage everything that's going on, and what is actually kind of signal for the business that I'm in versus trying to cut through all that noise.
Well, that's where I want to go, Kevin, because companies are going public, right? IPOs are happening, companies are doing deals, companies are making decisions, they're spending CapEx. So, what are you hearing from the community about, what are the lines to say, all right, I'm ready to pull the trigger on spending money, or
Ikke rota bort I himmelen her nå.
It's just too unclear, I'm out.
Well, I think the way that they look at it is that uncertainty is essentially a tax, or it is effectively a tax, in the sense that it perverts what would be otherwise normal economic behavior, right? So in other words, if you were trying to anticipate tariffs, you probably tied up capital building inventory that you wouldn't otherwise do. Or because you have no visibility on what the runway is looking like, you're going to hold off on that potential M&A transaction or opening that supply chain in some way, shape, or form. So I think, though, that while there's this realization that there's a lot going on, there's a lot of uncertainty, CEOs, just like the president himself, always making decisions based on imperfect information, and now it's perhaps more imperfect. You get that clarity. Det var en grunn til at jeg ikke shorta meg heller. CFO had better be ready to act and to be able to commit that capital.
On the uncertainty tax, on the uncertainty side of this, there's certainly geopolitical uncertainty, but there's also the uncertainty about policies that are coming out of Washington, that are coming out of the White House. And we've seen this sort of changing way that companies are speaking or communicating with the president, especially companies outside of the United States announcing investments, companies in the United States announcing investments in the U.S. How would you say that your clients, or you're advising your clients to communicate with Washington, to communicate with the president?
Well, look, I think that there's the issue is that it gets really bespoke really quickly, depending on the
det står hvor mye marginer du må ha for at du skal ha
all of those things into consideration. I think that there is a focus, at perhaps a greater indexation, if you will, on things that are going to resonate well, and via avenues that will resonate well with this, with this administration and with this president, right? So for some people that means we've got to go to Mar-a-Lago. For some people that means appearing on certain news outlets. And in others it means taking...
for executives?
Yeah, sure.
We saw Jamie Dimon, I think it's fair to say, Carol, communicate that morning on Fox with Maria Bartiromo.
Yeah.
And it seemed like he made his message known to Washington through that interview.
So
it was an audience of one.
So understanding that going on there, that President Trump is listening.
Yes.
And watching.
Absolutely.
Huh. We've had a lot of conversations here. It's just amazing the fear of executives to speak out in the United States of America. Give me what intel, and I understand you can't tell us specifics and stuff, but I'm just curious, what is kind of the psyche of the corporate clients that you're dealing with, and why there is that fear?
Well, I think
I understand if you're publicly held, you don't want to be a target, but
right?
Aren't you surprised? I mean, these are leaders that are supposed to speak out when things are, maybe they don't agree with things.
Well, I think that there's a hierarchy of leaders, right? You just mentioned Jamie Dimon, who's probably the closest thing we've got to sort of a head of state level chief executive in this country, and perhaps further in power. But it also plays into his own personality. He is comfortable in that role in the way that not every executive is, I think. But secondly, I think this has forced executives not necessarily to shrink, but to refocus on what's important to them, their industry, their company, the stakeholders they have, and to focus in on those things rather than feeling like they need to weigh in and opine on every single issue that is out there.
So you think that's a good thing?
Well, I think it's just the new reality. I don't think any of these things are good things or bad things. It's just the thing.
Yeah.
This is the environment that we are currently in. That environment will change 4 years from now, and they'll shift again.
Because it's such a swing if you think you go from the murder of George Floyd and COVID, and executives were out talking about everything, and we thought that there was this real opening, and then it just feels like, I understand.
Det blir nej, lost in heaven.
It swung another.
Nej.
Well, and of course, the other thing is action, right? And I think being on the other side of this now, right, where we're looking at, for instance, DE&I initiatives, right, being rolled back in terms of how they're promoted and so on and so forth. But a lot of executives have bought with their stakeholders and their employees and their customer bases. They've got a lot of goodwill because of the actions that they have taken over the years. And now, even if you change the website a little bit or something of that nature, but you remain committed because you can see the bottom line positive impact of the
Ett minut bråk, noise. Det stay.
So you consider the stakeholders the ones who are
I helvete, gud likt da!
a group of stakeholders.
Ja.
You don't necessarily talk about the DEI policies outside of the
Hvordan
company.
gikk shortinga her, da? Kom seg etter, eller?
About them internally in the same
Nej,
way.
short ikke.
Perhaps you did see a return on the investment, so you keep doing
Å,
those
faen meg
things
godt.
and you call them something else. Like what happens here?
There's elements with
En
it.
short så det sa at jeg ikke ble å gjøre det.
Example,
Heldigvis.
a company that has a lot of people who are devoted toward helping executives.
Jeg bare sier igjen,
kind of
alt
thread this
fundamentalt
needle,
tilsier
so
at
to
Gud
speak.
skal
Some
videre
need more
oppover.
help than others, and also, it's an
Nei,
awareness
takk,
of
takk.
who your audience is, who your customer base is. Some are going to respond, and we all know the companies, right, where we're taking certain stands has stood them in good stead with their audiences, and others who've had a more challenging time. So it's about being smart and surgical about this.
But you've seen cycles. Like I think about, in this world, and I think about the great financial crisis, there's COVID, there's just so much stuff. War overseas, different presidents, and so on and so forth. How do you describe this cycle? And how do you think a lot of CEOs, and I hate to dump everybody in a bucket because it's just not the way the world works, but I am just curious, historically, business-wise, economically, the role of the United States in the world, like how do you see
Hvordan
this?
i faen fikk du det her for?
This is not just a cycle. This is a secular change, right? And this is something that can no longer be punted down the road. In other words, the decisions that CEOs are making today are existential decisions for their companies, and whether they are going to be, nimble enough to be
New York Grid
some of the winners
issues
on
energy
the
watch
other side.
on
Think
drop
about it
in
in the
power
context of like
reserves.
climate change as an example, right? Remember a few years ago, companies, managements were, making zero carbon commitments and the like. But the reality of it was like a generation or two down the road of management that would actually have to implement that. That was an easy commitment to make, in a sense, right?
Exactly.
But right now,
Jeg skjønner hvor det er lang
the
ifra.
playing field is actually fundamentally changing, and it is
Right,
not
okay.
hyperbolic to say that it's a paradigm
Ja, det står
shift.
open. Ja, den,
But
ok,
it is
der, ja.
this
5.
generation of leadership that's having to have the situational
1572.
awareness and kind of
Ja, så er det.
realize that even though you've got all these
Ja,
balls in the air
dritbra,
right now,
Ricky.
with the just in time, it just what's happening right now with trade, with the geopolitics, with the fiscal bill,
So this isn't
all of
just
that.
a
This is a bigger
presidential
picture.
administration
No,
thing.
not at all.
So you're talking about supply chains. You're talking about what AI? Like what does
What
that
we
mean?
think of as the international rules-based order, right,
Yeah.
which is a system that has that laid the groundwork for the multinational corporation to be the single most important economic actor. If that is evolving, if the role of the U.S. is evolving, is it axiomatic that those same economic actors are going to be the big winners in the next, or do you have to be nimble enough? This interim period, I don't know if it's going to be long or short. We don't know exactly what it's going to look like on the other side, but those who are aware it's like Eisenhower said, right? The plan is worthless when the first bullet flies, but planning is everything, right?
So
interesting.
Putting you on the spot, net, is this a positive development in the work that you do?
Well, I mean, I think so, in the sense that it is inevitable that, you know, over time, strategic decisions have been made predicated on a certain perspective on what the global operating environment is going to look like. And then all your other decisions stem from that.
The global operating environment being a world of liberal democracies,
but not
and
just
a
that,
liberal
right?
world
This
order.
ability to take advantage of the, you know, free flow of labor, free flow of capital, you know, a just-in-time global supply chain system, opening of
Free trade.
markets, all of that, right? The sort of the key variables of globalization.
Right.
If that's shifting, right? If that's shifting, you've got to start scenario planning for how that might impact your business.
25 seconds. It's a question Tim and I like to ask a lot of folks who come on here because in January we
Gull
thought
på
about
pall,
American
eller?
exceptionalism a lot. Is that going away? And forgive me, only about 25 seconds.
Look, the United States has certain built-in advantages: scale, the English language, the dollar, an economic ecosystem and financing ecosystem that finds phenomenal ideas and
Skal vi ha sånn
can bring them to market.
ASMR?
Nobody else has got that still, even with all the challenges we've got.
What a great conversation. Kevin, thank you so much.
Ja, det var
Thanks for
onsdag,
being there.
spiste
Don't wait
ost
so
bare.
long.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Kevin Kajawara, he's Managing Director,
Ostabit.
Co-President at Teneo Intelligence. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Ja, det er det sikkert, tror jeg, ok. Jeg går ut ifra. Han har ikke tatt tapet ennå, altså. Maten, faen.
Jeg sier nei, men jeg har tredje nesten helt tappet. Men jeg skal kjøre på masse her, når det begynner å ramle. Ikke nå. Mange gikk tom for margin på den greia der. For det var... De begynte koppetreninga litt feil. For det var mange som hadde forskjellige... Veldig mye forskjellige beløp. Vi hadde ikke noe minstebeløp, ingenting. Så det var veldig vanskelig også... Den første gangen var veldig vanskelig å gjøre alt riktig. Det var mye feil som skjedde på den første gangen. Hva tenker du om det, Peter? Nei, altså, jeg klarer ikke å tenke. Hun Sahar krangler med klokka. Å sette en hedge her nå, det jo riktig med tanke på at det her har han ikke klart å snu det hele tatt. Jeg tror vi blåser oppover. Det ikke noe feil å sette en hedge hvis vi long. Det aldri feil å forsikre posisjonen sin. Jeg tror gull skal rett opp, men hvis det faller nå, så faller det rundt disse nivåene her. Han har ikke klart å bryte her. Og da kan du sette en short. For det uansett long med portefølja di, ikke sant? Det bare en forsikring. Det ikke noe galt i det. Jeg har gjort det hele dagen. Fundamentalt sett så gull opp.
Drit i fundamentalt. Skal ikke trade på det.
$340 on Wall Street. I'm Amy Morris. We check the markets all day long at Bloomberg. Stocks are mixed. We go to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call with Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Amy. That's right. U.S. stocks are mixed in a choppy
Hvorfor funker ikke .no-domenet?
40 points. S&Ps are a little changed.
Fordi,
and Nasdaq is higher by 34.
fordi,
the U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.29%. Gold and oil are in the green. And Bitcoin, that's higher by 1.5%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were tech and telecom, utilities and consumer discretionary were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, NVIDIA and JP Morgan, while McDonald's fell 2.2% and led to the downside. After earnings, paychecks fell 10%. And in deal news, Shell said that takeover talks with BP are not taking place. In the chip space, NVIDIA traded to an all-time high, and wrapping things up, Micron reports after the bell. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Amy?
Thank you, Bill. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Amy Morris, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
Yeah, but you let me drive.
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That's funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We're coming up on about 18 minutes to go.
Det har ju något på gul.
On this Wednesday, June 25th. Where the heck did June go?
It is behind us, Carol. We can only look forward to the third quarter of the year.
What are you, like in Hamilton or something?
You know,
did you start rapping like it's
did I
you're
say
in
this
Hamilton?
yesterday
What?
on air? I think I said it not
What?
on air. I've never seen Hamilton.
I know. I don't even know why I can share space
I lived in New York
with
for
you.
15 years and I've never seen Hamilton.
You're like, you got to see Hamilton. It's really, really good. It's
Yeah.
even on, you can watch it on streaming.
I know, but like I said, I don't want to watch it on streaming without seeing it on Broadway.
Don't get us singing.
All right.
Okay,
we don't have the rights to that music.
All right, we've got the S&P little change down 2 points, 129 to the downside on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, if you care about that index. And the NASDAQ 100 up 22 points, up 0.1%. This is kind of I almost feel like a sideways move. Let's see what Jeanette Garrity has to say about all of it. She's managing director, chief economist at the wealth management firm Robertson Stevens. She's joining us from Menlo Park, California. Robertson Stevens, by the way, has about $7.1 billion in assets under management. How are you?
Det på grund av courtage-spread och sånt.
Okay. You know, another week where a lot comes at us. We had a rally yesterday. Today feels like we don't know where we're going. Tell us what your clients come to you or your team comes to you and says, you know, I don't understand
spreaden, differensen mellan köp och salg.
or what's top of mind.
Well, you know, actually, they haven't, at least in the last 6 weeks, they haven't been saying so much of where do we go from here as where can I go from here? Where are the opportunities? What am I going to do? Certainly, everybody feels a bit better than they did in April. I don't know, and I think the market reflects that. The equity market.
Det står I forhold til mye penger du handler for. Så hvis du handler for 6 millioner, så betaler du da commission på det. For det penger som du låner til banken. Og spreaden går til de liquidity providerne, de som stiller med priser og sånn.
Well, what's the biggest challenge that you see right now?
Når du handler med kontrakter, sånn som nå når du handler med 6 millioner, eller hadde gjort det da, så må du låne de pengene fra et sted, ikke sant? Det ikke bare noen som bare, her, nå kan du handle med 6 millioner gratis. De blir tatt ut fra et sted, liksom. Så det betaler du rente på da.
Navigating what these companies are going to do in the face of changing policy or uncertain policy?
Well, I think the biggest challenge is, let's not say tariffs, but trade.
Men da tenker de som setter handler med de at de har med mye penger.
The relationships that are in place,
Nei, det standard for alle. Hvis du handler samme beløpet på alle plattformer, så koster det omtrent det samme.
Det bare en liten dråpe I havet, Lost in Heaven.
Ja, du gæren. Når jeg handler store summer, så handler jeg for mye mer enn det der.
So I think that is a big challenge, and maybe the fundamental challenge from investors is it's not an easy environment, perhaps.
Det store summer når du har liten konto. Har du konto på par 300 000, så kan du lett handle med det.
Company management, how dynamic you are,
the right educated guests that you make. We're going to see winners and losers everywhere. Some of it's going to be luck, some of it's going to be skill. Better to be lucky and good, actually, not just one.
So we talked earlier with our Tyler Kendall about kind of the next couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks or so, that are facing President Trump, and there's a lot on his docket.
Jeg tipper at det kan komme litt sånn her short-covering her snart, ja.
Deadline on that one. The deadline ticking on the imposition.
Jeg gikk short.
Og så sentimentet på gull nå om long og short.
60% long. Det har gått ned ganske kraftig.
60% long, og så går gull opp. Det stemmer ikke helt med den greiene der da.
Nei, men nå det jo, altså, det var jo på 69. Så det har gått ned ganske kraftig, synes det I dag.
What's your take on that? Do you
I
expect
took a
things get
high
done,
risk
or
short.
do you think it just gets pushed down the road?
Oh, I do think things get done, but we're not sure what thing, and we're not sure what done really means, right? So there are going to be deals. We'll see how he feels coming back from NATO. That'll be about more than just NATO. That'll be about who he sat down with and how the conversations went. It's also a bit about the
Nvidia har hentet nesten hele fallet sitt.
Look at Chairman Powell in the press conference last week had this nice little
Lost in Heaven,
distinction between risk and uncertainty. And he said the level of uncertainty is down, but the risk is still high. And what he was getting at is uncertainty means you can't see anything at all, if you will. You can't see at all what might happen. Risk is that you have a wide range of outcomes. So I think more so than in April, we sort of know what's going on out there. There are these trade negotiations, occasionally a trade fight. There are these surprises that are going to be coming out of the One Big Budget Bill Act, OBA. So we know what that sort of is. I know we know what that sort of.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah.
Wait, is that?
I didn't hear you say. I didn't hear you say beautiful.
Yeah.
One Big Beautiful Act. Excuse me, I left out beautiful.
Okay.
It's so much easier just to say OBA, right? It's so much easier
saying that. I haven't heard.
Jeg håper ikke jeg gnærer
because you lose track of the B's, but
Are you short
so
now?
you know that's there. You know the general parameters. You can see, but the
Jeg tok en harry fra deg opp ganske bra I dag, så det
is
ikke noe.
very large, and I think that's what defines
Risker bare bitte litt.
Og så er short nå, eller?
that's still there.
Okay,
Ja,
so
akkurat der.
just want to end hearing what you're hearing from clients right now? Your client, you're in Menlo Park, you're in the heart of Silicon Valley.
Ja, da shorten
I
opp det high, da.
clients, a lot of high net worth individuals who made their money in technology. Correct me if I'm wrong, though. What do you hear from them?
Ja, du ser jo oppi der. Den grønne dotta prikkelina shorten min, og den røde prikkelina stopplåsen min.
Du har stopplås på 37, eller?
Nei. 36, 48, hvis du skal helt ned. 51. Nei, 47. 36, 47.
Tight labor markets, slow labor force growth, predictions
Look at
for
that.
slower economic growth. How do we ride the wave that will kind of get us to a different place? How do we?
Han risker ikke så mye, da, hvis han har stopplåsen så tett.
That will be consistent.
Kjenner på hvor store posisjoner jeg har det, ikke det?
Men du sa du ikke tok så mye å gjøre da. Så har du stor posisjon nå.
And higher growth, higher labor productivity. And I think that has merit. I think that is where we are going to be. This is remains
Og så var jeg ut.
extremely
Det var fint.
dynamic
Fin
economy.
liten trade.
Look at everything that has been thrown
Titten
at
trade.
us. And yet we're here, and right now the difference between today, April, is people saying, I can figure it out.
Jeanette, we got on Jeanette Garrity, Managing Director, Chief Economist at Robertson Stevens, joining us from Menlo Park, California. Stick around, folks. About 10 minutes to go until we.
Hadde sikkert kunnet holdt den videre, men nei. Nei, det ble ikke så mye. Altså, nå så jeg opp. Faen, jeg hører. Jeg opp 310%.
Dritbra.
På den kontoen, og så på den frontbrokerkontoen min er opp 243.
Ja, det så dritbra ut. Hæ? Nei, det synes jeg ikke du skal. Hva sa du?
Ja, sterke timene går alltid fortere ned enn hva det går opp. Det stenger klokka 23. Hater at det stenger. Men USA stenger nå om 8 minutter. Jeg synes det er fint at jeg kan stenge. Da rekker jeg å ta en dusj, og en liten nappe løken litt, og så kan jeg gjøre masse rart mens det. Det er en liten time med sånn me-time. Litt kosedusjing, de kaller det her. Naverne, navtokk. Her skjer. Ja. Ja, det er fint. Jeg er glad i penger, ja. Nei, følgerne hans betaler jo hele reisa hans, det er jo helt sykt.
Så han var Jussi-fyren?
Ja.
Så har du han der Audun, tror jeg han heter?
Ja, han er jo enda verre.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Ja da, han har
just under 7 minutes to go. We wrap up the trade on this Wednesday. Yeah, it is Wednesday. Happy hump day, everybody. Hey, we also have some earnings coming out from Micron, and I think Jefferies also. Jefferies Financial reporting after the closing bell, but the chip sector will certainly be front and center, so we're going to get over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. In the meantime,
jeg synes det var dårlig at han for til Dubai før jeg gjorde det, liksom.
Looking at an S&P 500 at 6,091, it is just down a fraction. Dow is off about 101 points, down 1/4 at 1%. NASDAQ 100 kicking in the other direction, up about
10 minutter til oss, da pleier Nasdaq å sprette opp med 50 poeng, standard.
Faen hvor gullet droppet, vi har suttet I masse.
NASDAQ 100, and we saw the S&P hovering near a record, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case for today.
It's a bird.
It's a plane.
It's a super baby.
It's a super baby.
What's a super baby?
Wow, I don't know. What's a super baby, Tim?
There's a story on the Bloomberg terminal. This is wild. Super baby startup seeks funds for controversial gene editing. You and I spoke to Jennifer Doudna.
We did.
A few weeks ago. This is earlier this month at the Bloomberg Technology Summit in San Francisco. She's a Nobel laureate for her work on CRISPR gene editing technology.
Han har skjønt markedsføringen.
Like big findings.
Yeah, no, she got it just a couple years
ago.
Holstad? Well, that's when the technology.
Jeg tror han nummer 1 på TikTok Norge.
The human genome mapping was like 20 years ago.
Genial.
Her Nobel Prize was just a few years ago during the pandemic.
But her work didn't start like.
Oh yeah, she's been working on
this. Her work is
so there's now a California startup.
Just erase all of that.
That is just. Who's on first?
What's on second?
Jeg skjønner ikke
California startup focused on genetically editing
jeg klarer ikke å gjøre sånn.
Step toward creating so-called designer babies.
Ja, de skal sitte på live på TikTok og
as many of Silicon Valley's ultra-rich turn their attention to one of the most
controversial battling-greier.
Yeah, Bootstrap Bio created about 18 months ago, working on technology to change
the DNA. Jeg så ganske sjukt noe her I forrige uke. Det var en som heter Marielle, en litt sånn der, jeg vet ikke hva som skjedde, men hun døde av hjerneblødning og sånt da. En ganske ung jente. Jeg kjenner litt til henne, for hun var med I treningsmiljøet før. Jeg vet ikke om hun begynte med, jeg vet ikke hva men hun virket ikke helt fra selv I hvert fall på TikTok da.
Kim?
Og så døde hun forrige uke, og da sier en av sånne der Danfer som kommenterte det gosset med at hun døde. Da tenker jeg...
Ja, han jo bare slem, oppriktig slem.
Ja, men da tenker jeg...
Det finnes.
Da tenker jeg... Du kan si ting for å få oppmerksomhet. Jeg kjenner ikke fyr, så jeg gir faen I fyr. Men sier du det til feil person?
Ja.
Åpenbart så har han ikke møtt miljøet som jeg kommer fra I hvert fall. Så sier man det ikke sånn. Men en jente som dør... Det som en jente, du tykker om noen, men spesielt en helt uskyldig jente som helt åpenbart hadde problemer med at hun var, jeg vet ikke om hun var litt ruset på smerte, jeg vet ikke hva det var, men hun var I hvert fall ikke helt seg selv da, veldig sånn søt jente liksom. Og så sitter du og sier på laget, det koser meg at hun dør, jeg bare tenker, da kjenner jeg sånn der, jeg skal ikke si hva jeg kjenner, men ja, jeg funker mest blant kråkere føler jeg, akkurat. Det funker svært dårlig med mennesker rundt meg I hvert fall, noen sier sånn.
Lost in Heaven, 2 av dem sitter jo I chatten her da. Så har han ene oppe I hjørnet her, så har han andre som sitter og sterk nede I chatten her.
Jeg synes det så stygt at folk skal være så slemme nå, jeg forstår det faen ikke. Jeg forstår det ikke. Jeg skjønner det ikke. Hvorfor sier man slemme ting om folk som man ikke kjenner, og sånne ting som der? Hvorfor gjør man det? Hva greier man det?
Nei, det ikke greit.
Jeg forstår det ikke. Jeg fatter ikke.
Ja, han tenker alt på muskelbunten, jeg tror.
Hva da?
Nei, Lost in Heaven.
Hva det med han?
Og han gigafyren som bor der mye, jeg vet ikke hva han heter. Han ser man ikke mye på lenger på TikTok. Nei, han ikke så mye på det. Han aktiv, men han ikke så mye. Du kjenner ham, du gjør det ikke?
Muskelbunten?
Ja.
Ja, litt. Han veldig hyggelig, han altså. Veldig sånn, veldig snill.
Nei, sorry.
Tim kjenner han mye bedre enn meg.
Ja. Han virker jo bare koselig. Sånn egentlig.
Ja, han for meg virker bare snill. litt sånn rumpehumor og sånn, og litt sånn moro. Men sånn andre kameraten, når du sier sånn om personer som på en måte tar kvelden, for meg det bare helt uhørt. Se på Nasdaq, poppa som faen. Hver dag på close, så popper den. Uten unntak.
Jeg begynte å følge deg, Joakim, når du satte på plass trollene og han psykopaten. Og psykopat.
Ja, da hadde jeg litt annen rolle på TikTok enn hva jeg har nå. Nå er jeg bare trening og krokker. I starten så var jeg litt annerledes. Jeg var en litt mer aggressiv person enn hva jeg er nå.
Og jeg har han psykopaten,
Ja, han Harald. Men jeg fikk jo bare vondt av, for han begynte å skjelve og skall på letta, og jeg var full av test og var bare irritert.
Er ikke bare skuespill han hjelper med?
Jeg bare fikser ikke... Folk ikke jeg tåler er uærlige mennesker, og folk som på en måte som vil andre vondt, som gosser seg på andres, det bare fikser jeg.
Og USA stengt.
Da kommer Nasdaq ned hver dag, for da blir den ikke holdt oppe av en video lenger.
Jeg lærte masse. Jeg var så konfliktsky at jeg ikke begynner her inne. Jeg vet det, det ser jeg faktisk ikke for meg alene.
Du ser fra pupper, du, Stig.
Jo, men... Men nei.
Det er litt rart på den TikTok. Jeg synes det var mye mer hyggeligere før. Nå har TikTok blitt sånn der... Det er veldig mange som har sånn der... De blir hengende om ut helt det. Jeg skjønner ikke greia.
Det er så mye rare folk.
Ja, men det er sånn det er folk som sitter og sammen med en annen dame, litt sånn eldre dame, som er på TikTok hele tiden. Og sønnen hennes, jeg tror sønnen hennes tok livet sitt, eller han døde i hvert fall, han som kalte seg for Fiske, hva heter den for noe?
Friluftsliv.
Ja, Friluftsliv da.
Kenneth.
Kenneth, ja, han døde jo, vet du.
Ja, han tok jo livet sitt, han sågar.
Ja, og det er drittrist. For meg virket han som en veldig hyggelig fyr da, og liksom kanskje ikke hadde så jævla bra rundt seg, men han var liksom... på TikTok,
Ja, han fikk så mye pass for tigginga hans, tror jeg det var.
Jo, men du kan tok litt, men poenget mitt da, ikke at jeg kjenner jo ikke til historien med han og mora, men hun mora virket som hun var deppa en dag, og så var hun på TikTok resten av uka liksom, så jeg skjønte jo ingenting.
Ok.
Ja, jeg bare... Det er mye rare mennesker der, altså.
Nasdaq-flyg.
Se på Nasdaq.
Jeg liker at den holdt egentlig trendlinjen ganske godt der. Satset opp fint like under den for reversal og oppe opp. Det er ganske fint egentlig.
Nei, jeg kjenner jo ikke han Holstad, men han har aldri vært noe ufin med meg i hvert fall. Og du kan ha litt utflaks når du driver med import av produkter fra utlandet. Og når du skal drive business og sånn, så kan det... Jeg vet ikke. Jeg aner ikke. Men jeg vet da faen. Jeg har ikke noe formening om han egentlig. For meg så virker han oppegående, men jeg hører at det er veldig mange som har blitt utsatt for ting og tang, men jeg vet da faen, jeg aner ikke, ass. Alle møter på nedtur.
Ja, det skal ikke stå på vilje hans i hvert fall.
Jeg har jævla respekt av folk, Stig, som ikke gir seg. Som går på smell etter smell etter smell, som bare fortsetter å bare peise på. Samme faen. Det er litt sånn jeg er da. Jeg gir meg ikke. Får jeg meg på trynet, komme opp igjen. Får jeg meg til på trynet, komme opp igjen. Får jeg meg til på komme opp igjen. Det er ikke på trynet da.
Ja, det er jo ikke vits å legge seg ned og knike i hvert fall.
Nei. Det er sånn... ja.
Så kan jo gjøre det en gang iblant, men det hjelper ikke å ligge der og deppa, det kommer ingen vei med det.
Nei, jeg gjør ikke det, altså. Jeg tror jeg var litt sånn deppa I noen år, uten at jeg visste det helt.
Ja, det var nok sikkert.
Ja,
Tanke på at du tapt og masse millioner og var syk, dødsjuk og alt det der, så vil jeg tro det.
Ja, det var for sånn det var. Men det gikk ikke helt opp for meg. Jeg visste ikke at jeg var deppa før liksom, jeg begynte med TikTok og fikk litt sånn livsgnisten tilbake. Da begynte jeg å skjønne hvor faen har det vært den liksom.
Ja, du merker jo ikke selv.
Hæ?
Nei, du merker det jo ikke selv før du begynner å komme deg opp igjen.
Gjør ikke det.
Det var da du først merket at hei, her var det noe som ikke var som det skulle være.
Ja, det litt rart det var, altså. Aldri noen som spørte, hvordan går det med det? Hvordan går det? Blåsport alle de millionene, liksom. Hvordan går det med det egentlig? Ingen som spørte om det. Det var alltid bare, Jones, kan du fikse det, eller kan du fikse det, eller kan du ordne det, eller kan du kontakte ham, eller kan du skaffe det, eller kan du dit, kan du... Bare drit.
Hva er det her, da?
Hva faen er det for?
Ja, det er jo fint.
Det var jævla fett.
Veldig oppe, ja, det passer bra til.
Er det kødd? Eller er det fra livesending?
Nei, det er nok fra livesending, jeg tror. Men Rate 2K, du burde jo også lære deg.
Ja, men problemet som skjedde med den første copyra at det så mange som kommer inn med forskjellige nivåer, så det blir mye lettere nå. Nå alle 5000 litt lettere.
Ja. Men man burde jo uansett bare sette seg ned og studere, altså hvis man vil lære seg å trade.
Men det tar litt tid å lære seg dette da.
Ja, det er jo ikke det. Men man burde jo lære seg. Det er jo artig å sitte og trade.
Da det, vet du hva? Trading det høres veldig rart ut, men trading, hvis du på en måte lærer det ordentlig, så får du et så helt, det gir så mye mer mening med alt da. Du forstår verden på en helt annen måte, du ser annerledes på ting, du får en helt annen livsgnist, liksom. Jo mer kunnskap du får, jo mer penger tjener du da.
Ja.
Sarpsborg.
Og så blir du jo iskald da.
Hva sa du?
Du blir jo død innvendig av å trade. Men det er jo bare fint.
Det er bare fint. Jeg har lært å sitte på Raya, ass. Fy faen. Jeg tror alle... Det er faktisk sant. Det er faktisk en... Hva skal jeg si, ja?
3 til 5 år ligger snittet på Rate 2K.
Ja, det tar sånn tid. Det er veldig mange som jeg har sett på TikTok og sosiale medier at nei, jeg trenger bare å ta et kurs, og så blir du profitabel etter 3-4 måneder, liksom. Det er bare piss. Det er bare tull. Jeg kjenner ingen. Selvfølgelig du tjener penger I perioder, liksom, men hvis du ser på året, så det blåsport alt. Ta 3-5 år. Jeg har sagt
Ja, det er som å drive en business.
Hello. Hold on. 10-12 politibiler.
Det var noen som har tenkt her, ja.
As of late, guys. Yeah, and listen, we're just taking a look again as Micron continues to move higher. We've seen some other ones. SanDisk, Western Digital following Micron higher in the aftermarket. SanDisk up about 2.9%, 3.5%. So we are seeing their news lift a couple of other names in the sector.
NVIDIA as well, so building on that record high, now up by 0.4%. Of course, we'll wait to get more details from the earnings call, but clearly margin expansion is what investors were fixated on.
The Rate 2K, jeg har 4 unger. Nei, sorry, snart 4 unger. Minsten 1 år.
Yeah, so, okay, a little bit of earnings. I feel like, wait, we're just getting the last,
Så det går an fortsatt. Kan sitte på telefonen innimellom. Ungen på ene hånda, og så sitter med telefonen på andre.
Nothing's going to go on. It's been so quiet. All right, guys, that's
I hope something goes on. You know, we have to talk every day.
July 9th is another date to keep in mind.
What happens July 9th?
I just want to...
It's the end of the 90
Nei, det har jeg ikke. Hun ligger også
Many of these countries
til
when it
det.
comes to tariffs.
I predict it'll be extended by 2 weeks.
That's what your prediction will be? I think the extension will be longer than 2 weeks.
The uncertainty continues.
Nei, det sa jeg ikke.
Keeps us busy.
All right, that's a wrap across platform. Radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it the closing bell. Remain and Scarlett continuing there on TV. Tim and I back here on Bloomberg.
Ja, det er bra story.
Guys, we'll see you again. Same time, same place tomorrow.
Det er utrolig at du får lov til å trade. Får du lov av foreldrene dine, står det. Det var masse politibiler.
Det er ikke alt jeg kan si på chatten her, men det var en kompis av meg som har stoppet 12 politibiler nå.
Satan.
For han skulle bare prate med noen som skyldte litt penger.
Ja. Ja, sånn er det.
Han låner litt penger av og til.
Nå da?
Jo, jeg skjønner den right, ok. Jeg får høre det ofte, så det går bra.
Hva da?
At jeg sitter for mye foran PC-en.
Vet du hva? Det beste jeg har gjort eller det er beste og det verste jeg har gjort faktisk, å introdusere så hardt til trading. For nå driver hun og kjefter på meg hvis jeg sitter over natta og sånn. Det er jo greit nok, men det gjør jo sånn at... Jo. Men det er jo sånn at hvis du skal drive med dette her sånn som det vi gjør da, på sånn profesjonelt nå, så krever det så mye tid, og det krever så mye ego.
Ja, det gjør det.
Man blir veldig ego. Det er ikke, passer ikke for vanlige, tradisjonelle familier i det hele tatt. Du må ha enten en dame som er veldig forståelsesfull, og på en måte har sitt eget liv, eller så bør du introdusere dem til trading, så hun liksom synes det er kult da. Og så har tredje jo like mye som meg nå. Hun tredje jo hele tiden. Til og med når jeg sover, så sitter hun og bare... Det er det beste som kunne skje også, i hvert fall. Tror du vet navnet, Empro? Så gjør jo slutt fra tredje.
Ja, det er fint.
Ja, hvis du sender vekk kjæringa og ungene og betaler bidrag, så treder vi inn der, vet du.
Skal jeg si dere noe sjukt nå? Dette er veldig mange år siden, så jeg kan ikke si det. Jeg var sammen med en dame en gang. Jeg vil ikke si hvem det er, for skjønner alle hvem det er. Og da var det sånn, det var da jeg tjente så mye penger, og jeg jobbet hele tiden. Og jeg husker jeg sa til meg en gang, som fikk meg til å tenke, bare... Hvorfor kan du... Jeg må på jobb nå, og telefonen ringte hele tiden, og kunder natt og alt, bare... Hvorfor må du svare nå? Jeg må svare, for jeg må trade liksom. Jeg er midt i en trade av USA, ikke sant? Jeg husker det var Frontline, det var First Solar, hva faen. Da husker jeg han sa, ja, men holder ikke med de pengene du har tjent nå, liksom? Da tenkte jeg, da er vi på et helt feil sted i livet og huet og alt, liksom. Jeg skjønner hva du mener, at du trenger ikke de pengene, men det er ikke det som driver deg. Det som driver deg er selve jobben. Pengene er liksom en sånn kult, liksom, hvis du får det til. Skjønner du hva jeg mener?
Ja.
Så du må ha en dame som er på nett, ellers så går det helt på helvete.
Ja. Fy faen. Hun har ikke tatt den, jeg har fått en ildtang kastet etter meg. Ja, fy faen. Ja, det er en tempro.
Det er et par andre som har sett det.
Oi, som gjør så på...
Du vet ikke hvem hun er. Det er helt sinnssykt om damer klager med... Jo, men det er mange av de, skal jeg si det. Det er veldig, veldig mange som synes at typen jobber for mye. Og så blir man sammen med en annen person, og så er det gærent for at han ikke jobber, ikke sant? Så det er sånn...
Ja.
Skal du gjøre for noe? Du jobber alt for mye, du er alt for mye på telefonen, du er alt for mye borte, blablabla. Ok.
Jeg kjenner fra Big Brother, det er helt ok.
Sahar har et jævla godt poeng, da.
Det I deres forhold så det Sahar som drar inn pengene.
Akkurat nå så det Sahar som drar inn pengene, det helt riktig. Det veldig mange som ikke skjønner det, men Sahar, hun tjener mye penger, ass.
Ja.
Ellers så hadde ikke veldig mye gått rundt her, for å si det sånn. Jeg har så mye gjeld at det jo kvalmt.
Vi snakker til så deler dere gjeld, ja.
Jo, altså jeg har betalt med mye gjeld I fjor. Jeg har tradet en del penger da. Jeg har tatt ut penger og betalt med gjeld og sånn, men jeg har betalt med mye gjeld I fjor. Men det fortsatt jævla mange millioner I gjeld. Jeg sitter mange som ikke skjønner det. Når jeg hadde så mye penger før, ikke sant, så kjøpte jeg dette huset her og masse greier. Jeg sitter på den samme gjelda enda etter at jeg ble ufør. Jeg har ikke noe mindre gjeld, liksom. Jeg har like mye gjeld som når jeg var millionær, som nå når jeg ufør. Ikke sant? Det ikke fett. Det ikke kult, liksom.
Ja, gjeld, ja, det kult.
Ja, du har ikke så mye gjeld, du, Stig?
Ja, jo.
Har du det?
Ja.
Deilig.
4 millioner. Ikke så mye da. Det mer enn nok. Men jeg har jo så høy rente. Jeg har jo 8% rente. Jeg har jo 8% I rente.
8% rente?
Og 4 millioner.
Da har du basically 7 millioner I lån da.
Ja.
Men får du ikke byttet bank nå da, når du har fått ny jobb og sånn?
Nei, problemet det som står fra inntekt.
Det for damer jobber
Pluss
ikke,
vi har... Nei, ikke noe spesielt.
Nei, men riktig. Men hvis du har 4 mil I gjeld, og hvis du har, jeg vet ikke hvor mye inntekt du har, for de ser ikke på trading som inntekt, ikke sant? De gjør ikke det.
Nei, dessverre.
Du kan jo begynne med OnlyFans da.
Ja, jeg har vurdert det. Men jeg tror ikke det så mange som vil sitte og se på meg, så jeg tror det... Jeg tror ikke jeg har vært noe...
Og I helvete, Prepina kan hjelpe med lån sikkert. Hvilken bank skal jobbe I bank?
Nye jobben din vil sitte og se på meg på OnlyFans.
Skal du bli lånemegler, Prepina? Kompis som driver med det. Han tjener 4 000 per refinansiering per million. Han drar inn 1,6 millioner på å også bare videreføre lån fra en bank til en annen.
Nei, det ikke ille, right ok. Men vi fikk ikke lån I vanlig bank, så vi måtte en sånn alternativ bank.
Ja, en annen kompis som har gjort det.
Ja, som har litt høyere rente. Nå for at hun ikke hadde jobb. Men nå har vi så mange unger, vet du, så... Det 500 000 per unge.
Hvor mye?
500 000 per unge, det meste I lån. Så det jo 2 millioner det meste nå.
Det så sykt. Det så latterlig teit. Du skal ha dyrere lån siden du I risikogruppen. Du blir egentlig få billigere lån fordi du står for alt selv.
Ja.
Men nei da, vi skal straffe deg fordi du flink og står på, så du skal få dyrere lån. Det henger ikke på greit.
Jeg har gjort enda mer I Vaffelviking. Jeg har startet å selge dem.
Jeg husker da jeg jobbet I Akta, så hadde vi litt forbindelse med et selskap som het Eiendomsfinans, som da var låneformidler I Drammen. Og da husker jeg første lånet jeg fikk. Jeg hadde ikke noe inntekt, jeg bare fikk jobben til å skrive hva jeg stipulerte inntekten min. Jeg hadde jo bare provisjon, jeg hadde jo faen ikke noe inntekt I det hele tatt. Og da fikk jeg 100% finansiering. Hadde ikke egenkapital, hadde ingenting. Gjennom en bank som het Sandnes Sparebank. Null egenkapital. Hele lånet smukk kjøpte rekkehus. Det Jostein eller Ronny Prepina, eller? Morten? Jeg vet ikke om det Eiendomsfinans jævlig flinke gutter.
Mest sannsynligvis prisen den, bro.
Og hva dokumentavgift? Hva det betalt? Hva det for noe? Det til staten, men hvorfor skal de ha det? Hva greia med det?
Skatt.
Jo, men gir det mening at vi skal betale dokumentavgift? Vi kjøper et hus fra en kjøper-selger.
Nei, det bare tull.
Ja, hvorfor skal vi betale dokumentavgift? For hva? Dokumentene? På skatteverket? På skatte... Det ikke skatte... På kartverket? Det derfor?
Ja, det var noe sånt. Nei, en pro min koster 4.000 kroner, koster vel mikrofon 4-5 tusen.
Nei, Koa 4,50. Det ikke noe annerledes på Koa.
Tinglysning av eierskap, men problemet at du eier jo ikke eiendommen selv en gang.
Så tinglysning tar jo 3 minutter. Altså, vi blir flott. Den staten vi har I Norge I dag helt sinnssyk. Bare se på bankene I dag også. All den rentehaikingen som har gått nå. Altså, de bankene bare, det renner over penger på norske banker. De bare driter penger hvert sekund på grunn av rentene. Mikken din, Robert, helt helvete. Ja, jeg hører aldri hva du sier, bare masse grums, sånn seriøst, så vi må kjøpe en mikk til deg. Du ikke enig, Stig, eller bare jeg som hører jævla ræva?
Nei, av og til så den litt skarp, men...
Ja, veldig sånn rotete.
Ja, det bare Robert som sitter og harker.
Nei, det ikke harking hans. Jeg vet han driver og harker og sniffer og etter faen hva han driver med. Men det
ja, sånn nei til det, sorry.
Mange ganger sånn, jeg hører ikke en shit, så jeg valgte å si, hva? Hæ? Jeg vet ikke hva det for noe, om det diskant eller hva det for noe. Jeg trenger mikk og høyttaler på mitt setup som rappa å høre. Jeg har en mikk, Robert, som du kan få meg, skjønner jeg, derfor jeg sier det. En sånn Yeti-mikk som jeg kjøpte, tror jeg.
Jeg har prøvd noe med noen andre greier her, men da ble det noe bare robotlyd.
Og var det det som var den robotlyden din?
Den mikken...
Sånn?
Ja, riktig. Det blir noe helt annet, sikkert. Lett ut.
For nå det plutselig jævlig bra lyd igjen. Nå hører jeg det helt rent. Men vanligvis det sånn jævla skurring.
Det ser du nå først.
Nei, jeg sier jo alltid her, men nå var det noen andre som skrev også her.
Det mikrofonen min og postet ned chatten.
Nvidia på all time high.
Snakker I kjeft på hverandre alle tre. Ja, ikke fint det. Klarer ikke å si forskjell på når vi snakker alle sammen samtidig. Den var alt for dyrt, en 10 øre dom. En, ok. 1 øre dom. Du og Robert umulig å skille. Ja.
Vi se hvor det lyser grønt her.
Ja. Jeg klarer ikke å høre altså jeg hører forskjell på stemmen vår, men jeg klarer ikke å skjønne hvordan dere kan høre at vi høres like ut.
På du og Robert?
Jeg skjønner på at jeg blir ut av PC-en uten at jeg snakker.
Jeg hører veldig forskjell på dere to, for å si det sånn. Det går ikke an å ta feil. Og det jeg har at hun hører ikke, hun tror dere snakker svensk.
Jeg har jo sunget i dag.
Kan jo kjøre sånne pitch-up-greier da, så blir det kanskje likere.
Jeg skjønner hvordan du får til sånn, jeg får ikke til ut.
I'm a monster.
Ja, nei, det... Ja, jeg kunne holdt shorten I stedet, Rest Live. Eller shorten på nytt oppå. Shorten på nytt oppå der. Har en fin M her.
M for Martin.
Ja. M for mamma. Hvem kan bestille denne til Joachim? Jeg spytter I 2,5 K. Da vi gått I gang, men jeg hater å bestille ting. Fy faen.
Hva det?
Det samme mikrofon som jeg har. Den koster 4.500,
Fy faen, jeg helvete.
Ja, det hender seg at det litt ekkel, Sahar.
Jeg trodde lyden min var dritbra, jeg.
Det veldig sånn diskant, altså det veldig sånn pipe, spesielt når du har på nyhetene din. Helt jævlig lyd.
Ja, for jeg har faktisk radiosnøv. Jeg fikk jobb I radio på telefon.
Hva diskant? Ikke kødd da. Ja.
Hvis det hos frekvens så skal jeg fortelle det, men jeg har ikke høyde. Det tror jeg har med streaming å gjøre, faktisk. Det blir hardt ut.
Nei, det har med at mikrofonen plukker opp bare av og til. Så det kommer inn og ut. Ja.
Aha.
Så mikrofonen plukker opp lyden I rommet hans, så kommer det bare inn og ut, sånn når det ikke klarer å plukke opp.
Ja, riktig. Snakker du med deg selv, Robert? Så når både jeg og Robert snakker, så høres det ut som en person som snakker alene med seg selv. Jeg snakker jo mye med meg selv, da, for da får jeg I hvert fall snakket med en fornuftig kar.
Ja, det gjør han. Ja, man får det, Thomas. Skulle dere trekke noen vinner I dag?
Det så jævla liten gevinst, det ikke noe som gidder gjøre det. Det var liksom bare 500 kroner.
Ja.
Skal vi dele det? Jeg kan godt gjøre det hvis folk vil det. Skal jeg dele den på 500 kroner, eller skal vi trede mer I morgen? For I dag har jeg gjort nada.
Ja, altså 500 kroner jo mye for noen det.
Det mye for meg også, men når det penger på nettet, så ser jeg ikke på det som penger.
Nei.
For jeg kunne aldri gitt bort alle pengene jeg har gitt bort de siste par ukene, så det var cash I hånda mi. Ok, da trekker vi 500 kroner.
Ja, ok, da skal jeg
Kjører
fikse
hjulet,
opp,
eller?
ja. Og
Vi har pleid å gitt bort alt fra 2,5 til 5.000 kroner her. Så da det 500 kroner I dag. Nei, 2,5 til 5.000 kroner.
Reseline, du med når du I chatten.
Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel. Der ja, thank you, Lost in Heaven. Lærte meg det var det. Ja.
Og den frontbroker-vesten, den tror jeg gutta bestilte gjennom en sånn peak performance, men jeg kan sikkert høre om de kan ta oss og få laget noe flere. Den jævla fred.
Og så vi mangler Rusni Rouge Hvor var det da? Det var Casino. Ja, ja. Ok. Da alle sammen med om det. Vi har 48 deltakere. Her vi må ta med
også
Robert.
Sikkert.
Hvor det står ikke mange navn? Står ikke noe på
Ja, men
96 står det. Det jo litt feil da. Står det 45? Og så resette greier.
Men Discorden vår sånn skjult nå, eller den ikke skjult, eller?
Hva du mener skjult?
Den lå tidlig på frontbroker-greia, men den kan ikke ligge der før vi får på den der automatisk support dit. Sånn send til support, send til support.
Ja, jeg skal fikse den 51. Ja, da blir det greit. Sånn, vi klar?
Ja!
Snurrhjul!
Kjør! Og så Joa.
Joa, det også.
Hvem var det som vant?
Det var Joa.
Joa vant. Ja, den grei. Da må Joa sende ID til til Treppina. Var det det mente?
Jeg skal nettopp sende til Sahara. Ja, ok.
En av dem. Jeg har ikke kontroll. Jeg bare redd for å gi Sahara for mye å gjøre.
Du gjør ikke det bedre
Nettopp. Jeg har mer enn nok med humet, det. Men det er derfor jeg trenger det her Prepina. Jeg trenger folk rundt meg, for jeg kan én ting, og det er jeg kan ikke noe annet. Jeg kan bare det.
Prepina har ikke liv.
Jo da, hun har liv, hun har noen fine undulater og noen unger og greier.
Ja. Skrekk med unger.
Noen unger og noen greier. Jo, jeg vant! Faen for bitch tits, jeg. Helvete, jeg må komme opp på gym snart, ass.
Lag OF, da blir det liv. Jeg tror ikke det blir det.
Åh, det her? Jo da.
Ja, da, han er her, han. Jeg vet ikke. Nei, nå er han bort. Nei, han er her. Skrev ikke jo tidligere, eller? Ja.
Hæ?
Her er han. Han feirer.
Feirer, ja. Ja, så er det. Ja, var til 0, 5 kroner. Ja, nei, men det er fint det. 5 gjør her og 5 gjør der, det er tipptopp det der.
Tusen akkurat.
Hvilken dato er det dag? 26.
25.
25. For 10 dager siden så var gull opp 3450.
Ja.
Tenk dere det, ja. Det er ikke lenge siden, ass. Litt over en uke siden så var gull opp $170 mer. Og for å putte det litt i perspektiv.
Nå drar vi gikk long ned.
Hva sa du?
Nå ser jeg var bra vi ikke gikk long ned, da, ser jeg.
Jeg var jo short. Men fy faen, du kunne lett gått long der oppe, liksom.
Ja, du skulle jo holdt den da, sånn i hvert fall halvparten av tida.
Fy, det er helvete. Det er så skummelt når du er liksom på all time high på alt, for du risikerer å få en så jævlig toeren.
Generius, vi gjør det stort sett hver dag. Så lenge det er profit.
Jeg skal fikse tærne mine i morgen.
Igjen?
De har jo ikke fisa.
Men hos hun dama? Eller en annen?
Ja, først så skal jeg henge med Hilde, og så ser vi om vi rekker det.
Skal Hilde fikse tærne henne?
Nei. Du har sikkert fått det til. Jeg hadde sikkert også fått det til, jeg må bare ha utstyr. De er for lange, ikke sant? Jeg snubler i tærne mine.
Du snubler ikke i tærne dine. Det er det dummeste jeg har hørt. Faen, ass. Hun klarte å presisere at hun snubler i tærne sine. Hvor faen er det mulig, ja? Det er en jævla bra tegnefilm som jeg så på da jeg var yngre. Og sett den her, Stig. Black Star. Black Star. Faen bra, ass. Black Star.
John Blackstar, astronaut.
Men på frontlocker så starter saken faktisk på 12. juni. Og ingenting bakover. Hva det kommer av?
Jeg tror jeg må bare gi beskjed om.
God natt, Luka.
Natta, Luki. 12. juni, var det du sa?
Ja.
Kan kalle det en bråse rar.
Du har jo mye mer enn det. Ser jeg.
Hvor mye historikk tilbake trenger du da?
Nei, så langt det går.
Og nå er det bare tilbake et år, eller?
Nei, 12. juni.
12. juni?
Jeg skal se, nå er jeg på ukestartet. Starter på, nei, ja, 23 står det selvsagt, men det stopper jo der.
2 år tilbake?
Ja.
Ja, men det er standard for deg. Nå skal vi gå på trade.com,
Ja.
så sjekke hva de har. Trade.com har, skal vi sjekke. Ta month da.
Skal vi se, skal jeg være på seanse.
Ja, de har til 2006.
Ja.
Så tar vi TD. De har til 2010. Jeg tror jeg bare bestiller, jeg kan be dem fikse det.
Ja, for jeg har på frontbraker her, så har jeg det i 96.
Ja, jeg skal skrive her. På gull.
Og Nasdaq, kanskje. Nei. Nasdaq, det trenger jeg ikke, for det...
Er det bare gull?
Ja.
Ok, så Nasdaq funker, det er bare gull.
Ja, jeg har ikke sett hva som er på Nasdaq, men skal vi se. Bare så at jeg har noe åpen. Da skal vi se ukestartet der da. Ja, det samme. 19. juni, nei, 12. juni, 23.
På alt eller bare gull?
Ja, det er på alt.
Ja.
Det er jo bare akkurat. Det er ikke noen sånn stor krise, jeg bruker jo CMC til analyse.
Nei, men det er bare greit å ha det da. Jeg bruker det aldri, men det er greit å bare ha det.
Ja.
Jeg har gitt beskjed nå. Kanskje fått allergi. Ja, jeg drikker. Vet ikke. Nei, jeg vet ikke.
One thing that we like to do when some of these companies report is sort of get an idea for how their customers or their suppliers are doing. Customer of Micron is Apple. Can we read into this result for any idea of how Apple is doing?
Oh my goodness! I mean that is hard to do. Sorry, I'm speed reading the statement to kind of answer your question in real time. I mean the way that they put it is that consumer-oriented end markets had strong sequential growth.
So that would be Apple.
I assume so. Like again, going back to the basics of what Micron does, high so you could say once upon a time how much of this is a crystal ball for how mass volume producers of handsets are doing. I don't know that I can draw that conclusion explicitly here. Maybe Sanjay will talk about it on the earnings call, but they're at least projecting strength with heavy emphasis on how well the high bandwidth memory and data center businesses did both sequentially and year on year.
Well, it's definitely popping in the aftermarket. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm Ludlow. He's co-host of Bloomberg Technology. Catch it on Bloomberg Television at 11 a.m. Wall Street time, Monday through Friday. Jake Silverman, our thanks to you as well. Bloomberg Intelligence Semiconductors analyst joining us here in studio. Again, my phone shares up about 4.6%.
All right, Zoran Mondani is poised to become the Democratic nominee for mayor of New York City after the 33-year-old Democratic Socialist forced his opponent, Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of the state, to concede within hours after polls closed. Here's Mondani last night.
Fy faen, vet du hvor mye Serena Williams har vært, eller? Serena Williams, hun er en tennisspilleren som ser ut som en gorilla på steroider. Hun har faen meg vært 3 milliarder kroner. Fytti. Ja, vet du hvem det er? Hun ser ut som en mann med langt hår. Det er 2 søstre, det er Williams-søstrene. Helt psyko-god på tennis.
Skjedde ikke noe med de to der da?
Hæ?
Skjedde ikke noe med de to der?
Jeg vet da faen, jeg bare... Faen ikke, ass.
Det var bare Google der for telefonen og strømløs.
Not the rate to K.
Tirsdag 24. juni publiserte Ukrainas forsvarsutvikler deretter dette, ødelagt mens den av Kherson-regionen. 24. juni publiserte Ukrainas forsvarsdepartement denne videoen på X. Videoen skal vise øyeblikket der et russisk marinefartøy blir angrepet av den ukrainske marinen. I innlegget skriver departementet dette, nok en russisk
Not the rate to K.
ødelagt mens den beveget seg langs
Good night.
Den skal være en del av den russiske stormaktsflåten som består av flere.
Sov godt.
Hedge før vi legger oss, tenker om det. Ja... Du kan gjøre det, jeg skal ikke gjøre det. Ta det på noen av dem da.
Jeg regner egentlig med at gull vil ramle litt ned, eller?
Hva sa du?
Natten. Nei, jeg regner med at gull vil ramle litt ned.
Det skjer hver natt, det.
Ja, ikke hver natt. har en mulig W på gulv, så det kan gjøre at de bare forsvinner opp. Det er 44. Eventuelt opp til hva er det her da? 62 kanskje? Ja, 61, 62, det er... Har det vært i flere dimensjoner? Fuck.
Nå er det noen som har røyket noe jævla strenge truser her, altså.
Tror jeg også. Ja, fy faen så har det gjort. Og så sa du skriver litt vel lenge, eller da? Jeg var oppe i enheten på sykehjemmet. Ja, ikke gå i lyset. Det har vi lært. Aldri gå i lyset. Ja, det å gå i lyset er å dø. Du er lyset.
Hæ?
Skal du gå og levere den du også?
Nei, det er for sent. Må gjøre det i morgen.
Kan jeg
Tidlig.
få lader?
Ålstad har anmeldt, stakkar.
Igjen?
Ja.
For hva da nå?
Jeg vet da faen, det er på nyhetene nå.
Jo, men er det for svindel igjen, eller noe annet?
Det er samme dritten.
Sikkert fortjent, men det blir ikke bare annet i dag.
investors who have been looking for, you know, a way to get more AI exposure that isn't named NVIDIA will be very happy with this report. Right? So yeah, I mean, it seems like just really positive across the board. NVIDIA, just as we mentioned, are not really moving right now, so this definitely seems like a macro story for the time being. All right, talk about
So you want to talk chips, microchips. I want to talk food because that's who I am. KFC, Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and Habit, which I didn't realize was part of the business. Yeah, we want to talk tortilla chips. Yeah, Taco Bell. Young Brands, that's not on the radar. What's going on?
Yeah, Young Brands, that the ticker is YUM, upgraded by JP Morgan analysts this morning. It's actually the second upgrade they had this month. It seems like the kind of feeling around the stock is just, you know, positive momentum. They're growing quite well. They're actually one of the best performing restaurant companies this year. Shake Shack up around 3%, McDonald's down 2%, so and then you have Yum, which is up around 10% for the year. So still posting really positive sales growth. I think analysts are calling for a third consecutive double-digit quarter of growth for them. I think that's, you know, maybe it doesn't sound like much, but kind of given where things have been in the more recent history, it's pretty impressive growth that they're able to do in the CEO community as well. More continuity is kind of a feeling from analysts. So yeah, no reason to kind of be spooked by behavior management, and yeah, just keep continuing in the right direction.
You're on a long drive on the highway. You go over to one of those rest spots. It's either KFC or Taco Bell. What do you think?
I'm a Taco Bell guy.
I know you're a Taco Bell guy. What about you? What? Tell me you pack some salad and you pull it out of the cooler.
That's what it will be. Maybe some like Hamamatsu raisins or something. Live a little.
You're a young man. Oh my God.
Enjoy yourself. I have both. I have all of them in my neighborhood, so maybe it's just too close to home. We need like late night stumbles with all of those. I have them.
I know. Speaking of living a little, let's go to Buffalo.
Yeah, shares are surging 25% today. One of the best one-day performances since May. of the workforce. So, you know, that does hurt, obviously, the people at Bumble, but it will free up around $40 million annually that the company is projecting, which they intend to put into their strategic initiatives, really invigorate growth in that business. Maybe talk about that.
That's so far removed from my life. People had to tell me when I met my wife, they didn't even have apps for dating. Like that's what I'm like.
Preaching to a big choir over here.
Fair.
Fred Brown, thank you. For more conversations, check out our Wisconsin Movers podcast. 48 episodes, winners and losers, funded on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
Mamdani met his wife on Hinge.
See? Gotta love it. This is how it works, kids.
Nå stengte det, da.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Caitlin Lyons.
Tonight, the president en route back to Washington after balking at U.S. intelligence on bombing damage to Iran.
So people like you picked up and said, oh, it's not, the report is not what somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, oh, with full confidence, we think maybe it's fine. Those that dropped the bomb precisely in the right place know exactly what happened when that exploded. And you know who else knows? Iran.
The administration tonight doubling down on its assertions Iran's nuclear sites were obliterated by last week's attacks. It says the president now says the administration will hold talks with Iran. Much more on that. And the concession from NATO leaders Trump was able to garner. We'll speak with Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, member of the Foreign Relations Committee, straight ahead.
Plus, the president seeking a win here at home as the Senate inches closer to finalizing the one big beautiful bill. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent meeting with members of the SALT caucus today, pushing for a deal as the clock ticks down to that Senate-imposed July 4th deadline. Deputy Treasury Secretary Andrew Cuomo joins us with more.
And the surprise win out of New York as a 33-year-old Democratic socialist is now poised to become the Democratic nominee for New York City mayor. National Democrats taking stock. The president now also weighing in.
But we begin this evening with the after effects of the president's NATO trip. The Trump sent to apply back in Washington this evening after telling the world of his intention to have the U.S. meet with Iranian officials as soon as next week. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is joining us live from the White House with more. And Tyler, we're still awaiting details as to what exactly that meeting will entail.
Exactly right. President Trump had confirmed earlier that the U.S. and Iran do have planned talks next week. But the thing is, we're still waiting on some pretty critical details. Where and when those discussions will take place. President Trump did indicate he's not in a rush to sign a nuclear deal and even downplay the prospect that a new agreement is needed, saying in his view,
Every time of testosterone you can get is disgusting infected fingertips on. And I'm telling you right now, if you have never seen the real combat in your life, and your first experience with it is there is no steroid on the planet that is going to save you.
Or maybe sometime in the future we'll want that.
Replace social media with the White House has made the case the strikes demolished Iran's nuclear program. President Trump disputing the preliminary U.S. defense assessment around the operation had a limited impact. A source tells Bloomberg News the findings suggest the strikes set Iran's nuclear activities back several months to a year. Analysts tell us it will take time for a more comprehensive assessment, and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard posted on X, saying in part, if Iran wanted to rebuild, they would need to rebuild all three facilities. It likely take years to do. For now, the ceasefire between Israel and Iran is holding. The Joe and Haley outstanding question here is what happened to Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium. President Trump earlier in his remarks did suggest that it was buried in the attack. We have heard from the International Atomic Energy Agency's IAEA that there is a possibility that that stockpile.
Tyler, bring us back to the Netherlands for a moment from President Trump's inclination to get other NATO members to pay more. 5% was the new target. It sounds like everyone but Spain is on board. Is that right?
Right, exactly. So this is considered to be
Fy faen, folk syke I huet. Jeg logger deg, kommer på klokka 12. Snakkes etterpå.
Ja, det
Vi snakkes.
Ha det.
Hei bra.